Okay, the Rules Committee will come to order. Before we begin, I want to take a moment and recognize the lifelong service of John Sullivan, who is the former parliamentarian of the House of Representatives, who sadly passed away last week. From 2004 until 2012, John used his quick wit, his institutional knowledge, extraordinary attention to detail, and dedication to public service to guide this institution through some of the most consequential years of the 21st century. John's career in public service started long before he became a parliamentarian. He served as a JAG attorney with the Air Force, then at the House Armed Services Committee, before he moved to the parliamentarian's office in 1987. Those who worked with and for John over the years praise his mentorship. They praise his commitment to creating a warm, supportive work environment where everyone got to learn and participate. And his artful way of describing procedure led to several phrases still used within our parliamentary lexicon today. Today, our thoughts and our prayers are with John's family and loved ones, and we are reminded of his great legacy that will live on in this building for years and years and years to come. Now, getting down to business. Today we'll consider three bills, including H.R. 8294, our first appropriations minibus for fiscal year 2023. There are a lot of important priorities in this package. It invests in the American people, broadening equitable access to housing and transportation, confronting the climate crisis and improving our energy independence while creating tens of thousands of new jobs, uplifting communities nationwide by funding crucial anti-hunger programs and anti-poverty initiatives. This Democratic majority is focused on uplifting and empowering families, veterans, service members, farmers, small business owners, and workers. And we're working tirelessly to find ways to address the economic pressure many of our constituents are facing. Importantly, this package invests in programs and projects that further fight inflation and lower the cost of living. I want to thank Chairwoman DeLauro and her staff for their tireless effort to pull these bills together. I also want to thank our own rules staff for all that they have done. They've processed over 500 amendments, which is a great deal of work. And I look forward to what I'm hoping is an efficient but substantive debate on this package, both here in the Rules Committee today and then again on the floor this week. The two other bills, the two other bills that we're considering are H.R. 8373 to ensure women can continue to access contraceptives, and H.R. 8404 to codify into federal law the freedom of every American to marry who they love. It is unbelievable to me that we even have to consider these bills in 2022. But a majority on the Supreme Court has now recklessly declared that they have no problem overturning decades of legal precedent to strip away the fundamental rights of the American people. This court seems hell-bent on doing everything in their power to take away people's freedom. So this majority is going to do everything in our power to protect people's freedom, including enshrining into federal law the important protections that we are now considering today. With that, I turn it over to the ranking member, Mr. Cole, for any remarks he wishes to make.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by associating myself with your comments about Mr. Sullivan. All of us who knew him and had the opportunity to work with him know how much he treasured this institution and what a great institutionalist he was. And for a parliamentarian who worked with majorities of both parties, nobody ever questioned his integrity or his fairness. Nobody ever doubted his wisdom, and he made an enormous contribution to help all of us on both sides of the aisle wrestle with the enormous problems that we deal with. And I share your sense of loss at our good friend, and share your profound sympathies that you expressed toward his families, and again, associate ourselves with your remarks. And thank you for opening in that way. During today's hearing, Mr. Chairman, we'll be covering three bills. The first I'll address is H.R. 8393, the Right to Contraception Act. This bill would create a right for individuals to obtain and use contraception and for medical providers to prescribe or provide contraception. I understand that Republicans on the Energy and Commerce Committee, which has jurisdiction over this matter, have raised several concerns about this legislation, including that it may require states to unequivocally permit access to abortion pills rather than contraception, and that it may require states to permit access to mail order or telemedicine abortion services, and that it is so broadly drafted that it may imply a right to contraceptive products that have not been approved by the FDA. I believe we should have a robust discussion on these topics with our witnesses today. We'll also be considering an additional bill, which the majority is calling the Respect for Marriage Act, on very short notice. Indeed, up until noon, we did not know we were going to be considering this bill, let alone what the text entailed. Majorities once again failing to even pretend to adhere to regular order. This is deeply concerning. Instead of working through the committees of jurisdiction, the majority instead drafted this bill behind closed doors in the Speaker's office and sent it straight to the Rules Committee after giving members just 1 hour to review it. To say this process stinks is an understatement. Indeed, it's no process at all. But given how the current majority has treated the House, this Congress, between fundamentally changing the way the House operates through proxy voting to completely locking down alternative ideas to writing bills in the Speaker's office instead of committee, I should not be surprised. We will also be considering H.R. 8294, a package of 6 bills covering 6 of the 12 appropriations titles for the fiscal year 2023. As the vice-ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, I've previously had the chance to consider these bills in that committee. While I am encouraged that the House is moving ahead with the 2023 appropriations process, I have deep reservations about this package, as I do with all 12 of the bills produced and reported by the Appropriations Committee last month. However, while I cannot support them, I do want to thank Chairwoman Rosa DeLauro and Ranking Member Kay Granger, all of the subcommittee chairs and ranking members, along with the majority and minority staff, for their hard work on the appropriations process. There were a lot of long hours and late nights required to arrive at this point, and although the current product is not something I can support, that does not lessen my appreciation for all that went into producing the bill before us today. As the Rules Committee begins to consider this legislation, I would first note that we wish we could do on the floor what we did in the Appropriations Committee. That is to say, I would have liked to consider each of these bills individually on their own merits, where any member could bring up any amendment they wish to propose changes. This is how we've approached these bills in the Appropriations Committee, and it's a shame that the whole House will not get the chance to do so as well. Second, I expect today's hearing and the ultimate disposition of today's package on the floor to be partisan. That is because these bills were written that way. They were intentionally written by the majority to reflect their partisan priorities. That is, of course, the majority's prerogative. But in order to ever get to a final deal, changes will have to be made. Like it or not, Republicans in the House and the Senate will have to have the opportunity to make their mark in order to reach a final spending deal. At the end of the day, the appropriations process is and must be both bipartisan and bicameral. And I expect that before the end of the year, we will do what we did earlier this year in the FY 2022 process and ultimately find common ground. The alternative to a bipartisan, bicameral deal is a year-long continuing resolution or worse, a government shutdown. Neither is in anyone's best interest. I would remind my friends and colleagues that a continuing resolution continues the status quo. It will lock in spending levels and will prevent necessary changes from being made to reflect current needs and priorities. That's bad for the country, bad for the administration, and bad for Congress as an institution. I'm particularly concerned that each of the appropriations bills includes partisan policy writers while omitting long-standing bipartisan policies that are traditionally carried. This is most apparent when looking at long-standing pro-life policies that have been omitted. We went through these convulsions last year, Mr. Chairman, when Democrats attempted to leave these bipartisan provisions out. But the end result was exactly what everybody knew it would be. The pro-life policies came back in, and every single Democrat in this room voted for them. This will be what happens again this year, and the sooner my friends in the majority acknowledge that reality, the quicker we can do our work. I am also deeply concerned about the proposed spending levels for the Defense Division versus the non-defense divisions. The 6 bills included in today's package received a total increase of 11% over the previous fiscal year. Yet the Defense Appropriations Bill approved by the Appropriations Committee has just a 4% increase, in line with the President Biden's budget request, but hardly enough to keep up with inflation, much less position American armed forces to confront the challenges posed to us in the international arena. This stands in stark contrast to the NDAA, which the full House approved just last week and which authorized a full $37 billion above the President Biden's budget request. I think our course is clear, and before these bills can become law, the defense spending number must come up to be in line with that of the NDAA. Before I conclude, I want to make 2 additional points about the package. I want to commend my friends on the Interior and Environment Subcommittee for their work and thank them for funding support that they've given to my home state of Oklahoma. As this committee is aware, in 2020, the Supreme Court issued a decision in McGirt versus Oklahoma that has had extensive consequences for the state, particularly necessitating additional funding for tribal law enforcement. This year's Interior and Environment Division includes this additional funding for tribal law enforcement, which will go a long way toward addressing this issue. Additional funding for the federal law enforcement to address McGirt has been made available in the Commerce, Justice, and Science title, and I'll have more to say about that topic if we consider that bill. Finally, I want to commend Chair DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger for the committee's good work in managing the process for individual community project funding items. Each of these 6 bills, but particularly the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Division, includes these projects. Returning to this process has enabled members on both sides of the aisle to advocate for their own communities rather than relying on the goodwill of bureaucrats who may or may not know the realities on the ground. So long as this process continues to be managed in a transparent manner, it will continue to be an appropriate use of Congress's power of the purse. As always, I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today, and I look forward to a robust discussion on these bills. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate your opening statement. And let me associate myself with the last paragraph of your opening statement, because I agree with you on that. The rest of it, I don't. But anyway.
That's all right. I'll take what little I can give, Mr. Chairman.
In any event, I want to welcome our witnesses to provide testimony in H.R. 8294, the fiscal year 2023 minibus. We will first hear testimony from the following appropriation subcommittees: Energy and Water Development, Transportation, Housing and Urban Development, and Agriculture, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration. Chairwoman Capter, Ranking Member Simpson, Chairman Price, Ranking Member Diaz-Balart, Chairman Bishop, and Ranking Member Harris. We're delighted that you are here. I now recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Chairwoman Capter.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. I know that Ranking Member Simpson and I are very happy to be here. And first up, that might mean our bill's the most important. I don't know.
I think so.
But you don't get to leave early, but it doesn't matter.
The 2023 Energy and Water Bill takes a significant step forward to secure America's energy independence, to rebuild critical infrastructure, to foster scientific innovation, and sustain life on our corner of Mother Earth. The bill invests resources in and addresses challenges faced by each of the regions we have the honor of representing. By responsibly meeting America's energy and water needs, this bill empowers us to take on some of the biggest issues our nation faces, including lowering energy prices and tackling climate change. Putin's war against Ukraine crystallizes how essential having a comprehensive energy independent strategy is to our economy and security. It is clear that America needs to innovate further and not allow foreign adversaries to disrupt our way of life. America has been making great progress on the front of energy independence since the Department of Energy was established in 1977. But we are not at home plate. We are rounding second base, and we're running hard toward third base, and we're headed toward home plate. Our bill invests over $56 billion for America's energy and water priorities while supporting good-paying jobs across our country. Let me walk through the key investments in this division. $48.2 billion for the Department of Energy itself, $3.3 billion above enacted. Within the department, what are we proposing? That energy efficiency and renewable energy receive record levels of funding of $4 billion, $800 million above enacted. That includes a new Office of State and Community Energy Programs that receives $562 million to increase energy affordability by working with state, local, and community level partners. The Department of Energy simply must meet the street. ARPA-E receives $550 million, $100 million above enacted to literally invent our energy future. The Office of Science receives $8 billion, $525 million above enacted, which is so vital to America's energy innovation and basic research in the physical sciences. The new Defense Production Act Domestic Clean Energy Accelerator receives $100 million to expand domestic manufacturing and help America lead in solar and other clean energy industries where our companies are literally being hacked daily, thousands of times a month, by enemies. And we responsibly fund our nuclear deterrent while increasing funding for nonproliferation programs. Now, the Army Corps, which is a different account, receives $8.9 billion, $2.3 billion above the budget request to support our nation's water infrastructure in every district in our nation. Next, the Bureau of Reclamation receives $1.9 billion, $477 million above the budget request, including programs to respond to the severe western drought. And finally, our bill increases funding for regional commissions which promote economic development in economically challenged regions and distressed counties across our country. Our bill will strengthen the foundational components that underpin every aspect of our nation and represents strategic investment in America's future. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member Simpson.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cole, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to testify today regarding the fiscal year 2023 Energy and Water Appropriations Bill. And I'd like to thank all of you for the hard work that you do. I know you spend many, many hours up here getting these bills ready for the floor, and I appreciate the time and effort that you all put into this. I'd also like to thank my chairwoman, Ms. Capter, for once again leading a collegial process to address requests from members of both sides of the aisle. And I mean that quite sincerely. We have worked together for a number of years on energy and water, and Marcy and I have had a great relationship. We sometimes have different priorities, but you'd expect that. But we respect each other's priorities and try to make sure that we work together to address the problems that we face and to address the concerns of Congress as a whole. I'd also like to thank Chairwoman DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger, the full committee, for the support and leadership that they have shown for this important bill. This bill includes many priorities with strong bipartisan support. These include funding for the Army Corps of Engineers, especially for the navigation and flood control projects, and much of the Department of Energy's research and development programs. A particular priority of mine is the nuclear energy program, and the bill includes several important provisions in that program. Where I differ with my Democratic colleagues, however, is on the overall funding level and some of the programmatic increases relative to one another. The bill is based on an overall funding level that has passed the House without Republican support, without any Republican support. And like the President's budget request, the majority's energy and water bill overfunds certain non-defense programs and shortchanges our national security needs. For example, the bill before us is below the budget request for weapons activities and naval reactors, a budget request that was insufficient considering the current global threat situation. We must uphold our nation's strong nuclear deterrence posture, and to do that, we must adequately fund the activities necessary to maintain a safe, reliable, and effective stockpile. On the other hand, the bill increases energy efficiency and renewable energy activities by more than 25% over last year. And that's on top of the tens of billions of dollars provided in the infrastructure bill and the fiscal year 2022 act within the past year. I look forward to working together as this bill moves through the legislative process to develop a final energy and water bill that reflects a balanced set of priorities that can be supported by members on both sides of the aisle. I thank you for your time and attention. I respectfully ask for a rule that provides members with an opportunity to amend and improve the bill to the greatest extent possible. Thank Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Chairman Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking member, other members of the Rules Committee, we appreciate the chance to testify today as we prepare to take our bills to the floor. I want to say a word about the cooperative relationship that Ranking Member Diaz-Balart and I have had. That goes back to the time when our roles were reversed, and it certainly has continued through work on this year's bill. I think we all know that appropriations has a history in this body as one of the less partisan, less divisive functions that we take on, because it's an institutional function vis-a-vis the executive branch as opposed to a strictly partisan function. Probably we all understand and regret that appropriations has not been immune to the divisions and the polarization that have characterized our politics generally. But I do think this remains a collaborative and cooperative approach to assembling these bills. That doesn't mean we agree on all aspects of the bills, but it is a cooperative, collaborative process. And Mario Diaz-Balart has exemplified that, and I hope I have as well. And it's worth preserving. It's worth appreciating and preserving. And I, of course, hope that it will, in the end, the work that's gone into these bills jointly and cooperatively, in the end, will help us have an omnibus bill or whatever we have before this session adjourns, so that we can move forward with real appropriations bills for fiscal 23. I agree with what's been said about CRs and worse. We don't want that. This committee is trying very hard to prevent that, and the bill before you, I think, is a very, very good start. We have Division A, Madam Chairman. I don't know what that means. Probably means we're first, right? The THUD section of the bill represents our continued commitment to upgrading our aging transportation infrastructure, addressing our nation's affordable housing and homelessness crises, bolstering our resiliency in the face of climate change and natural disasters, and remedying inequities and disparities in our housing and transportation systems. And then finally, prioritizing safety, and that ranges from removing hazards from public housing to improving the certification of new aircraft. Overall, the bill includes $90.9 billion of discretionary funding. That's an increase of $9.85 billion over the enacted level, fiscal 22. It also provides $77.6 billion to fully fund programs that utilize the Highway Trust Fund as part of this year's historic and bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. For housing, we continue to ensure housing stability for nearly 5 million people by fully renewing all housing choice vouchers and meeting the renewal needs of public housing, homeless assistance grants, and several other initiatives. This is coupled with critical new investment. We're providing for 140,000 new tenant-based vouchers for low-income families and people experiencing or at risk of homelessness. We're providing over 5,600 new affordable housing units for seniors and for people with disabilities. And I would remind you that those programs were basically flatlined for years. We've brought them back as a serious source of housing support. And we're providing something like 6,700 new vouchers for veterans who are experiencing homelessness and youth aging out of foster care. To help address our nation's growing affordable housing crisis, spur community revitalization, and generate jobs and economic development, the bill provides an 8% increase in the home program, an 11% increase for NeighborWorks, and a historic 29% increase for Choice Neighborhoods, another program that not too long ago was on life support. It also provides for the first time a major investment in our nation's manufactured housing stock. For the first time. That, after all, is home to over 20 million people. And we're providing $500 million to preserve and revitalize this essential form of housing that has all too often been overlooked. On the transportation side, the bill upholds the commitment to respond to transportation needs across all modes, including highways, transit, rail, aviation, bike and pedestrian, and ports. It invests in the safety and reliability of our passenger and freight rail system, including a combined $1.2 billion for the CRISI and the Federal-State Partnership for Intercity Passenger Rail Grant Programs. And that, too, has been a signature initiative for years now of this subcommittee. The bill also provides robust funding for our transit infrastructure, including $3 billion for capital investment grants, an increase of $764 million from '22 to create new transit routes nationwide, and $646 million for transit infrastructure grants to help transit agencies innovate and improve public transit to help people get to work, school, and in critical services. The past few years have made clear the importance of continued targeted investments to address inequities. This bill represents our dedication to furthering justice and equality on all fronts. We know that certain communities face persistent barriers that prevent access to opportunity. It's often those same communities on the front lines of extreme weather events and other threats exacerbated by climate change. So the bill invests over $2.6 billion in resources across programs to address pressing resilience needs and to promote equity, working to ensure a brighter future for all. So in closing, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, this year's THUD bill makes forward-looking investments in our housing and transportation infrastructure, all the while bolstering safety and uplifting vulnerable populations. It will benefit communities across America, lay a strong foundation for economic growth and resiliency. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Ranking Member Diaz-Balart.
Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Ranking Member, thank you for allowing us.
Still ready.
Okay, now? There we go. Let me try that again, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman of the Government, thank you, and Ranking Member Cole for the opportunity to testify on H.R. 8294, particular Division A, the transportation and housing portion of the bill. We may have, and we do have some significant disagreements at this stage of the process in the committee, but that does not and will not stop us from working together. This makes the 8th year that Chairman Price and I have been working together. We've been working together in a very, very collaborative, transparent fashion. And I would like to thank my good friend for his work on this bill, for always being open and honorable and straightforward. But most importantly, Mr. Price, for your lifetime of service, of honorable service to this great nation. As you all know, the Chairman Price is retiring from Congress after this session. I personally will miss David, and I know that we will all miss him on the committee and in this institution. Again, a person who I've gotten to know well and have worked very closely over, again, almost a decade. And evidence of his life of service can be found in this bill. And his smart policy approach will live on in the previous bills and also on this bill for years to come. I especially want to thank Chairman Price for the manufactured housing initiative that he mentioned already, that will revitalize communities in our nation. Chairman Price listened to stakeholders and developed this really innovative program with his characteristic deep understanding of policy. I guess it would be fair to call you a policy wonk. I know that would not offend you, Mr. Chairman. Now, what a lot of you don't know is that in committee, every member unanimously voted to name this innovative program the Preservation and Reinvestment for Community Enhancement. We named it PRICE for Chairman Price, and so something that we all were very glad to be able to do. I also want to thank Chairman Price for including $300 million for port infrastructure grants. This is a program that's not only important to coastal areas and states like Florida, but frankly for the entire freight network. Chairman Price and I have, and frankly the entire subcommittee have always made safety a priority. for DOT programs, and this bill continues that tradition. The bill modernizes air traffic control systems to ensure that our airways continue to be the safest in the entire world, and it also makes key investments in road and rail safety. Now, we share a priority of supporting American innovation, from automated vehicles to unmanned aircraft to commercial space. And this bill makes really important progress in these important areas. Now, for HUD, the bill provides over $3 billion above last year, as you just heard. That's just to maintain the HUD current rental assistance program. So that's something that we have to do every year. It's something that makes the chairman's job somewhat difficult, but again, the chairman has always been able to do that. And I support, obviously, renewing this assistance, especially for the elderly, the disabled, and our heroes, our veterans. Now, let me tell you some of the problems that I have. This bill, frankly, is spending. Too much of the HUD spending on this bill will create, frankly, new liabilities for years to come. I just mentioned one that is one that you have to do. It almost becomes mandated spending. For example, this bill expands the Section 8 voucher program by $1.1 billion. And so that requires several billion for renewals in future years. Again, it in essence becomes de facto mandatory spending. So let me be clear. While there's some really good things in this bill, and I commend the chairman, I cannot support this bill at its current spending level. This bill was written under an unrealistic top line set by the majority with no consultation from the Republicans. As a result, the THUD bill has an overall increase of 12%. That's 12% above last year. And by the way, it's 17% increase for HUD. Inflation is at a 40-year high. And contrary to the talking points often used by the majority, we cannot address inflation by spending and spending and spending more money. Instead, we need an agreement to reduce excessive spending, to balance defense and non-defense discretionary, and also to obviously remove the controversial riders in the various bills. Now, once we have a bipartisan framework that meets these goals, I am absolutely confident that we will be able to come to a responsible agreement on not only the THUD portion, but on the entire package. And so finally, Mr. Chairman, I would urge a rule that supports an open and fair process for members of both sides of the aisle. Again, I would like to, thank my friend, who's been a partner for now 8 years in the development of a very, very, very important piece of legislation. I want to thank Mr. Price for his commitment to a collaborative approach. He said, I hope that I've done the same thing. He clearly has. Again, for his friendship, and as I mentioned before, for his service to this amazing country of ours. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Chairman Bishop.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Cole. I'm pleased to be here with my ranking member, Andy Harris. On behalf of the Subcommittee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration, and related agencies, I'm proud to present our division of the bill and to discuss important investments that we've made. Our FY 2023 allocation is $27.2 billion compared with the FY 22 enacted level of $25.12 billion, which is an 8% increase. Mr. Chairman, I'll start with an issue that I know you care deeply about, food security. Our bill fully funds the domestic nutrition programs, including SNAP, Child Nutrition, and WIC. The bill takes two significant steps to improve the food safety net. First, it provides additional protections for SNAP recipients by providing such sums appropriations for the fourth quarter of FY 23 to ensure that SNAP does not run out of money. Second, it allows USDA to maintain the current amounts of fruits and vegetables in the WIC package. Our bill also maintains strong investments for our international assistance programs, including $1.8 billion for the Food for Peace grants and $265 million for the McGovern Dole program. Both are record high levels. The bill continues to make significant investments in our rural communities by providing $4.2 billion in budget authority and more than $47 billion worth of loans for rural development programs. This includes rural water and wastewater infrastructure improvements and support for community facilities. The bill includes over $550 million for the expansion of broadband service, $450 million of which is for the Reconnect program as we continue to prioritize closing the digital divide. The bill again includes the 10-20-30 anti-poverty provision for rural development programs to ensure that communities most in need are not left behind. And the bill also creates 2 new lending programs for hard-to-reach communities. The bill provides $3.8 billion for agricultural research, which helps the United States to continue to produce the highest quality, the safest, the most abundant food and fiber anywhere in the world. This funding includes $500 million for the Agriculture and Food Research Initiative, which is an historic high. Compared to FY22 levels, the 1890 land grant programs are increased by $29 million, 13%. The 1994 and tribal programs in the research accounts are increased by $15 million, and the Hispanic Serving Institutions Education Grants Program is increased by $6 million. There's over $3.1 billion for farm and conservation programs. The investments in this bill support sustainable agricultural improvements to mitigate the consequences of climate change while maintaining high levels of production. The Food and Drug Administration is funded at $3.6 billion in discretionary funding. Within this total, there are several important investments, including increases to address the opioid crisis, Lou Gehrig's disease clinical trials, unannounced inspections of foreign drug manufacturing facilities, the safety of infant formula, and the Office of Minority Health. We are very pleased that we've been able to provide $191 million to fund 134 projects for the community project funding in members' districts. As always, I note that the jurisdiction of the agriculture bill is far-reaching, and it touches the lives of every single American. Every year, we strive to make key investments to strengthen our farming and rural communities and support our vulnerable populations, and this year is no different, and I'm proud of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and I want to thank our leadership of both the majority and the minority, and the Appropriations Committee, the full committee. I want to thank my ranking member, Dr. Harris, and all of our staff for their hard work. With that, I look forward to answering any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member Harris.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify before you today to discuss the FY23 Agriculture, Rural Development, FDA, and related agencies division of this bill. I want to thank the Agricultural Subcommittee Chairman, Mr. Bishop, for his leadership in crafting a bill that funds a number of programs with broad bipartisan support, such as rural development programs, critical ag research programs, and protections to ensure we have safe food, drugs, and medical devices. While I would have likely made some different decisions in writing the bill, I do appreciate that Chairman Bishop and his staff made a genuine effort to accommodate requests from members on both sides of the aisle. As I mentioned, there are many things to like about this bill, but the total discretionary spending level of $27.2 billion, or an 8% increase over the previous year's funding, does not acknowledge the economic reality that our nation faces. The American people know our country is on the wrong track. When they go to the grocery store, when they go to fill up their cars, when they go to pay their rent. Inflation jumped last month again to a 40-year high of 9.1%, and we in Congress cannot keep ignoring this situation. More runaway government spending results in trillion-dollar deficits, borrowing and printing dollars to pay for it, ultimately ending in higher prices for the American people and adding to the inflation problem created by this Congress and this administration. This bill provides unsustainable funding increases across the board, most notably for the Food and Drug Administration, which would receive an overwhelmingly and unnecessary 10% increase. Now, based on how the FDA has handled the infant formula crisis, it's clear that strong leadership is needed at FDA, not a significant increase in funding. The bill also continues the increased benefits for WIC, which were intended to be a temporary one-time increase included in the American Rescue Plan as a COVID response. This bill is taking that temporary increase and including it in the regular ongoing program, as if to make these increased benefits permanent without regard to the inflationary pressures that are squeezing all Americans. I'm also extremely concerned about providing the administration with unlimited spending authority for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program at the end of this fiscal year. This program already has a reserve totaling $9 billion, which could address any unexpected participation increases should they occur. So providing USDA with this such sums blank check is irresponsible. In times like these, as stewards of taxpayer dollars, we in Congress must make tough decisions in the greater interest of the American people. While I support a number of programs in the bill, I cannot support the bill at this unsustainable spending level. As this process moves forward, I'm committed to working with Chairman Bishop, Chair DeLauro, Ranking Member Granger, and the rest of our colleagues to resolve these differences. Again, I want to thank you, Chairman McGovern, and the rest of the Rules Committee for considering amendments to this bill from members on both sides of the aisle. Thank you for your time today and the opportunity to testify before you today. I yield back.
Well, thank you all for your testimony here today, and there's obviously some differences that may be worked out as the process moves forward, but I appreciate the collegiality and the tone of everybody who has testified here today, and I don't really want to spoil it. So I will let it stand as it is and turn it over to the ranking member and we'll let him.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank my colleagues for their testimony. And you know, what you see here is a pretty good example of how the appropriations process works. We're not in agreement yet, but the doors were all left open to continue the discussion to get to an agreement. And I know that every one of these members would hope to be able to do this, and generally they have done this in the past, and so this is part of that process. I think the divisions are laid out. I will offer a couple observations. I have one question. You know, I think we all know what it's going to take to get this bill or all these bills across the line, and it's no different than the last year. The defense number is going to have to go up. We can't have it at 4%. It's going to have to go up to where our own democratically controlled House Armed Services Committee said it needed to go up to. We're going to have to bring the discretionary number down because it does fuel inflation, as all my colleagues suggested. With all due respect to my friends, I know they feel strongly about it, but the Hyde Amendment is going to have to come back in to the legislation, or we'll end up with a CR, something that the committee was wise enough to recognize last year, and I hope we'll once again do. And finally, there are some policy provisions in here that are not agreed to, and they're going to have to come out. Again, we're not asking anybody to do anything they didn't do last year, or actually earlier this year. And hopefully we can do it faster, because I think the next Congress does not need to start off finishing off this Congress's work. It really needs to get done by the end of this year. One quick question, Mr. Simpson, for you. You know, one of the areas that we have a great deal of contention with is energy. This is not to take issue with an emphasis on renewable energy. I'm from a state that gets 42% of its electricity from wind power. That's number 2 in the country. And that's a traditional oil and gas state like Oklahoma. But we've seen the wisdom of that, and we're anxious to do that. But the administration has been unremittingly hostile toward fossil fuel. And everything from cancellation of the Keystone Pipeline to pretty strict prohibitions on additional exploration production on federal lands and offshore. In your opinion, have those policies served the American people well, and do they bear some responsibility for the high energy costs that we're seeing now?
Thank you for the question, Congressman Cole. And thanks for pointing out, I think there was a country and western song, something about does the wind still blow in Oklahoma or something like that. It's amazing. Most people don't realize how much wind energy that you create in Oklahoma, 42% of your energy. It's amazing. No, I don't believe that trying to reduce or eliminate domestic energy production is the way to bring energy prices down to an affordable level. We need to expand supply, not shrink it. Now, I support renewable energy efficiency just like you do, just like everybody in this committee does, and I think they have a role to play in our future energy needs, an important role. But we all need to acknowledge that conventional energy, particularly domestic sources, are and will remain critical to ensuring secure, affordable, and reliable energy for the American people. So I don't think this bill addresses that, and that concerns me.
Okay, thank you. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Perlmutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't let the last comments go unanswered. Under this administration, there is not an unremitting effort against fossil fuels, that in fact, as much or more production exists today as it did under Donald Trump. We actually see more barrels being produced, and price of oil has dropped $50 a barrel in the last 3 weeks. It's dropped to over 40 cents a gallon in the last 2 weeks. And so in Colorado, we know that production is up. New Mexico, production is up. I don't know about Oklahoma, but I do know as to those two particular states. So having said that, I have an agriculture question. And it really is a financial services agriculture kind of issue. It's not in these appropriations, but in Colorado, we have a major complex called the Federal Center, which houses many, many federal agencies of all kinds. And one of the buildings, Building 56, these are all World War II vintage. They were buildings, warehouses built for the war effort and then became federal office buildings. And there is a big effort to repair and rebuild Building 56 by the GSA for the benefit of the Department of Agriculture to consolidate 800 jobs and provide offices for that. It's not been placed into this appropriations at some $47 million. I mentioned it briefly the other day at one of our caucuses, and I just hope that I'll get my senators to support something like that so we can go rebuild these buildings for the benefit of the Department of Agriculture through the GSA. And when we do that, I'm just hoping you, Mr. Bishop, and you, Mr. Harris, will look kindly upon that if in fact that happens. So with that, I'll yield back, Mr. Chair. Oh, Ms. Captain.
Yes, I thank you for bringing up a counterpoint as part of your presentation, Congressman Perlmutter. I just wanted to put some facts on the record because I listened to Mr. Cole and we weigh all those issues in our subcommittee closely. The 20th century was largely a century of oil and then ultimately natural gas, if we look back. And that's okay. Over the last 40 years, America has made remarkable progress to become energy independent, as I said in my opening remarks. But I want to put a couple figures on the record. U.S. oil production is currently about 12 million barrels per day, which is double what it was a decade ago. U.S. petroleum imports peaked, thank God, in 2005, and the United States was a petroleum net exporter in 2020 and 2021. Now, that's enormous progress for our country. Number two, U.S. natural gas production, which is really, in my part of the country, it's created a much more competitive marketplace, is about 116 billion cubic feet per day for the country, roughly 60% higher than it was a decade ago. So the energy industry is fast at work. Last year, natural gas exports from our country reached a record high, and the United States exported natural gas to 41 countries. But the 21st century just can't be about that. We have to be about new energy systems, and that's why our bill provides $16 billion of transformative investments across the energy horizon, including advanced nuclear, including hydrogen, including thermal heat recapture, flywheel innovation. I could give you a long list. And America can't just live based on what we know from the last century. We have to move forward, and our bill takes us in that direction. We don't deny the importance of oil and natural gas. Some places in our country are utterly dependent on them, so it'd be silly for us to do that. But we know America can't sustain itself on that as we move forward. By 2050, some of those reserves will be drawn down. So I come from a state where the Marcellus and Utica Shale, it's the largest natural gas discovery on the continent. We're bringing up oil with that, but there will be a day when that's no longer there. And we want to prepare our future generations for that world, and we are about that task. And I just want to say, I don't want to put any words in my ranking member's mouth, but I won't do that. But we try to be fair to all energy sectors. And Congressman Simpson is a very strong voice in our subcommittee for that, and he should be. But I just want to say to educate ourselves about where America needs to head, and I thank you for allowing me to summarize some of that for the official record.
Can I respond?
My time.
With all due respect,
It's my time.
I would request.
Let me think about it. Yes, you may respond.
Thank you very much. I just remind everybody, it was the president of this administration that, running for office, declared war on the energy industry. He has consistently discouraged fossil fuels, consistently berated them. Then when the price went up, partly because supply went down, and we're not at where we were pre-COVID levels today, he blamed it on them. And this kind of consistent criticism and berating of an industry that has, as you rightly point out, doubled its production. And let's give credit where credit's due. The federal government didn't have anything to do with that, and certainly this administration didn't have anything to do with that. They did that on their own. Anybody thank them for doing that, or keeping gasoline prices lower in the United States than any place else in the world, except for a few petro states? And that's still true today? No. And so the attitude of this administration has been consistently hostile, and it's made series of decisions, everything from pipelines to access to federal lands.
Why don't I take my time back?
I will yield back.
All right, thank you. I yield back to the chair.
Mr. Reschendahl.
Thanks, I would yield to my ranking member. It feels like,
My friend was more than generous.
just making sure.
I would have given him more time.
Mr. Chairman, Mia Culpa, I was 3 minutes late, but I was 3 minutes late to this hearing because I went back to my office for some of this delicious seltzer water that I'm told comes from your district.
One of the reasons why I like Mr. Reschendahl is because he drinks seltzer water that is produced in Worcester, Massachusetts. Fuller seltzer, the best seltzer in the world.
We don't have any here.
It's nice to see so many of my colleagues from the Appropriations Committee, especially my subcommittee chair and ranking member. So thanks for all your hard work on this. Dr. Simpson, I do have one question. I'm concerned about the nuclear stockpile. Do you think that we are where we need to be to meet threats that are facing us?
Thank you for the question. And before I say anything about that, we almost act like in this country it's either renewables and nuclear and renewable energies or it's fossil fuels. The reality, these two are not in competition. We need both of them. Right now, we're attacking one and trying to advance the other beyond what the economy can handle, quite frankly. If you put all the 85,000 charging stations online tomorrow, our grid would crash. And I can give you examples of where that's happening. We have to recognize the realities of the market and how you move an economy. And just appropriating a ton of money to do these things is not going to address it. But back to the stockpile. I don't believe the bill sufficiently, and one of my main concerns with this bill, addresses our national security needs. The weapons activities and naval reactors programs both are below the budget request, and as I said in my opening statement, many of us believe the budget request was actually insufficient. We now know that the uranium processing facility project needs additional funding. The subcommittee has heard from some stakeholders that some of the science efforts could use additional funding, and most notably, as supported in the NDAA that passed the House just last week in the NDAA that we just voted on. We need to continue funding for the Sea Launch Cruise missile that was left out of this bill and the budget request entirely. Withholding this funding now does not save us anything. We know that projects will just get more expensive the longer we draw the process out. But also, the global threats don't go away if we take longer to modernize our nuclear deterrent. Numerous news articles have highlighted China's push to expand its nuclear capabilities. The U.S. underfunding its nuclear modernization programs isn't going to make them back off. So I think that is one of the major areas that we need to address when we get into conference on this bill or on the floor.
Thanks, Dr. Simpson. And I wasn't going to talk about energy because we've already talked about it quite a bit. But since you started off talking about it, I figure I might as well ask. We had a lot of amendments we put forward that would have actually reduced the cost of oil and gas. Would you like to just talk about some of those that the minority had offered that did not get in the bill that would have made a difference?
Sure. We had two primary amendments focused on addressing high energy prices by expanding oil and gas supplies. One amendment would have ensured that before the administration turns to drawing down the Strategic Petroleum Reserve again, there needs to be a plan to increase federal lands available for leasing for oil and gas development. Remember, this administration took most federal lands off of drilling for oil the day they took office, and they took the offshore oil off they took ANWR off the table and everything else. So, I mean, they have, if you're an investor out there and you want to invest in an oil company, you're going to invest in something and it takes billions to invest in these wells. You're going to invest in something when the administration has such an attitude of we're going to get rid of fossil fuels in this country. Another amendment would have streamlined the review process for liquid natural gas export and import projects. So not only helping domestically, but helping us help our European allies find alternatives to relying on Russian natural gas. Both these amendments received bipartisan support, but unfortunately not enough votes to pass. So those are the two main areas that we addressed in our markup.
Thank you, Ranking Member Simpson. With that, I yield back.
Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you. We appreciate the work of the committee this year to continue the work of making strong investments in our families, in transportation, veterans, and our local economies. Each of the budget bills we're looking at increase top-line funding levels to bring our federal budget more in line with the needs of our communities, and we certainly appreciate that. We also appreciate the efforts to allow members to undertake more of their Article I responsibility and try to direct funding through appropriate channels to our communities and fund necessary projects there. So I support that act. I did have one question. Who's got transportation? That's what I thought. With Amtrak, we had a bad accident in the Philadelphia area a few years back where there was the mechanism that provides for slowing the trains. Is that fully funded at that point, or do we need to drill down a little bit there?
Let me give you a precise answer.
Thank you.
The answer is it is funded, and we have addressed the aftermath of that incident for years. It has informed extensive rail safety efforts. With respect to the bill before us, it's broadly speaking $3.8 billion for FRA programs, and that's $501 million above enacted, and it includes three particular safety features. Safe Amtrak, that's to support operating and capital activities in the Northeast Corridor especially, and long-distance routes having to do with safety. Public safety, to address trespassing on railroad property, a whole series of problems associated with that and the violation of rights-of-way. And then there are research programs that focus on safety to the tune of $4.7 million. So yes, the tragedy you're talking about is still a kind of benchmark for understanding what kind of investments we need to make in safety.
I appreciate that. I mean, it's such a vital part of our economy in the Northeast Corridor, and in addition to being such a useful entity in its own right, helps reduce congestion on our highways as well. So thank you, appreciate that. I yield back.
Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I just want to focus on a couple of things. Chairman Bishop, I know that your subcommittee does not have jurisdiction over the EPA's budget, but we see the EPA increasingly creating barriers to resilient food supplies. And the Interior Appropriations Bill has report language about chlorpyrifos that's both wrong and on the facts and the science. And so it's a vital tool for my soybean growers, my sugar beet growers, and I believe for your peach and cotton producers in your area too. And our growers collectively are working hard to keep this chemistry in Congress weighing in on to support the unscientific claims in this appropriations bill is very troubling. And so I was just going to ask your support for, attempting to get that language out of the interior portion of that bill.
Thank you very much for that question. We're all very concerned about what, if any, consequences of the PFAS situation is, but we can't ignore it. And of course, our growers are very concerned because they don't want to have products eliminated that help them to produce their produce and their products efficiently without having a replacement. And of course, we are concerned that we want there to be an opportunity to develop that replacement. However, we can't stop until that. We've got to move forward, and we've got to determine how we can protect the public and, of course, the health, safety, and welfare of the consuming public is our responsibility, and we've got to move on it, and that's why we're moving forward with this.
And Ranking Member Harris, do you have any thoughts on that portion of the interior bill?
As you know, soybeans are very important in my district as well. Chlorpyrifos, look, it's controversial. It's unclear where the science is, and look, I personally disagree with the committee taking a position of declaring a scientific outcome when the scientific outcome is unknown. This is throwing the baby out with the bathwater. We clearly have the most productive farmers in the world. Part of the reason is that they use chemicals carefully, they use them wisely, they use them when they're needed, and they increase crop yields. At a time when the world needs food, the last thing we need is to throw unscientific controversy on, controversial gasoline on that fire, and I'm afraid that's what language like that does.
Thank you very much, and I agree absolutely, and I would actually like to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record 6 letters from senators and representatives regarding the EPA's complete mismanagement of their regulation of critical crop protection tools.
Without objection.
I guess you've got them. And Ranking Member Harris, I noticed that the Agriculture Division includes what appears to be some substantial policy changes. It appears the bill authorizes unlimited spending in the 4th quarter of the year for the SNAP program. Did you raise concerns with that language during the committee process? And if so, what was the majority's response?
I did raise concerns, and what you're speaking on is what I mentioned in my opening remarks, the such sums language, which actually I believe the authorizing committee probably should look at in the next farm bill, because we have a mechanism that already exists, adding up to $3 billion a year to that reserve fund, which sits almost at $9 billion. With the economy, with the administration claiming the economy is great, best economy ever, why would we think that we would need more money in the 4th quarter? And what it is, it's an end run around Congress. It's an end run. Anytime such sums language appears, it's an end run around discretionary spending. Congress meets all year round. When we had an emergency during COVID, we dealt with it with the SNAP program. We meet all year round. Such sums language, again, is the ability of the executive branch to make an end run around our Article 1 appropriation authority, which we should retain.
Thank you very much. And I think that I would suspect that leadership, the Ag House leadership, might agree too that this should probably be handled in the next Ag bill. This is something that could be handled in the Farm bill very soon.
I agree with the gentlelady. There are numerous places in this bill where issues that are more appropriately dealt with, such as I mentioned, making what appear to be permanent changes to temporary programs in the American Rescue Plan, it should be dealt with in the next Farm Bill by the authorizing committee.
Thank you very much, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Morelli. Mr. DeSagne. Ms. Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I too want to thank the chairs and the ranking member for their members for their hard work and getting this done in July. And I especially want to thank Congressman Price, the Dean of the North Carolina delegation, for all of his service and for his work to increase housing stock. You know, we're facing inflation. Everybody talks about inflation. We've been talking about gas prices. But when you make a decision about where you're going to live, you're making a decision with longer-term consequences, either buying a home or signing a lease. And we know with the law of supply and demand, if we don't have enough supply, those rents are going to be going up, particularly on low-income and fixed-income people. And he has made it his life's work to increase that housing supply, particularly for people of low income and moderate means. And this bill is a reflection of that. It is timed perfectly for our economy. It will be a tremendous help in the growing areas that he and I represent in the Research Triangle, where rents and housing prices are going through the roof and many long-term residents are priced out. And I just want to commend him on that work and also the other members here. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goose. Mr. Raskin, did you have anything that you want to add? Anybody else?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No questions.
I don't think I heard you. What? No questions? Okay, good. Okay. Anyone else have any questions? Hearing none, you guys are free to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we didn't get any of that seltzer.
Call you doctor?
Yeah.
We didn't get any of that seltzer.
Nobody ever calls me doctor. Back when I first came, they said, "Do you want doctor on your plate or Mister?" I put Mister. The doctor was a lifetime ago. Oh well. Some people like it, others don't.
Okay, so we will welcome welcome our next panel. Chairwoman Wasserman Schultz, Ranking Member Valadeo, Chairwoman Pingree, Ranking Member Joyce, Chairman Quigley, Ranking Member Womack. We are delighted that you are all here. Let everybody settle in, and we'll go to Chairwoman Wasserman Schultz. Get everybody.
Anywhere?
Anywhere you want.
Gave me a book that does not. Hey.
Oh.
Anywhere you want.
Next to you? Right next to me. So I can keep an eye on
All right. I now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Chairwoman Wasserman Schultz, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity to talk about the Military Construction, Veterans Affairs, and Related Agencies Division of H.R. 8294. I'm really proud of the bill that we put together to continuing our unending commitment to serve those who serve us. With $150.5 billion in discretionary funding, $23 billion above the FY22 enacted funding level, and $2.9 billion above FY23 budget request, we're meeting the full range of needs of our service members and their families and our veterans. This includes $15.1 billion for military construction, $118.8 billion for VA medical care, and $16.6 billion for non-defense discretionary programs. Notably consistent with the Biden budget request this year, VA medical care is considered separate from other discretionary funding items to help ensure the cost of treating those who served our country doesn't come at the expense of other needs. We need to be investing in health care for our veterans, but not sacrificing other programs throughout the government that veterans and others rely on to do so. This change will enable us to ensure that veterans' full needs can be funded in an equitable and responsible way. I also want to say how proud I am that our bill fulfills the vast majority of the requests we received from members on both sides of the aisle. It reflects bipartisan priorities, and I'd hope would receive bipartisan support on the House floor. I'd like to take this opportunity to mention some of the highlights of the bill. As part of the military construction title, the bill fully funds active and reserve construction, including the majority of members' community project funding requests. There's also $2.1 billion for family housing construction in this bill, including $30 million for additional oversight of the privatized housing providers. This funding will not only expand inspections that check for unacceptable living conditions, but will also increase oversight of the private housing providers that have ignored the needs of service members and their families, and in some cases have been guilty of fraudulent activities repeatedly. We're firmly committed to addressing the unacceptable conditions and neglect that have persisted in military family housing for far too long. To protect our environment and address climate change, it supports needed military projects, as well as invests in energy resilience on our military bases, provides $200 million for PFAS cleanup at contaminated installations, and provides $135 million as a set-aside to fund climate change and resiliency projects. The bill also includes $274 million to construct 8 new child development centers, which includes funding for planning and design of future centers, so we can maintain our pace of constructing new centers every year and provide this much-needed support to military families. There are 15,000 children on the waiting list for child care in the military. At the Department of Veterans Affairs, the bill provides the funding needed for our veterans to receive the medical treatment and benefits that they've earned. It fully funds the budget request for medical care, including an additional $66 million above the request for members' priorities and high-priority programs that support the range of targeted medical services that benefit veterans. We invest a historic amount of $911 million, $10 million over the budget request, for gender-specific care and programmatic efforts for women, the fastest-growing cohort of veterans and one that requires healthcare services designed specifically for their needs. We provide $13.9 billion in mental health care services, including $498 million for suicide prevention outreach to help combat the crisis of veteran suicide. The bill also provides VA the tools it needs to continue fighting veteran homelessness, with $2.7 billion for homelessness programs. We also make groundbreaking investments in substance use disorder programs and opioid abuse treatment and prevention, as well as in whole health programs that incorporate complementary and integrative medicine into care and address the veteran as a whole, not just one physical ailment at a time. The bill also boosts VA investment in medical and prosthetic research, an area of bipartisan member interest, bringing the total to $926 million. This funding will allow VA to focus on areas with tremendous impact on veterans, including toxic exposures, mental health, and precision oncology. Other notable aspects of the bill include robust oversight of the electronic health record modernization effort to ensure this program's successful implementation, continued investment in VA's construction programs, and increased funding to help bring down the claims backlog that delays access to disability compensation for too many veterans. And finally, the bill includes funding for the 4 related agencies that support our service members and veterans, including funding to complete construction of Arlington National Cemetery's much-needed Southern Expansion Program, and invests in the programs that improve our military readiness and honor the veterans who have given so much through their service to our nation. I look forward to seeing a rule that will enable this important measure to come to the floor.
Thank you very much. Ranking Member Valadao.
Good afternoon, Chairman McGovern, Mr. Cole, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the fiscal year 23 Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriations Bills. As you can see, I'm filling in for Mr. Carter, who is unable to be here due to a family emergency. This is an important bill that supports our troops and their families and the nation's veterans, and I wish we could support it. Some of the highlights in the bill include $510 million for 16 new barracks projects and $275 million for child development centers. The bill also supports military construction initiatives such as the Shipyard Infrastructure Optimization Plan and design for Indo-PACOM projects, PFAS cleanup at closed military bases, and oversight of privatized housing partners. The bill fully funds veterans' health care and includes $499 million in suicide prevention outreach. It continues the investment in electronic health records and provides $926 million for the VA medical and prosthetic research. For all the good things in the bill, our primary concern is the majority's approach to the fiscal year 23 appropriations bills. We need a framework that appropriately allocates funding between defense and non-defense programs based on our national priorities. We also need to ensure a responsible top-line spending level so that our bills do not make inflation any worse. Finally, we need to ensure that those who have harmed Americans and the United States remain at Guantanamo Bay. There is no reason to allow these detainees on U.S. soil. In closing, let me thank my subcommittee chairwoman, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, and her staff for their work in writing this year's bill and report. I hope we can come together sooner rather than later to achieve our common goal of supporting our troops and their families and our nation's veterans. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Chairwoman Pingree.
Thank you very much, Chair McGovern. I apologize for not being there in person, but COVID finally found, I guess it finds all of us eventually. Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, and members of the Rules Committee, I really appreciate the opportunity to appear before you to discuss the FY 2023 Interior, Environment, and Related Agencies Bill. I want to thank the chair of the full committee, Ms. DeLauro, for her outstanding leadership that she has provided to this committee. And I want to thank my co-chair, Mr. Joyce, for the opportunity to work with him. He's a wonderful companion in this journey. The fiscal year 2023 Interior, Environment, and Related Agency Bill provides a total of $44.8 billion. This is an increase of $6.8 billion over last year's enacted level, which is an 18% increase. Last year, we made unprecedented investments to fight the climate crisis, return science as the foundation for decision-making, dedicate the highest level of federal funding to the arts and humanities ever, and continue our commitment to tribal nations. The bill continues to build on those successes. Through the investments made in this bill, our country will be better positioned to confront the climate crisis. Investments in this bill, such as the 15% increase for the land management agencies, will be meaningful for climate adaptation and resiliency efforts on our public lands. The bill also invests in renewable energy, both on and offshore, to provide opportunities for growth in this sector, creating good-paying American jobs. And we make historic investments for science and environmental protection, providing the funding necessary to build a strong EPA. In addition to these critical investments to protect our natural resources, the bill also includes strong funding for cultural resources by fostering the arts and humanities. The bill provides $414 million for both the National Endowment for the Arts and the National Endowment for the Humanities. These funds benefit all our districts and are a positive tool for economic development, education, and community building. And finally, this bill supports Native American families by investing in strong and resilient Indian country, including through education and healthcare programs. This is a strong bill. Through its investments, the Interior Bill takes a whole-of-government approach to securing a safe and habitable world for future generations. I urge my colleagues to support, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ranking Member Joyce.
Thank you, Chair McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, and the distinguished members of this committee for the opportunity to appear for you today and discuss the 2023 Interior and Environment Appropriations Bill. I'd like to thank the Interior Subcommittee Chair, Congresswoman Shelley Pingree, for her hard work to produce a bill that will help conserve and protect our nation's most critical natural, cultural, and environmental resources. Chair Pingree has been a great colleague, and I commend her for her thoughtful and judicious way she has continued to lead this subcommittee. While I would have made some different decisions in crafting the bill, I appreciate that Chair Pingree and her staff made a genuine effort to accommodate requests from members on both sides of the aisle and address many of our national priorities. The Interior Bill provides strong support for our national parks and public lands, helps fight catastrophic wildfires, and addresses the country's aging water infrastructure and contaminated lands. The bill also fully funds the payment in lieu of taxes, or the PIL program, and for the Great Lakes states. I know that's a shocker to you, Mr. Cole. It includes strong initiatives to protect the lakes for future generations. Additionally, the bill makes significant investments to advance longstanding bipartisan efforts to increase the federal commitment to honor our treaties and trust responsibilities to American Indians and Alaska Natives. Unfortunately, despite the bipartisan components and shared priorities within this bill, I cannot support the measure due to the concerns I have about the unsustainable government-wide spending levels and the addition of controversial policy provisions. Most notably, the bill fails to recognize the situation the country is in now and reverse the administration's actions to undermine conventional energy production. Instead, it eliminates long-standing bipartisan provisions and adds new controversial policy riders that would weaken U.S. energy and mineral security by limiting development of these and other natural resources. These provisions would prevent and disincentivize domestic production, only making the U.S. more dependent on our adversaries. I'm hopeful that as we move forward, we will be able to work through these policy disagreements to support an all-the-above domestic energy strategy that puts America back on the path to energy independence. We must also address the spending in this bill before we can reach a final agreement. With a top-line increase of nearly $7 billion and double-digit increases across many of the agencies, the spending is simply irresponsible in the absence of a broader fiscal responsible budget. With record-high inflation under this administration, now is the time to limit spending. Like American households, the federal government must make tough choices to live within its means and work to rein in federal spending to protect families from inflationary pressures and future generations from crippling debt. Despite my concerns about these policy riders and unchecked spending levels, I'm committed to working with Chair Pingree, Chairwoman DeLauro, Ranking Member Granger, and the rest of our colleagues to resolve the differences as we move through the fiscal 2023 process. Finally, I want to thank Chair McGovern and the rest of the Rules Committee for considering amendments to this bill from members on both sides of the aisle. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify with you today. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Chairman Quigley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Given the grueling schedule that you all face, my staff asked me to open up with a few jokes to lighten the mood. But Mr. Perlmutter will tell you that.
Short.
Yeah. Ed has advised me that's probably a bad idea, so we'll skip those. Yeah. Look, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member, and members, I appreciate the time to talk to you today about this. And I would be remiss not to mention that as we move forward with the FSGG bill, Mr. Womack, the Ranking Member, was a great partner, thoughtful and considerate in our efforts toward this end. And I look forward to working with all of you as we move forward. This bill includes $29.8 billion in funding, which is an increase of $4.43 billion over last year. The bill is silent on the civilian pay increase. That allows the proposed 4.6% increase to take effect. For Treasury, we're at $15.6 billion, $1.3 billion above last year. Within that level, $336 million for CDFIs, an increase of $41 million. The IRS gets $13.6 billion, an increase of $1 billion over 2022. For ONDCP, $462 million for $462 million, including $300 million for the high-intensity drug trafficking area program and $110 million for the drug-free communities program. For judiciary, $8.6 billion. Within this, $128 million is targeted for judicial security, cybersecurity, and information technology modernization. For the Supreme Court, $143 million, $30 million above last year, including this increase, is funding to provide enhanced security services. For CPSC, $166.3 million, $27.3 million above last year, including $2.5 million for pool safety grants, $400 million for election security grants, an increase of $325 million above last year. For GSA, $1.1 billion over last year, including $380 million for DHS consolidation at St. Elizabeth's and $500 million for a new FBI headquarters. Also included $100 million for both the Electric Vehicle Fund and the Technology Modernization Fund. For SBA $1.1 billion, $77 million above last year, including $326 million, $36 million above last year for the Entrepreneurial Development Programs. We do have solid increases for the Federal Trade Commission, Securities and Exchange Commission, OPM, Archives, and the Federal Trade Commission. On the riders, we do remove high restrictions for FEHB and the District of Columbia, as well as 3 dark money riders. We include language including making Dreamers eligible for federal employment. We eliminate the prohibition on DC using use of funds to legalize cannabis, as well as new language protecting FCC licenses for broadcasters advertising cannabis where it's legal. Finally, I'm proud this bill was able to include 98% of members' community project funding requests, including from Democrats and Republicans. This funding will go directly to important projects in member districts connected with the SBA, GSA, and the National Archives. Thank you again for allowing me to testify before the committee today. We welcome your questions.
Thank you very much. Ranking Member Womack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Cole, members of the committee. It's an honor to be in front of you today. I'd like to begin by thanking Chairman Quigley for his friendship and approach to the subcommittee's work, and I say that sincerely. Mike's a good friend, somebody that I work very closely with, and I do appreciate the hard work from both he and his staff, which has allowed us to move this process forward. I'm grateful to the chairman, included many priorities for Republican members, and addressed several bipartisan priorities such as helping small business, supporting sanctions programs, and providing additional security funding for the Supreme Court. Unfortunately, as currently drafted, and I know this is of no surprise to members of this committee, the bill's uncontrolled baseline spending is not justified, and it ignores a fiscal trajectory that is just simply unsustainable. It also includes several controversial policy changes that I cannot support. Last year, during our committee markups, I expressed concern that the administration's excessive spending was ushering in historically high debt and inflation. We were told it was transitory. Unfortunately, these concerns have materialized. They've persisted. The bill further contributes to our growing debt and inflationary problems that are hindering the recovery and will burden future generations of Americans. It proposes a 17% increase in discretionary spending over fiscal '22. Numerous agencies funded in the bill received double-digit percentage increases, 30% at the FTC, 20% at the White House, 20% for the Consumer Product Safety Commission. Now, while I believe the IRS could use some additional resources in targeted areas, the bill provides them with $1 billion additional money, an 8% increase. It wasn't long ago that the IRS was targeting groups based on their political beliefs and wasting taxpayer dollars on lavish conferences, inappropriate videos, and employee bonuses. While much of the federal workforce has been teleworking for more than 2 years, this bill provides a $1.6 billion increase to GSA, most of which is for federal buildings and vehicles. I was hoping that the lessons learned during the pandemic could lead to savings in office space and travel expense, not more spending. There are also several controversial policy changes included in the bill, such as allowing D.C. tax dollars to fund abortions and removing the prohibition on federal employee health benefits funding for abortions. While I have many concerns with the bill at this stage in the process, I am hopeful. In fact, I'm confident that at some point in the near future, we'll be able to reach a bipartisan and bicameral agreement on spending and eliminate controversial policy changes. I ask that the Rules Committee adopt a rule that provides an opportunity for every member of the House to have input into this bill. And I, subject to your questions, yield back the balance of my time.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank all of you. I want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record the statement of administration policy and support of the appropriations bills that are being brought before this committee without objection. And as I said to the previous panel, I really appreciate not only your testimony, but the tone and the collegiality that is exhibited here. And as I think everybody has pointed out, we're in the beginning of a process, and there's a little ways to go. And some of these differences, I'm sure, will be worked out. But again, I appreciate everybody being here. Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I agree very much with your comments about tone. I'm always proud of my colleagues when they come before us. I'm even prouder when we get to a deal, and I know we all want to get to a deal. And I don't have any doubt about any of these members. They work in good faith. They work well with one another, and frankly, they're willing to vote for a compromised product at the end. They've shown it time and time again. And I think that's where we'll get. I do want to make a quick comment about Interior. I want to thank Chair Pingree and my friend Mr. Joyce as well. Thank you for your consideration on the McGirt issue in Oklahoma. You've been very thoughtful and careful working with us. That continues to be a priority, and you reflected that in your allocation. And, you know, I just very, very much appreciate the staff and the leadership on the committee working with us, what is a unique problem in my state. So thank you for that. A couple of quick questions. Mr. Womack, you indicated you had some concerns about the removal of some longstanding bipartisan Hyde legislation in your bill. You've been around the block here. What do you think the consequences are if that stays out of the bill? We do not come back and restore that language.
Great question. Pretty simple answer. It begs this question: do we want a bill? Do we want agreement? Those provisions will have to go back in. The funding provisions, prohibitions on FEHB and DC abortion language, they'll either be in the bill because we agree to on this discussion, or they'll be in the bill because we end up with a CR. And I don't think there's anybody in this room that thinks that a CR is beneficial to this country. It harms virtually every aspect of our government's work. So, you know, as I've said repeatedly, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, that language will have to go back in. Poison pills have to come out. We all should understand that those defense numbers will have to go higher and that the non-defense will have to come lower. And that's exactly what happened last year. So I would just say, look at last year as an example of what's before us right now. And the sooner we can get to that outcome, I think the sooner we can get agreement and get bills signed into law, hopefully by the end of this Congress.
That's almost verbatim what I said in my opening comments at the previous panel. So thank you very much. I agree 100% with your assessment. And I think we can get there. Again, because we're not asking anybody to do things they haven't voted for in the past in this case. Mr. Valadeo, let me ask you a question because you touched on this, and it's another flashpoint. And like many of the Hyde protections, it was actually placed in by a Democratic Congress when President Obama was president, and that is the prohibition of bringing Guantanamo inmates to the United States. That was a Democratic Congress that did that under a Democratic president. And my friends may have changed their mind, but that was an agreement at the time. I don't think our side's changed. So what do you think some of the consequences might be if we waive that procedure and actually did bring some of those inmates, known terrorists all, onto American soil?
Well, I think it's actually a risk to our national security. But one point that I think needs to be brought up is I come from the state of California, where releasing criminals early out onto the streets is something that has not ended well for us, and crime is through the roof. But people at this caliber, people at this level, to let them out will encourage more of the types of activities that they were a part of. I think it's a danger to our national security. I think it's a danger to our country's security, and we have to make sure that this never happens. And it's obviously one of those provisions that are very important to our side, and we plan on holding the line on this one.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yield back.
Mr. Chairman, do you mind if I?
Oh, no, not at all.
Thank you. Mr. Cole, you and I are dear friends and have worked together for a long time, and I think we have mutual respect. I just think it's important to point out, as you already know, there is no funding for the Guantanamo Bay infrastructure in the military construction VA appropriations bill. There's no money for construction of prisons. This bill has absolutely nothing to do with Guantanamo Bay. Both President Trump and President Biden have excluded in their proposed budgets this prohibition, this language in our bill. And it is excluded because it has nothing whatsoever to do with our bill. A decision to move prisoners is something that would happen inside of the DoD appropriations bill or the NDAA. And so we exclude it because bipartisan presidents have not included it, and it has nothing to do with our legislation. So it's important to just make sure that we have bills that are clean, that focus on the issues that are associated with our jurisdiction, And this is both outside the jurisdiction of appropriations as well as the jurisdiction of this bill.
Yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Perlmutter.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have questions or comments, I think, for each of the subcommittees, and I'll start with financial services. A couple things. Mr. Quigley and I have had a chance to talk about this, and I mentioned it to the last panel. Colorado, we have what's called the Federal Center. Federal Center used to be a Remington Arms plant in the World War II. Many of those warehouses were then changed to federal offices. One of those is Building 56. Building 56 has been there since World War II. It houses, in part, the Department of Agriculture, and the goal is to rehabilitate that entire building, take out the asbestos, all of the hazardous, toxic stuff. Mr. Quigley and I have talked about it. I got involved sort of late in the process, seeking a budget item, appropriations item for it. It's some $47 million, but it would bring Department of Agriculture employees from all over the city of Denver and consolidate them in that particular building. I'm going to seek the help of my senators because I'm sort of late in this process, and hopefully I can get them to get some appropriation in their bill, and that your subcommittee would look favorably upon it. It consolidates 800 Department of Agriculture jobs. And so one is just sort of to notify you, and two, see if you got any kind of response to that.
Sure. We're aware of the issue and agree that there's a need to make renovations to that facility. On the House side, community project funding request, that project alone would dwarf all the others that came out of financial services, general government. But on the Senate, they have a different place for the decimal point at times on such things. So if you're able to accomplish your goals over there, all's the better. But in the meantime, I know your staff has been in contact with committee staff, and we want to work together to get this done.
Thank you.
Yeah, my response, Congressman Perlmutter, would be simply happy to take a look at it. The consolidation of federal workers in a given location, in many cases makes sense. Sounds like this one could make sense. I would like to see kind of a cost-benefit analysis of the movement of personnel from other locations, what we're paying in rent, other maybe the disposal of other federally owned properties, and how that would reduce the overall cost of it. But to be happy to take a look at it. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll get you that information if it moves forward, as I hope it will. Second is a little more controversial. I've been now in the Congress 16 years. We've not had a pay raise, not even a COLA, since 2009. If you were to compare our compensation to the United States District Court judges, who were, back in 2009, on par with us, they're making about $50,000 a year more than we are. And this really came to hit me hard when I went to personnel to, start the process of leaving this place. And they said, oh, and Mr. Womack, you reminded me of this. Said, oh, you're going to be able to move from the exchange, the Affordable Care Act, back to the federal employee health plan. I said, that's great, super, because it takes us a while to vest in all of that stuff. And it's Blue Cross Blue Shield, which is what I had in my law firm many years ago, and I'm going to have Blue Cross and Blue Shield when I leave this place. I said, great. I said, oh, by the way, you're going to save $500 a month for you and your wife by going back onto the federal employee health plan, which brings me back to my main point, that we cannot continue to mistreat ourselves. We make a nice salary, but having two places that you have to maintain to pick up extra expenses for medical care, the cost of living has gone up over the last 13 or 12 years, and not have that reflected in our compensation. It's almost masochistic. And, I just want to, as somebody who can say this sort of stuff, because there's not going to be any political repercussions to me, we have to treat ourselves better, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, not try to game each other on this particular subject, because after 13 years to not get a cost of living increase is ridiculous. So it's more of a statement to you all, to your committee, from somebody who is pretty angry about it. You know, but we've done it to ourselves. I just got to be angry with myself. So I'll move on to the next subject, unless you want to.
Will the gentleman yield for a
certainly
moment?
will.
Look, I share the gentleman's concern, and I think we all have to understand that from time to time, we have to take on very sensitive subjects, and member pay is becoming an extremely sensitive subject for these reasons. Maybe not for all the reasons that you've articulated, that we're just making less money. It's a long-term impact of what's going on in this institution. So again, we have to ask ourselves the question, do we want this institution to be populated by people who really don't care about member pay at all because they're independently wealthy? And it's not a big issue. I think if we're going to continue to represent the cross-section of America that our framers had in mind, then we're going to have to come to grips that we can't just continue to allow member pay to diminish the group of people who are qualified and capable of doing great work in this institution, chasing them out if they're here now, or making it such that they can't afford to come here, because you are right. The cost of just existing in the DC metro area is prohibitive for most people on congressional salaries. And it forces, I'm told the number may be 100 people that literally sleep on a couch in their office. And I just think that that's, it's going to have to be dealt with. You know, they say in Washington there are Republicans and there are Democrats and there are appropriators. And I do think that somebody is going to have to address this. I would hope that both sides would come to grips with the fact that this is a serious issue and it's going to get more serious going forward. And the sooner we can deal with it, I think the better off we are. But I do share the gentleman's
Thank you,
concerns.
and I concur with you. I would yield to the chair and then to Mr. Quigley.
I should just say to everybody, you know, I'm doing in-person town meetings again, and people think we've already given ourselves a pay raise, so you get blamed for it even when you haven't done it. Every time the Massachusetts legislature gives itself a pay raise, I get a bunch of mail saying, "Why'd you give yourself a pay raise?" That's not me. It's your state legislators. But the bottom line is, I agree with what the gentleman and Mr. Womack has said, and because this place ultimately will turn into a millionaires and billionaires club, and I don't think that that's good for the country. And it's not a cost of living adjustment I don't think is an outrageous thing to expect. And again, it's tough to be able to exist here without one. But anyway, I yield back to the gentleman.
Thank you. Mr. Quigley.
If I can stand to be corrected on this, I don't think there's a General Assembly in the country that doesn't have a per diem of some sort, or something to deal with housing and food when they go to Albany to Springfield. It just, so as you said, Mr. Chairman, everybody thinks we get it anyway. And the fact is, it's just sort of the right thing to do. And I appreciate, I don't begrudge anyone who's done very well in life, but for the fact is, we want people to be able to come here and not worry about being able to stay when they have kids through college and so forth, making decisions. And it also, this sort of ceiling pressures how much staff can be paid. Staff who are incredibly able to go elsewhere and make a heck of a lot more money because they're capped with few exceptions that they supposedly make less than we do. So for those reasons, at some point we come to understand that we have to do something here and address it fairly.
Just to sort of finish this and to add to what you said, Mr. Quigley, and to the chair. I mean, people think we get a per diem. People think we get a housing allowance. People think that we get a full pension, our full salary, more or less the day after we're elected. And people think we get free health care. And none of that's true.
Don't forget to add, you don't pay into Social Security.
And people think we don't have to pay into Social Security. Thank you, Mr. Womack. And I'm not sure that it gets any of us one more vote, if that's what we're worried about. People who think we're paid too much will still think we're paid too much. So just my high horse for the moment. Now I'd like to switch to you, Ms. Pingree, if I could. And Mr. Vallet, I guess Mr. Joyce. So the second question I have, just first a comment. Mr. Quigley led a Codell of ours to visit Yosemite National Park about 2 weeks ago. 3 or 4 day visit to that park. Unbelievable park. And the vistas, every time you turn 2 degrees, it's another jaw-dropping waterfall or granite face or gigantic sequoia. I just wanted to say something on behalf of the national parks, because we know how hard they work. We know that there is a backlog of repairs to virtually every park that needs to be maintained. I did want to say really an unbelievably horrible coincidence. We had been to what's called the Mariposa Grove, where the sequoias, there's a big grove there, and they have some 3,000-year-old trees. And one of the issues is kind of removing debris, removing underbrush, to avoid major catastrophic fires that would consume these groves. And to the park's credit, despite some controversy, they've been really working at that. The day after we visited, and Mr. Quigley can confirm this, the day after we visited, a fire sprung up, whether it's human-caused or natural, unknown at this point, but thank goodness the work that the National Park did in removing some of that debris at a cost of all of us as taxpayers looks like it saved those sequoias, despite the potential for them being burned to the ground, as 20% of the sequoias were burned last year. All right. Question, Ms. Pingree, thank you for your support of the parks and all of interior issues. There is a request by the USGS for sort of some continued construction funds. And as you may remember, the USGS has a lab being built at the Colorado School of Mines. And the amount is some $74 million, I believe, that can be used by the USGS to finish the construction of that. Am I mistaken, or are you familiar with, do you remember what the heck I'm talking about?
Thank you, Mr. Pilmer, for your question. And I don't think anyone could forget the Bureau of Mines building. And, congratulations to you for the hard work that you have been doing on that and the important role that it plays. And of course, our committee is very, very supportive of USGS and understands the role that they play, especially when it comes to extreme weather events. So for all of these items, and also thank you for bringing up the national parks. Mr. Quigley led a trip last year to Acadia National Park in Maine. And the focus of that trip, and I'm sure the one to Yosemite, was about climate change and its impact on the parks. And our national parks are treasures, and they're often bellwethers for what's going on. And certainly the tragedy that's been happening in Yosemite, or that happened through the flooding, reminded people just how severe this can be. And I know that Acadia National Park and others have been doing some really impressive work, both to educate the public on how climate change is impacting the parks that they're enacting at that moment, but also to help us understand the maintenance backlog and other issues. So on the National Park Service, the bill is $378 million over the enacted level last year for National Park Service. We also have now got the Great American Outdoors Act that is there, and a lot of this is focused on this issue that we all know is critical and that's the maintenance backlog. And we need to build more resilience into our parks because, as I said, they're already under assault by extreme weather events, and they're such critical natural resources. The USGS, unless my COVID brain fog has got this wrong, that is fully funded at the request, $74 million over several years. So I think we are set there. But I do just want to thank you on behalf of all of us for your dedication to the state of Colorado, and certainly your diligence on the Bureau of Mines building, I know, has really helped us to rebuild that important resource. And if you could just get marijuana banking passed, you could practically retire. But until then, I oppose your retirement.
So that is a great segue to my last questions. Yes, I said I had something for each subcommittee. This one is for Ms. Wasserman Schultz, my friend Ms. Wasserman Schultz, on behalf of my friend Mr. Joyce. There is an amendment that has been presented to our committee by Mr. Joyce. He and I have worked together on a lot of cannabis matters. We're co-sponsors of the Safe Banking. We're working with the Senate on trying to come up with a package that they will actually move on. And that package, so we passed Safe Banking most recently in the NDAA last week. There's a standalone bill that is the Safe Banking Act that would be the nucleus for a broader bill, which would include, hopefully, if the Senate can do it, something regarding the SBA, something regarding research, something regarding providing money to district attorneys to help them get the records straight so that they could expunge records where there was a minor infraction or the like. And there would be a veterans kind of PTSD component to allow, not order, but to allow veterans, VA doctors, and medical staff to prescribe some things with cannabis, THC in it, but particularly marijuana for PTSD. There is an amendment here, and I know Mr. Joyce has been working on it both in the Appropriations Committee as well as he submitted it to us, that would do very much the same thing. But I understand, and I'll let you expand on this, I understand that the committee's concerned that that is legislating in this appropriations bill. So I would look to your responses.
Thank you, and I appreciate the gentleman giving me an opportunity to talk about the concerns about this amendment being offered on the Milcon VA bill. And Mr. Joyce and I have had, and you and I have had many a conversation over many years about this. What you've described, Mr. Perlmutter, in what you would envision potentially being in an authorizing bill that would authorize each of those things as it relates to the use of marijuana, medically in particular, that's all fair game. If legislation like that goes through the authorizing process and passes the Senate, comes over here, passes the House, then by all means, we would have a pathway to address it in the appropriations bill. But to try to do it in the patchwork way that shoehorning various more narrow policies into a bill like the Milcon VA bill, particularly because VA docs and healthcare providers are subject to both state and federal law, if we passed an amendment like the one that Mr. Joyce and others have introduced, you are compromising the licensure and the potential criminal justice consequences that the VA would be concerned their doctors would face. The language as it's proposed doesn't prevent DEA from outside of the VA issuing an enforcement action against a doctor who violated the federal law. VA already has a policy that allows their doctors to work with the veteran in states where cannabis programs are law, give them advice and guidance, and generally do the kinds of things that a healthcare provider would do. But this is really more appropriate and in an authorizing bill where we invest in research that finally proves the efficacy that many members argue there is. The other components that you've fought for so long, some of which I've supported. But I would really urge you not to make an order an amendment that very assuredly would compromise the healthcare providers at the VA, who are subject to both state and federal laws, and enforcement action would not be entirely avoidable through the language in this amendment.
So clearly, you and the committee has heard this amendment and has not passed it as part of the...
At times we have, this year it was not offered.
Okay, so Mr. Joyce.
And with all due respect to the chairwoman, she asked me not to put it in.
I did.
And, I know, but this is an amendment which would simply bar federal funds from enforcing parts of VHA Directive 1315. It's fairly straightforward, it's common sense, and germane to the appropriations process. To be clear, this amendment does not enact or authorize new policy. It doesn't even call on the agency to develop a new rule or directive. The amendment simply prohibits funds from being used to enforce Section 3B, Section 4G2, and Section 4G3 of VHA Directive 1315. These specific sections currently bar VHA providers from completing forms or registering veterans for participation in a state-approved marijuana program or the VA from covering the cost of the valid prescriptions. There's ample evidence that when administered correctly, cannabis is an effective treatment for ailments ranging from PTSD and chronic pain to multiple sclerosis and epilepsy disorders. I seriously encourage all members of this committee to ask themselves if they are willing to be what stands between veterans and these innovative therapies. With 18 veterans dying each day by suicide, countless more succumbing to chronic pain and fallout from prescription opioids, I know I'm not. Some of you have inquired why this amendment wasn't handled at the committee level, and the simple answer is that I tried. Unfortunately for veterans, there are members within this committee who are willing to vote for partisan full legalization bills, but they won't even consider a simple and bipartisan amendment that does nothing more than create parity between public and private care for veterans in medically legal states. Numerous divisions of appropriation bills point to the federal government's failed prohibition on cannabis and not only acknowledge the federal tax dollars are better spent elsewhere, as opposed to violating the rights of over 40 states, tribes, and localities who have enacted to varying degrees of cannabis legality, but prohibiting their use. For example, Section 531 of the CGS bill prohibits funds from preventing all 50 states and territories from developing their own medical marijuana programs. However, acknowledgement of the failed federal prohibition of cannabis within the Milcon VA bill remains glaringly absent, despite the best efforts from myself and other members of the majority, such as Representative Lee, who have fought tirelessly for veterans' access. Veterans deserve to know what their federal representatives stand when it comes to granting them not only innovative therapies, but the same standard of care they would receive outside the VA. I strongly encourage all members of the committee to rule this amendment in order. American veterans can rest assured that if you don't, I'll pound the pavement on this issue next to my dear friend, Representative Perlmutter and others, until it's resolved. Stand up for American veterans and allow this amendment to be considered on the House floor.
I would say to my friend, you and I are on pretty much all fours on this, but I would say that the committee and the chair do have a fair objection that this is legislating on an appropriations bill, and that you and I just have our work cut out, and we just need to get this thing passed so that there's no issue about it, which we've been doing pretty much 24/7. So just, I'm not sure that there's a partisan thing. The MORE Act is authorizing language. It's not an appropriations bill. So thank you both for being here. Thank you to the committee, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Reschnadel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Womack, right? Ranking Member Womack, excuse me. During the committee markup, I had an amendment regarding the FTC, which, if memory serves me correctly, is getting a triple-digit increase, despite the fact that two commissioners said they don't need any more funding. Would you like to just talk about that, if that large of an increase is warranted? And also, before I yield, the Consumer Product Safety Commission is getting, I think, a double-digit increase, if that too is warranted.
Yeah, FTC is proposed to get a 30% increase. And there are commissioners that believe it's excessive. I believe it's excessive. And even if it was warranted, under the circumstances that we find ourselves today in a resource-constrained environment, you have to ask yourself the question, is this really where this committee needs to go with this committee? I think personally they need to slow down, they need to reevaluate, and that increase needs to be trimmed. Personally, I believe it ought to be trimmed completely, which I believe is what your amendment would have done. But at the end of the day, I think we need to have a serious discussion about the robust increase for FTC. CPSC was 20%, I think, yeah. Again, I think you can basically use the same logic on CPSC. So I'm very concerned about them. I think they will be among the agencies that will have to be adjusted as we get to a bill that both sides can come to agreement on.
Thanks, Ranking Member Womack. Ranking Member Joyce, I remember that Representative Newhouse had a Waters of the United States amendment, basically saying that the EPA couldn't regulate any further until SACIP EPA was determined regarding the scope of regulatory oversight. That was obviously blocked, hence my question. But do you want to expand upon why that's necessary and the purpose of that amendment?
Thanks for the question, Representative Reschenthaler, on behalf of myself and Mr. Newhouse. This was he offered up his common sense amendment during the full Interior Committee markup. For years, we've heard concerns from farmers, ranchers, and small businesses about the broad definitions of waters of the United States under the Clean Water Act. In October, the Supreme Court will hear arguments in SACIP versus Environmental Protective Agency, a case that will clarify what waterways are considered waters of the United States. Any decision by the Supreme Court on this case will have profound impacts on the federal agency's rulemaking process. At a time when inflation is at an all-time high, we should not be wasting critical staff time and taxpayer resources on a process that will need to be completely redone to incorporate whatever the Supreme Court decision is when it's reached. I think we can all agree that we should limit the efficient use of federal taxpayer dollars and limit the regulatory uncertainty stakeholders have been facing.
Thanks, Ranking Member Joyce. And last question, I have one on critical minerals. I'm the co-chair of the Critical Mineral Caucus. It's important to me. I'm very concerned that roughly 80% of our critical minerals are coming from China. And our friends across the aisle keep talking about wind and solar and electric vehicles, all of which require rare earth elements. And the sad part of it is that we're getting this not only from China, but places in Africa that are using child labor, atrocious environmental standards, in a lot of ways, just an environmental and human tragedy in and of itself. Can you talk about how this bill lacks any kind of concern with trying to mine critical minerals here in the United States? What's lacking?
That's another great question, and thank you for your critical caucus and being the chair thereof. Because while there is bipartisan recognition that the current situation with the supply chain of critical minerals threatens our national and economic security and our nation's efforts to transition to a cleaner energy future, we are dangerously dependent on China and other foreign nations with questionable environmental and human rights standards. We must tap into our own domestic supplies. Unfortunately, this bill shorts the president's request by almost $7 million for critical mineral research, fails to take action to encourage the extraction and production of domestic critical minerals, and does not speed up the permitting the process for those projects. As we move through the fiscal year 23 process, I hope to work with Chair Pingree and address these concerns, because reducing our dependence on foreign countries for critical minerals is vital to the United States' long-term interests.
Would the gentleman yield?
Of course.
Just to make the gentleman and Mr. Joyce feel better, in the NDAA that I think you both voted for last week, there is an amendment by Mr. Courtney to encourage Australia to help us with all of those critical minerals that has been discussed. So I just want you both to feel much better.
Feel much better. We're doing it at home, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Perlmutter, you definitely made me feel better about that. So on that such a high note, Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
She feels good. Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I want to commend the chair on her hard work on this, and I want to specifically thank you for the investments that you're making in the Internal Revenue Service. My constituents have been very upset about the insufficiency of taxpayer services, and I note that there's going to be an increase, a substantial increase in funding for taxpayer services. You know, paying taxes can't always be pleasant for any of us, but it definitely can be a lot simpler And in addition to paying your money, you shouldn't have to be paying in time and all of the psychic and emotional costs of just trying to get somebody to answer your questions or help you file your returns. So I'm glad that there's been a meaningful investment being made in a full range of IRS customer service operations. And similarly, I note a substantial increase of hundreds of millions of dollars for enforcement, which I think is absolutely essential. You know, people don't love paying taxes, but people hate paying taxes when we get the sense that there are people who are cheating and there are large corporations that aren't paying anything, and that there are people who are gaming the system. And so I read an interesting book by a Washington Post reporter called A Fine Mess by T.R. Reid, who talks about the fact that in a lot of other countries, the tax collectors and enforcers are like national heroes. They have TV series about them going after tax cheats and people who are, you know, stowing money away illegally in foreign countries and buying yachts with their ill-gotten gains and not paying taxes and so on. And I just don't understand those who would try to hamper and undermine our own Internal Revenue Service, which is trying to get the money in for us to spend on our public priorities. So I think it's essential to do that. And I just wanted to thank the chair for making these investments in an effective and meaningful IRS. And I also see that there's strong funding for the Election Assistance Commission for security grants. That's absolutely essential. That's the electoral infrastructure of our democracy, as well as strong funding for the Consumer Product Safety Commission and the National Archives and Records Administration. So I think you've done a good job. And I would like to ask the chair if she's got anything she wants to add about the investment in the IRS.
I appreciate Mr. Raskin's comments. I think that the additional assistance to the IRS comes on the heels of over a decade of neglect where there have been declining resources available. At the same time, we've asked the agency to do additional work, particularly in COVID and the tax changes that have been put in play. And at the same time, that also requires additional assistance for taxpayers who are going to need help navigating that system, the systems they do, and they deserve that help on an ongoing basis. In terms of additional enforcement, I was happy to see this because, you know, we had seen studies that show that there was more enforcement and investigatory action for people who are of lesser means, just the opposite of what seems intuitive here. So if you're concerned about the tax gap, you want additional enforcement. For those here who want a healthy, robust military budget, you want a proper and effective enforcement of our tax laws. If you care about social justice programs or helping just everyday families make ends meet and work toward justice in that end, you want the same thing. So regardless, once we set the tax laws in place, the enforcement has to be fair and appropriate, but it also has to be rigorous. Otherwise, the tax gap and the deficit and debts will grow. It's fundamental to what we do as a democracy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I hope that we can continue to make improvements to make the tax system fairer, more simple, and more efficient. And with that, I'll yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ranking Member Joyce, I raised the issue of crop production tools on the previous panel, but the report language that is of the greatest concern is in your subcommittee's division. Do you have any concerns about the inclusion of these types of provisions that limit producer access to critical crop protection tools, and talking about some of the chlorpyrifos and some of those that are in the interior portion of the bill? And were you consulted in regard to inclusion of any of these provisions?
Thank you for raising this issue on critical crop protection tool. I have some concerns with the language included in the report related to chlor-P4S.
It took me like 2 months to learn how to say it. What's your thoughts?
I mess it up every time, but as the country faces fractured supply chains, skyrocketing input costs, and historic levels of inflation, we should be finding ways to help our farmers, not undermining their work by removing a cost-effective, widely used tool.
You know, growers in my district are just upset with the EPA's management of their responsibilities over FIFRA, limiting their ability to protect their crop and further driving input costs even higher. And now we're rewarding the EPA with a $2 billion increase in funding. And to be clear, the provisions won't be helpful from the climate perspective either. If producers don't have access to a chemical, they're going to have to spray more to make up for it. So the net effect of this ban, it has the exact opposite of what I believe the intentions of the language are, just to have that on the record. And Ranking Member, I'm aware of that the Interior title does not include longstanding policy writers that have historically been approved on a bipartisan basis. Can you explain maybe some of those omissions that have been left out this year?
And thank you. On your last point as well, is when these things go to committee and we finally get to a conference, perhaps we can work on some of those things that you brought up in your first question. But thanks for that question. Yes, the Interior bill under consideration today omits 5 bipartisan longstanding provisions that were enacted in FY22. First was the sage grouse provision to prevent listing under the Endangered Species Act that has been enacted since FY 2015. Secondly, 2 EPA agriculture provisions to exempt farmers and livestock producers from burdensome greenhouse gas permits and reporting requirements. They've been enacted since FY 2010. A provision to prohibit EPA from regulating traditional lead ammunition and fishing tackle under the Toxic Substance Control Act, which has been enacted every year since FY 2015. And a provision to prevent the EPA from regulating small remote incinerators in Alaska, which has been enacted since FY 2018. The bill also weakens the forest biomass provision, which has been enacted in 2017, by no longer declaring biomass to be a carbon-neutral energy source. Restoring these omitted bipartisan provisions will be critical as we finish our work this year.
And Ranking Member, do you want to maybe talk a little bit about, if you would like to, about how those omissions are really going to affect landowners and farmers from their perspective? How is it going to affect them?
Well, as you know, the common sense provisions for some of the agriculture riders were first put in 2010, and House and Senate were all under Democratic control at the time. And they've been enacted every year since, including the 22 omnibus Congress passed on a bipartisan basis. And again, because of the fractured supply chain, skyrocketing input costs, historical levels of inflation, we must provide regulatory certainty to these farmers who are already a dwindling mass, if you will, on their own. It's hard for getting young people to take over the family farm anymore. I was just reading an article this morning on the way in about this problem that we're having. But the omission of these provisions does absolutely nothing to help our current situation. And restoring these provisions will protect farmers and ranchers from these unnecessary burdensome regulations in the future.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you. Ms. Wasserman-Schultz, could you tell us a little bit about what's being provided in this bill for veterans? I mean, obviously, we've got a lot of mental health issues. We've got a lot of issues with female veterans. I've got tens of thousands of veterans in my district.
Sure.
So we hear a lot from our veterans and would like to know.
Just to run through a few key things, particularly surrounding whole health. We are really focused on trying to make sure that the breadth of healthcare, alternative healthcare in particular, is accessed by our veterans. They need medical treatment that isn't just straightforward. So we provide, for example, $13.9 billion in mental health care services, including almost $500,000 for suicide prevention outreach. That's a critical thing. We also make groundbreaking investments in substance use disorder programs, opioid abuse treatment and prevention, and whole health programs that incorporate complementary and integrative medicine into care and address the veteran as a whole and not just treat one physical ailment at a time. We also invest by building by focusing on medical and prosthetic treatment. That's really a broad area of bipartisan member interest. We spend $926 million on that, and that'll allow the VA to focus on areas with tremendous impact on veterans. For example, we add toxic exposures, mental health, precision oncology. It's a very broad-based bill that really makes sure that we look at the veteran as across all of the range of issues that are important to make sure to improve their quality of life.
Sounds great. One of the issues we do run into as we're assisting veterans is records not being digitized and trying to get access to records. Is this bill able to address that, or is that something we have to keep working on? Okay. Okay. Yes. Some of which were lost in fires over the years, that we are able to provide more easy access to veterans' records. I know a lot of us deal with.
Oh, thank you, I'm sorry. A lot of us deal with constituent cases and trying to get veterans' records fished out for them. And they need those records because they go before the Board of Veterans' Appeals. They need those records to be able to prove their service, prove their exposure, if they were exposed to toxic substances. So we are very focused on that.
Great, thank you. That's going to be a huge help. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Morelli. Okay, Mr. Desagne, Ms. Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank both the chairs and the ranking members for their really hard work. I want to also highlight some of the amazing community projects that have been included in your budgets that are going to make a difference in people's lives and in communities around the country. For Chair Wasserman Schultz, back to the veterans, could you just elaborate a little bit more on what's being done for veteran housing? You mentioned that in the beginning, that's been a huge issue in North Carolina, particularly at Fort Bragg, and wanted to talk about that a little bit. Military housing, I'm sorry. I misspoke.
Over the last number of years, there have been several different scandals because in the privatized family housing program, you've had several of the large housing corporations that have essentially defrauded the federal government, have not only not kept up the quality of the housing, but have been non-responsive or atrociously responsive to veterans, to members of the military who are living in that housing. You have vermin and mold and really a lot of impact that has sickened our service members. The responsiveness has been absent, and so over the last several years, we have added funding to try to add a layer of accountability inside the military, because essentially the military began taking their hands off, and thank you very much, began taking their hands off and really left it to the privatized housing companies to really police themselves. So we have $30 million in new funding for privatized housing oversight for that purpose. We added $150 million in the FY22 bill for that same purpose, and now they've been able to distribute a layer of oversight on the military bases so that there is more responsiveness in the immediate concerns that are brought to the attention of the military. But honestly, they have a ways to go. Since we have provided closer oversight, there's been the discovery of one company committing more fraud when they had previously been caught in fraudulent activity. So there are a lot of problems with this program, and we're aggressively providing oversight and making sure that we go in and focus on helping to change the way the military responds to the concerns that are going on in housing all across the services.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goose. Okay, does anybody
Thank you
else
very much.
on the panel have a question? Does Mr. Perlmutter want another magic minute, or? No, I like that. Mr. Cole said you're denied. Seeing there's no other questions, I want to thank you very much. This panel is free to go.
Sorry.
All right, we will.
I'm really sorry.
No, we do an amendment. We'll go to the.
No, I'm just saying that we'll hear from her at the end.
We will hear from any amendment witness on HR 8294 at the end of the hearing portion of today's meeting. Okay, I'd now like to welcome our witnesses to provide testimony on HR 8373, the Right to Contraception Act. Representative Schreier and Ranking Member McMorris Rogers, we're delighted that you are, here. We just see where. I think Ms. Schreier, I think Ms. McMorris Rogers is on her way, but why don't we begin with you?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I am thrilled to be here. Thank you, Ranking Member. I'm here to discuss HR 8373, the Right to Contraception Act, introduced by Representative Kathy Manning. This is simple legislation that should win bipartisan support. The legislation establishes a statutory right to obtain contraceptives or engage in contraception, and a corresponding right for healthcare providers to provide contraceptives, contraception, and information regarding contraception. In the wake of the devastating decision in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization, which held that the Constitution does not confer the right to abortion under the 14th Amendment, access to contraception is now more important than ever. Unfortunately, however, with that same stroke of a pen, when overruling Roe, the court has also now called into question the constitutionality of contraception and other rights that stem from the right to privacy guaranteed under the 14th Amendment and the fundamental freedom to make some of the most personal decisions about our bodies, our families, our lives, and our futures. The court has made clear their willingness to strip away fundamental rights of the American people, and while the court contended that the opinion was only intended to implicate abortion, that is disingenuous at best. Instead, the justices have provided a clear roadmap for future courts to reconsider and overrule in the future all rights grounded in the 14th Amendment. In fact, Justice Thomas contended as much in his concurrence, noting that the court, and I quote, should reconsider all of this court's substantive due process precedents, including Griswold, which first recognized the constitutional right to use contraceptives. For this reason, it is imperative that Congress act to shore up and protect the vital fundamental rights that have long been relied upon, including access to contraception. Nearly all voters support women having access to birth control. Nearly 8 in 10 consider contraception as basic health care for women. It is clear people understand the right to access and utilize contraception is critical and central to the right to participate equally in society, and it is basic preventative health care. So that is why the House is acting this week to pass the Right to Contraception Act introduced by Representative Manning. The bill is straightforward, simple. It establishes a federal statutory right to contraception and to utilize contraceptives, and for healthcare providers to provide contraceptives, and information regarding contraception without limitations or restrictions from states that may seek to impede access to contraception. This should not be controversial. I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle recognize that access to contraception means access to preventative health care, and everyone should be able to choose the contraceptive that meets their needs without interference from politicians or hostile state legislatures who seek to control these personal decisions. As we watch the fallout from the dangerous implications of the court's decision in Dobbs, the House will continue to act to protect women, their health care decisions, and our personal freedoms, including the right to contraception. I urge my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, to support this vital legislation, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you
Yield
very
back.
much. Now we will turn to Ranking Member McMorris Rogers. We're delighted that you're here.
Afternoon, members of the Rules Committee, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, all of the members. I want to be very clear. Every woman's potential journey to motherhood is different. I support their access to contraception. If the Democrats had come to me and said, you know, let's work together on a bill, I would have been happy to roll up my sleeves and work with them. Going back to more than 5 years, Republicans on both sides of the Capitol have introduced the Allowing Greater Access to Safe and Effective Contraception Act, which would help make birth control available over the counter. Unfortunately, today, rather than work with us, Democrats again are spreading fear, misinformation, in an attempt to pass a poorly drafted bill, which opens the door further to an extreme abortion on demand agenda. We have many concerns with H.R. 8373 and its vague and intentionally broad language. Just like the bills last week, this legislation has had no committee action, no proper legislative process. We first saw the text on Friday, just 3 days ago. Almost feels like 3 years. Anyway. First, this bill is a Trojan horse for more abortions. It should be called the Payout for Planned Parenthood Act. It defines the term contraception so broadly it includes drugs used for chemical abortions and would permit the use of certain contraceptives to be used off-label for abortions. It would send more taxpayer dollars to Planned Parenthood, freeing up more funds for them to provide abortions and end the lives of the most helpless among us. Second, this bill endangers the safety and the health of women. It removes state oversight of Planned Parenthood and other abortion providers who prescribe non-FDA approved drugs and prescribe certain contraceptive drugs for off-label use for abortions without any restrictions. Third, H.R. 8373 will continue President Biden's war on religious liberty and conscience protections. It would force health providers to violate their sincerely held beliefs to perform sterilizations, including on minors. It would also force organizations like Little Sisters of the Poor to violate their religion and prescribe contraception. For all the fear-mongering that's being spread right now, other Supreme Court precedents are also being threatened. Where's the respect for the Little Sisters and their victory for the constitutionally guaranteed religious freedom? And finally, this bill undermines laws that protect minors, people who have mental illness, and incarcerated women from irreversible sterilization procedures. This means that under this extreme agenda, Planned Parenthood can use taxpayer dollars to sterilize a 13-year-old without her parents' knowledge. A Medicaid beneficiary who has a mental disability can be sterilized without informed consent. The unfortunate reality today is that this bill goes too far, and it defies the basic safeguards meant to protect women and children. Women deserve the truth, not more fear and misinformation that forces an extreme agenda on the American people. These are the facts. Republicans have led to make birth control available over the counter. And in 2019, the federal government, under a Republican president, spent $1.8 billion on family planning. Contraception is fundamentally different than abortion, a distinction recognized by the pro-life community, doctors, medical professionals, the science, and in Justice Alito's Dobbs opinion. Abortion intentionally ends a human life. Contraception is to prevent conception. There's a clear distinction. For Democrats to conflate these issues is more fear-mongering and scare tactics that are a disservice to women everywhere. Last week, Democrats made their intentions known with the Abortion on Demand Until Birth Act and the Ensuring Access to Abortion Act. Their agenda, this agenda that's being driven right now in the House, is not about codifying Roe v. Wade. It goes so far beyond that. It's an agenda to nationalize abortion for 9 months of pregnancy. It's for unrestricted abortions based upon sex, race, and disability, including Down syndrome. It's the denial of science that allows women and their babies to be treated as patients in the womb. There's no part of this agenda that celebrates human rights or the dignity and value of every person. But what does Speaker Pelosi call it? She says it's not up for negotiation. This is not how I define a free and just society for my daughters and my son. I ask again, how do we want to define the human rights issue of our generation? And I'm going to keep returning to this committee and to the floor of the House to ask that very question. Why? Because it's there that I find hope. Hope that we can help the most marginalized in society, especially the weakest and most vulnerable who do not have a voice. Hope that we can come together to support every woman's path to a better life and every woman's different journey to motherhood. Every person's life is worth living, is worthy of our protection. This is what can't be negotiated. The self-evident truth that every person, born and unborn, has value, meaning, and purpose. Rather than rushing another poorly drafted and extreme bill through the people's house, let's build upon what is the strongest foundation possible, a foundation that is uniquely American, and it's for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And let me just say, Ms. McMorris-Rodgers, I mean, I have a disagreement with you on this issue in general, but when you use the words like extreme, I can't help but think of what we learned in the last couple of weeks of this young 10-year-old girl who was raped, and her parents had to take her outside to another state because the state she was in would not help them and help this young girl. And I really have to say that I cringed when the reaction by many in your party was to basically say that this was not a true story, that it was fabricated, and then only when the criminal, the rapist, was arrested, then everybody either deleted their tweets or backtracked. When you talk about extreme, to force a 10-year-old girl to carry a pregnancy to its completion, that to me is extreme. I'm looking at the New York Times today, front page, when miscarriages collide with abortion law, some women are left bleeding and in pain by wary hospitals. Talking about the impact that the Supreme Court's decision and some state laws are already having on women who are dealing with miscarriages. I mean, talk about extreme. This is cruel. This is beyond the pale. And yeah, this is an emergency. I mean, no one, everybody, if you believed the testimony under oath by those who are now on the Supreme Court, everybody thought that Roe versus Wade was settled law. I mean, we thought that when somebody takes an oath before they testify, they're going to tell the truth and not try to mislead. But apparently, that's what ended up happening. I think people are not just horrified by the decision by this Roe court; they're horrified by the immediate aftermath of what is happening in this country. And I will tell you that, I've been doing in-person town meetings the last couple of weeks in my district, and there are people coming to my meetings who say that they are very strongly pro-life, who are horrified by what is happening in this country. And so, yeah, people can have differences of opinion, but when you talk about extreme, look what's happening in the immediate aftermath. We're just beginning to understand the cruelty of this decision, the horror of this decision for many women and children across this country. So in any event, I look forward to providing this a rule to bring it to the floor so that every member can go on record as where they stand when it comes to the issue of contraception. Because there are some people who are actually raising the issue about whether or not people have a right to contraception. And I think, for a party that, talks about how government is too big and too intrusive, you don't seem to feel that way when it comes to monitoring people's most private, and personal activities. And so, in any event, I yield to the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me bring it back to the bill we're actually talking about, which Frankly, I don't think there's a lot of disagreement that contraception on both sides of the aisle is certainly appropriate and right. But you're suggesting, I think, Ms. McMorris-Rogers, this bill goes further than that. Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yes, I appreciate you raising the issue, and I would support legislation that would preempt states from banning FDA-approved drugs and medical devices to prevent contraception. But this bill goes much further than that. It's poorly written. It would strip away conscience protections for health providers, protections against coercive sterilizations, and it would open the door to widespread use of non-FDA approved and potentially unsafe drugs and devices.
Was there any effort to work with you?
No, there's...
Was there a markup in your committee?
No, unfortunately not. I think many of the issues in this bill could have been addressed, and I would welcome an opportunity to work together on this, but that is not the agenda right now.
Looks to me like, given that, this is sort of a solution in search of a problem. I don't know that there's a big fight over contraception going on in the country. Is that a fair statement?
I would agree with that characterization. And just, you look at the definition of contraception in the bill, it says, including FDA approved, which by default means that it's not limited to. And this means that this legislation creates a right to any medication or device that prevents pregnancy, whether or not it's FDA approved.
So you're telling us that it would be permissible to use non-FDA approved methods under this legislation?
Yes, under the way that the bill is currently drafted.
Okay, thank you. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I didn't think it would be appropriate to ask questions without my jacket on, so that's right. But thank you, I appreciate it. Dr. Schreier, since this bill has not gone through the regular committee process, just had one or two questions. How is this going to affect, will states be forced to allow telemedicine for abortion services?
So this bill does not take up the issue of telemedicine, but that is something that our committee is looking at and that we do need to resolve because it's been such a win through the pandemic. This simply says that states cannot interfere with the right to contraceptives.
Ranking Member McMorris-Rogers, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, unfortunately, because we haven't had any committee review of this legislation, we're just looking at it for the first time, but I believe it would preempt many state laws regarding the practice of medicine if those laws were perceived as impeding access to contraception, which, as we discussed, is very broadly written, which could include chemical abortions delivered by the mail and through telemedicine.
Thanks. And then, Dr. Schreier, how, if at all, would this bill impact informed consent?
There's always informed consent in anything in medicine, and so there would be no issues there. I would distinguish that I want to clarify, we're talking about contraception here. We're not talking about abortion. That is not the topic of this bill. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thanks. Ranking Member McMorris-Rogers, do you have any thoughts on informed consent and if that's going to be impacted?
Thank you. Well, I would highlight to the committee that the legislation would preempt any state laws and supersede federal laws around informed consent if such consent requirements were interpreted as impeding access to contraception, which includes sterilization. Informed consent regarding sterilization is vitally important in order to protect patients against coercion. You know, you think back in the 60s and 70s, there were numerous reports of coercion and non-consensual sterilization of minority and poor women, inciting a public outcry. And in 1976, the Department of Health and Human Services developed protective regulations and a standardized consent form for publicly funded sterilization procedures in the Medicaid program, including consent 30 days in advance of the procedure. Federal law also prohibits sterilization of youth under 21, individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, and institutionalized individuals. These protective laws would be superseded. I might just, there's many state laws regarding the practice of medicine that could be overridden, and 19 states allow only certain categories of minors to consent to contraceptive services.
Okay, and then I'm way afield of my training. I'm a lawyer by trade, not a doctor. So, Dr. Schreier, forgive me for my lack of ignorance here, but with chemical abortions, does this impact that procedure?
No, this does not impact that. This is contraception means counter, conception, becoming pregnant. So this is before the fact. It is to prevent pregnancy. It is as simple as that. I would also say that this does not override other federal legislation, there is nothing that mandates contraception. It simply says that people have the right to plan their families, to have contraception, and that doctors have the right, or healthcare providers have the right to discuss contraception with their patients.
Thanks, Dr. Schreier. Ranking Member Morris-Rogers, do you have any thoughts?
Well, I believe that this bill absolutely would create the right to the abortion pill and the right to use it for other health-related matters. So I believe the way that this bill is currently written is very broad, and I mentioned it earlier. The definition of contraception says, quote, including FDA approved, which by default means that it's broader than FDA approved. And so that's creating a right to any medication or device that prevents pregnancy, whether or not FDA approved.
Dr. Schreier, I know you want
Yeah, no, I'll just add that there already are other diagnoses that you use these medications for, and it has nothing to do with contraception. So, for example, if somebody is miscarrying, you may use mifepristone, and there are other conditions that require misoprostol or other prostaglandins to treat. But it does not involve abortion. It involves using FDA-approved contraception, and neither misoprostol nor mifepristone are FDA-approved contraceptives.
Well, that's where this, if I could.
Oh, absolutely.
I would just say that the legislation needs to be tightened up. If that is the true intent, then I'll introduce an amendment. I would urge someone on this committee to introduce an amendment to make that clear, because the bill is not limited to only what a pill is approved to do, and the abortion pill has been studied and used off-label for contraception.
Thanks. And Ranking Member McMorris-Rogers, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but one of your biggest concerns here is that this did not go through the normal process. It wasn't, we didn't get a chance to vet these issues. Is that correct, that you're unhappy with the process?
Well, yes, I think that this is a process. I think when you get language on a Friday and are told that it's coming to you're in front of rules on Monday, 3 days later, with no input, the desire is not to reach an agreement. I would be happy to sit down. I know many members on our side of the aisle, especially women that deal with this, Republican and Democrat women. I believe if we were given the opportunity to actually sit down and write a bill, we could write a bill. But unfortunately, the committee process has been completely set aside.
I just want to thank both witnesses for testifying. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Raskin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have the distinct sensation that we've wandered out onto the set of The Handmaid's Tale because it's sounding a lot like Gilead around here, Mr. Chairman. I was thinking when I saw the legislation that was brought in by Congressman, well, I guess it's Congresswoman Manning's bill, but when I saw the bill, I thought, okay, great. Finally, this is something that we'll be able to agree upon on a bipartisan basis. I know that we disagree on abortion. And Mr. Chairman, you identify the critical case for understanding the debate over abortion in America today. There's a 10-year-old girl who was raped and became pregnant. And when this was first publicized, our colleagues across the aisle denied that it was true. They said it was fake news. it was propaganda. Then it turns out to be 100% true and accurate. So what is their position on it? Well, their position follows through on their basic principle, and we heard it iterated 20 minutes ago. This self-evident truth that life begins at conception, and that every conceived fetus has essentially the right to be born, whether it's by rape, whether it's by incest, coercion, or anything else. And that is the position that's being advanced all over the country. And we also have now the vice president of the former vice president of the United States, Mike Pence, giving the game away and saying he wants what our colleagues want, which is a nationwide criminal ban on women having an abortion. Girls who are raped, women who are mothers of 5 who decide that they cannot have another baby, women who, for whatever reason, believe that they are not psychologically or emotionally or financially prepared to have pregnancy. They want politicians to make the decision for you, and their position is 100% clear, Mr. Chairman. Their position is there should be no abortions because life begins at conception, and that's a decision that they want to be in the hands of the politicians. We disagree with that. We stand with where the Supreme Court was up until the Supreme Court was gerrymandered by Donald Trump with 3 new appointments, and they blocked even hearings for Merrick Garland. But in any event, we were with where the Supreme Court was for more than a half century, which is this is a matter of personal individual freedom for a woman, her doctor, her medical providers, her family, her husband, her partner, whatever it may be. They want to take that decision away. They have overturned Roe versus Wade. They want to put that decision, that fundamental decision about how to lead your life in the hands of politicians, state legislators, and members of Congress. Okay, so we've got a fundamental difference about that. But I thought, here's a bill brought forward by Ms. Manning. Here's a bill that everybody can agree on, because we got Justice Clarence Thomas out there saying it's not just abortion, it's also birth control, it's also same-sex marriage. They want to turn the abortion police state into a morality police state on all of these issues. And so at least I thought, okay, we can all get behind Griswold versus Connecticut, which is, this is, again, goes back more than a half century. Women and men have a right to make their decisions about contraception. And sure enough, I couldn't believe it, but the ranking member gets up to say they oppose establishing by federal statute the right of women and men to engage in contraception and to receive contraception from their healthcare providers. Now, the justification for this is I heard it, and I will ask our majority witness here to respond to this. The suggestion was that this would allow for forced sterilization, which struck me as a dramatic irony, given that forced sterilization was struck down by the Supreme Court under the constitutional right to privacy, which has just been overthrown for abortion. And we see Justice Thomas and perhaps some other justices angling to let the dominoes topple all the way down to the end of the row. But is there anything in this bill that would give a state government or a local government or the federal government the power to forcibly sterilize a woman against her will?
I think that's a question for me. No, there is not. This gives women, people, the right to access contraception. It gives healthcare providers the right to prescribe and inform about contraception. It does not force anybody to do anything. Really, this is about as simple as bills get, and it is the law of the land right now. And I wish we didn't have the urgency that we have, but the Supreme Court has thrown that our way, and we're already seeing action in states to legislate about contraception.
Well, thank you, Ms. Schreier. And do you agree that the Constitution, at least as of today, does guarantee a woman's constitutional right against being forcibly sterilized, the way thousands of women were sterilized in the last century because certain states, like Virginia, for example, declared that they were unfit to reproduce? Do you agree that the Constitution bans that and should ban forced sterilization?
Yes, I do agree.
because a woman's got a right to privacy in her procreative and reproductive decision-making. And perhaps we could win the support of our colleagues across the aisle if we added an amendment that made clear that nothing here grants any state or local or federal government the power to compulsorily sterilize women. Is that something that you think you could consider?
I certainly would consider that. Maybe a question for the ranking member.
Yeah, and I could ask the ranking member too, would you support it at that point if we made clear that nothing here gives governments the power to forcibly sterilize women against their will? I'm sorry, I can't hear the answer.
Off mic. My best answer.
I'm sorry, could you repeat your best answer because I didn't hear it?
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Raskin. Okay, well, I think that would be an important part of this bill to be addressed. I think it's important that the majority address this question because the current legislation that I saw for the first time on Friday, and I would agree that I think Republicans and Democrats should be able to agree on protecting the right to contraception, but it removes protections of informed consent for sterilization. I would point you to Section 5 on the applicability and preemption. It's very broad, and when you read it, this act supersedes and applies to the law of the federal government and each state government and the implementation of each law, whether statutory, common law, or otherwise, whether adopted before or after the date of the enactment of this law. So there's a section regarding the sterilization of mentally competent individuals aged 21 or older that would be removed under the way that the language is currently written. And I was just sharing with the committee the form that currently requires a consent for sterilization. That section is removed from the current law, the current proposal in this bill.
Okay, that strikes me as a strained and tortured reading of this legislation that somehow it empowers government to sterilize people against their will. But could we win your support for this legislation just by providing specifically that nothing should be read in this bill to give government the power to forcibly sterilize anyone against their will?
It would be a big step in the right direction. I support federal legislation that would preempt states from banning FDA, drugs, and medical devices to prevent contraception. If we could narrow the bill to focus on that question, which is the way that the legislation is being presented, I'm anxious to go to work. I believe that we could reach a bipartisan agreement. Some of these definitions need to be addressed and tightened up.
Mr. Raskin, if I could just, Ms. Schreisman wants to get your attention, so.
Yeah, wow, you good notice body language there. I just wanted to clarify that I believe the ranking member is talking about informed consent. This would not take away informed consent. It simply says that states cannot restrict a woman's ability to get contraception, use contraception, or a healthcare provider's ability to prescribe it. It does not affect informed consent laws, which are there for anything that we physicians do. And just whether it's on paper or verbal, informed consent is part of the practice of medicine. I don't think that is an issue here. Of course, I would have no problem having additional language that clarifies that. But again, this is such simple legislation. People have a right to contraception.
Well, I thank you for that. I'm afraid, and I'd be very glad to author that and introduce it or do it with the ranking member, but I'm afraid that they're really looking for reasons not to support this legislation because we know that the anti-abortion movement is not just an anti-abortion movement. It is a movement that wants to control women's sexuality and women's reproductive and procreative lives. And there are people who want to ban the IUD. And there are millions of American women who have the IUD, and there are people who want to make that a criminal thing. There are just busybodies who want to control other people's lives, and I'm afraid that's where we are right now. But we are on the same side of the question of forced sterilization, because that is all about the right of women and men to make their own decisions about their own lives. And we're obviously going to differ about abortion and whether the government can compel 10-year-olds who are raped to have their children and have the rapist children. That's something that our colleagues who call themselves pro-life support. That's something that those of us who are on the pro-choice side say is just an obscene violation of the rights of families and the rights of girls and young women. But I would hope at least we could agree on contraception, and I hope that our colleagues across the aisle can see their way fit to back this legislation, to at least guarantee women's right not to get pregnant in the first place. With that, I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't help but comment on the exchange that just happened because I just really feel like, you know, the previous speaker talked about how we wanted to be bipartisan. We thought everybody could agree to this, but what they're really saying is the only way that it's bipartisan if you agree to what we want. The bill we put in front of you, we're not going to talk to you. This is not a sincere way for him to negotiate where he's saying, will you take it then? Will you do this if we did that? If you were sincere about really creating a bipartisan bill and wanted to have input from Republicans, you wouldn't send it to rules immediately. You might talk to some Republicans, talk to the ranking member, ask for her input before it came here so that you could talk about that and have the discussion. So the stuff about that they're saying, oh, well, we thought everybody could appreciate this and support, you know, women's access to contraception. It's political theater. It's just political theater because you're not sincere about creating a bipartisan bill. I mean, to try to negotiate it over Zoom in the middle of a Rules Committee hearing is ridiculous and sad that this is what the majority has sent us to. This is the way you want to do business. And I'm sorry that we can't have those sincere, genuine discussions. And I had some other questions because I am very concerned about some of the vague language that Ranking Member McMorris-Rodgers mentioned earlier. And, you know, and what about, you know, we're talking about sterilization. What about a 15-year-old who wanted to be sterilized, but there were state laws that would require parents to be notified?
Well, unfortunately, the way that the bill is currently written, it's very broad. And that is part of my concern, is that there's many state laws. Let's see, I have a list here somewhere of the state laws that would be where there are protections in place that would be overridden by this legislation. But I think to your point, it's very disappointing to hear the majority say that they would like to work together to address this issue. I'm anxious. I have time. Let's sit down, let's write a bill. But this is just a big distraction from what the majority is doing in response to the Dobbs decision. And they're saying, well, we have to do this to protect people. We have to do this because of what's happening. The reality is last week we had a bill on the floor that was abortion on demand up until nine months of pregnancy. That's not the will of the American people. This is very divisive. This is not legislating. This is not the representatives doing our jobs to look at the legislation and to really figure out how we can address, this is, the legislative process is that you introduce a bill and then you give people time to give their input on it, look at a bill, see where concerns may be, what the impact of the legislation may be, and you get a better product because of that. And just to close your ears or not be willing to hear from the minority, I don't believe is going to lead to a very good product. And it's one that right now I cannot support because of the way it's so broadly written.
Well, and I just think this is another glaring example to the American public how the the majority wants to run this. They are not sincere about creating any kind of bipartisan bill. They're not sincere about talking to the Republicans. They're not sincere about transparency. And it's just, this is just another perfect example of it. And it's disappointing, and I'm sorry that it happened this way, because this is, there is possibility that this could have been bipartisan, but you'll never know, because you give it, you say take it or leave it, and you won't have any discussions about it. And with that, I yield back.
Well, thank you. Let me just say, just for the record here, yeah, I wish that we could come to a bipartisan consensus on some of these things. I'm doubtful. I'm doubtful because of what we've seen in the aftermath of the Supreme Court's decision. You were here, Ms. McMorris-Rogers, when I asked you whether or not you would support a bill to codify a total ban on all abortion in this country, and you essentially said yes.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Well, what, I mean, yeah, I'm happy to. I mean, so now you would not support a bill that would codify a national ban on abortion?
Mr. Chairman, what I said is that I'm going to support legislation to save as many lives as possible. That's what I said. But don't distract from the bill that's actually before us today.
So now you have a chance to say yes or no on that. Would you oppose a bill that would come before the Congress, if you guys were in charge, that would have a that would put in place a national ban?
Mr. Chairman, the Democrats have the majority in the House of Representatives today.
Okay, so the
I
answer-
am always going to vote for legislation that's going to
the-
save as many lives as
you will not
possible.
So you will not answer that
I am-
question. So, and here's the reason why this is an emergency. Because in the aftermath of that decision by the Supreme Court, you have seen state after state after state rush to pass the most extreme legislation possible. You know, going to even eliminating exceptions for rape or incest. Now we have state legislators and governors who have suggested they want to limit contraceptives. Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee suggested birth control for only married couples. Republican legislators in Louisiana, Idaho, Michigan have considered some form of limit on contraception. Governor Reeves of Mississippi talked about banning certain forms of contraception. So when people say that, oh, everybody agrees that women should have access to contraception, no, they do not. No, they do not. And if we choose to do nothing, then women and men in those states will lose this right. So, I mean, this idea that somehow this is all unnecessary, given what we see unfolding across the country in the aftermath of that horrific decision by the Supreme Court. A horrific decision that nobody seems to care about the impacts of it. We talked about that 10-year-old girl. Read the New York Times front page today about, entitled "When Miscarriages Collide with Abortion Laws. Some women are left bleeding and in pain by wary hospitals." I mean, come on. So that's why we're moving. Like, I get it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but as young lady said, I'm willing to work with them on a bill.
Yeah.
What the issue here is, you didn't bring the bill up in a committee.
Yeah, well,
Okay, you rushed it in the
I think the
Rules
issue
Committee.
here is
You didn't talk to a single Republican, you didn't ask for any input.
I think the issue here, with respect, is we know where the politics are on your side of the aisle, and we see what states are doing, Republican governor after Republican governor, Republican legislature after Republican legislature. So forgive me if, I'm a little bit, well, more than a little bit wary about, at this point, oh, this is an issue of process or bipartisanship. Yeah, and we will respectfully disagree
Your
on that.
position, no, we won't disagree, because your position
Well, I
is
disagree,
wrong.
yeah.
Okay, but don't complain about not getting agreement when you don't even try. When you don't even try. Your case would be stronger.
I'm not
had you
complaining.
presented
I'm not
this.
complaining. I'm simply saying we have to do this because of what is going on in this country. Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you.
Yeah, Representative Schreier, I'm a little bit baffled by this debate here. I mean, it seems kind of obvious that if people have access to abortion or access to contraception, then we have fewer abortions. And I gather that the statistics worldwide back that up. we can't say the statistics here back it up because we don't have great access to contraception. Can you speak a little bit to why there's such urgency to have this bill? And I have been concerned to read about some of the bills that are being pushed in our state legislatures.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. You know, we're seeing these bills, as the chairman just pointed out, across the country in Republican legislatures and with governors, bringing up this issue of banning certain types of contraception, of interfering in that space. At the same time, we are having these extreme abortion bans go into place across the country. So there is more urgency than ever to make sure that we prevent as many pregnancies as possible for people who want to prevent pregnancy. And it is particularly alarming, I believe this issue of sterilization is a red herring. I've never heard of a child being sterilized, wanting to be sterilized. This is just, I'm a pediatrician, that is not a thing. But what alarms me is that the single most effective, short of abstinence, method of contraception is the IUD. And that is specifically what many of these legislatures are targeting. If we want to minimize the number of abortions in this country, then we need to have IUDs available for anybody who wants one.
I'm also interested in the connection between this issue and maternal mortality, where maternal mortality in this country is a national disgrace. So how does this issue relate to our astonishingly high rates of maternal mortality in this country?
You are exactly right on that. We have astoundingly high rates of maternal mortality, particularly in women of color. Black women, Native American women are the highest. And these are preventable deaths, but nonetheless, the rates are extremely high for a variety of reasons, likely including lack of access to health care. And so by taking away the most effective forms of contraception in particular, you are then putting women in a position where they are pregnant, and if they are in the wrong state, are forced to carry a pregnancy, which then may endanger their lives. So this is just all in the whole category of having control over your own body, the autonomy to make those decisions, and to plan the timing of your family.
Yeah, I think, the vast majority of Americans assume that they have the right to contraception, and that's obviously what this bill is trying to protect. I think they would be astonished to know how close they are to losing that right. So thank you for bringing this bill forward. I urge everyone to vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Rochester, New York is recognized for his questions and comments.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have much to add to the debate. I think people have made great points here. I will say that I feel like I'm in the middle of a bad dream. It's 2022, and the United States Congress could be having an argument about whether or not there's a right to contraception. This is the 21st century. And the idea that the government of the United States or of the various states would somehow get in the middle of a question around family planning that is about as personal and intimate a decision that anyone could make. And until just a few weeks ago, I think everyone assumed was a constitutional right because the Supreme Court has repeatedly said it, and that the settled law, which Brett Kavanaugh apparently intentionally misled people on in his confirmation hearings, isn't settled law, even though I think millions of Americans and the vast majority of Americans believe is. It's just hard to process. I really feel like this debate might be more appropriate to 1870 than it is to 2022. So I don't have much to add. I think this is, I think most Americans, I disagree with my good colleague, Ms. Fishbach, I think most Americans would be aghast if they heard this conversation and thought there was a real chance that this wouldn't pass unanimously in the House of Representatives. But I guess we're in a different place at a different time. I appreciate both of our colleagues being here this afternoon, and I appreciate the sponsor bringing the bill forward. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair forgot to recognize the gentleman from Texas, Dr. Burgess, for his questions and comments.
No, that's okay. I was a little late, and I'm sorry the chairman is out of the room. listen, the next time we close this country down for a pandemic, and we decide to give the airlines $54 billion, let's do so in a way so that they don't furlough and early retire all of their employees, because you still need someone to fly the planes from A to B. And today, with no weather, no real mechanical issue, we basically sat on the ground for hours after hour after hour. So I just had to get that off my chest.
Gentleman has gotten that off his chest and is now recognized for his questions and comments.
But again, I'm sorry the chairman is out of the room because, again, I don't know what you guys are going to do, whether it be another BA variant or monkeypox, but I worry that you're going to try to shut the country down again. And when you do that, shoveling money out to people to furlough folks who are actually dependent upon to do the services is probably not a good idea. Now, look, I agree with the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach. This should have been just regular work that our committee did. And I just don't understand why we didn't. I mean, you have a member of the committee, maybe myself, who's written a lot of prescriptions for oral contraceptives, who's worked in family planning for years. Why wouldn't someone sit down and just have the discussion? Say, look, you know this stuff. This is not something that we know you're opposed to because you used to do it. So maybe we could just work something out. Now, we do start from a different premise because I don't think anyone is seriously trying to prevent contraception in this country. But nevertheless, if that's the thesis, if that's the premise, why wouldn't you sit down and talk to me about this before you started down this path? Let me ask both the ranking member and the representative of the majority. So Dr. Schreier, we'll start with you.
I would just say, I wish you were right. I wish we didn't need to have this this conversation, that there weren't urgency around it. Unfortunately, we are seeing Republican
even
legislatures.
apart from the necessity of having the conversation, why wouldn't you at least, okay, you've got some people on the minority side who understand some of this. Why not sit down and kind of talk through it before we launch into this make or break debate?
I'll tell you, it is such a simple bill. It is simply saying, it's not specifying types of contraception. It is simply saying women have access to contraception. Doctors have a right to prescribe it. It doesn't do anything else. It is a very simple bill. It does not even need, it didn't even need the expertise of a pediatrician, let alone an OBGYN. Like, we both prescribe these things. This is just a simple bill that is saying that there is this right that we have today that was, confirmed by the Supreme Court, but that is now threatened.
Had you worked with us, maybe there wouldn't be language in your bill that is confusing the issue as to whether or not placing a copay or coinsurance actually is going to be one of those limitations that's prohibited under your bill. I mean, we're going to have to reconcile that. We're going to have to work through that. Rather than let the agency write a bunch of rules, maybe we could have just written the legislation in a clearer fashion. I'm not sure. Some people have talked to me about the requirement of either forcing doctors or prohibiting doctors from doing sterilization operations. How is this reconciled in the bill? And again, why wouldn't we have had a discussion about this before we got to this point? And we have a committee that really works well. I mean, I've been on that committee since 2005. We've worked on a lot of bills from A to Z. Why wouldn't we work through the normal process in the committee?
The bill does not require anybody to provide it. This is merely targeting states and ensuring that states cannot pass laws that would interfere with the ability to use contraception. It is really so simple. It has nothing to do with payments. It has nothing to do with sterilization. Like, these are all red herrings. There's nothing confusing in the bill. It is a straightforward bill that just says people have a right to contraception, and doctors, healthcare providers have a right to prescribe it, and it doesn't make anybody do anything.
So what about sterilization? Back in the Carter administration, when I was a resident, it's been that long ago, the word came down from then Department of Health, Education, and Welfare that a consent for sterilization had to be signed 30 days in advance. This was to prevent institutions from coercing sterilization at the last minute. So how does your legislation impact with that federal rule that you have to have a paper signed for 30 days before the doctor can proceed with the sterilization operation?
Again, I don't think that matters. I mean, a 30-day waiting period, if that is the, first of all, forced
Is that not a
sterilization is
limitation?
banned.
Doesn't that fall into the limitations?
That
under-
it is not restricting somebody from getting contraception. There are things they can use in the meantime, and the bill does not implicate the federal Medicaid program or coverage recommendations or regulations under that.
Yeah, no, it would restrict the coverage under Medicaid of getting that sterilization operation paid for. And as you know, that can be a pretty expensive undertaking. It probably wasn't back in 1972, but in 2022, it's a pretty expensive undertaking if you do something like that in the hospital and suddenly you're not insured for it. But look, Ranking Member Borch-Rogers.
Those Medicaid rules are one of the reasons that this is so concerning, because there are states that have said Medicaid will not pay for certain types of contraception. And I assure you, and you know, that pregnancy, childbirth, and raising a child are far more expensive than any type of contraception.
Right, but your bill does nothing to deal with that 30-day requirement. And it's not just a distinction, one of a difference.
It does not alter any of the regulations under Medicaid.
Then it's still a limitation on someone's access. Ranking Member Borch-Rogers, was there some reason that the committee couldn't find the bandwidth to have this hearing, to have this discussion? It's a little bit embarrassing for me as a member of both Rules Committee and Energy and Commerce that we're having to do all of the basic work here in the Rules Committee. At we're like the apex predators of legislators. It's a little embarrassing that we're having to do this here, hash this out here in the Rules Committee. We could have had all of this discussion in a regular legislative hearing in the Energy and Commerce Committee. We could have had subject matter experts come in and talk to us, one side and the other, and then perhaps figured out the best path forward. But why didn't we have the bandwidth to do this in committee?
That's a great question. Republicans and Democrats, we could agree on this. I would support legislation to clarify and make the right to contraception. I will support that for FDA-approved drugs and devices. The majority has chosen to go it alone. The majority chose to write it was a hastily written bill. It's very broad. It's part of the reason that these definitions are problematic. The definitions around contraception and what it means, overriding state laws that have protected women and children. And I know it's a great title. It's great politics. It's a big distraction from the true agenda that we saw on the floor last week. And it's just very unfortunate that this is the way that the House is being run right now.
And even FDA approval, the issue that came up around a contraceptive called Eshore a couple of years ago because of complications that occurred after this device was placed and allegedly retrievable, but turned out not to be, caused complications in patients. I think the FDA has either clarified or suspended the approval. But look, a lot of this stuff is really complicated, which is why we need to do the work. You can't expect to give it the attention that it deserves in a Rules Committee hearing. There just simply isn't the time and space. But that's what our committee is for, because we do have the time and space, and we have the expertise, and we've got good people on both sides who are willing to work on these problems. I just don't understand why we would, why we wouldn't entertain that. It's a mystery to me. Nevertheless, here we are. Yes, Ranking Member.
Well, and I would just, to your point, this bill would provide the right to non-FDA approved contraception. And that, I think, raises a lot of concerns about safety. And there's many state laws regulating the practice of medicine that could be overridden. There's 11 state laws that allow providers to opt out of doing sterilization procedures, including Washington State. 19 states allow only certain categories of minors to consent to contraceptive services. 34 states do not allow registered nurses to dispense certain medications, including contraceptives. 8 states prohibit or limit a pharmacist prescribing for patients who are 17 years or younger. 7 states require a patient to see a primary provider after a specific period of time to consider continue receiving contraceptives from a pharmacy. 13 states and the DC place requirements on pharmacists regarding training or patient care. This is another example where the majority is, they have their agenda. It's a very extreme agenda on the issue of abortion, and they're moving ahead, certainly without the Republicans, and doing it and they're overriding state law. The Dobbs decision said there was not a constitutional right to abortion, and said that the elected representatives should be making the decisions at the state level.
And there we are.
And here we are.
So, and it also overrides medical judgment too, and that's really not a good idea when you start down that road.
Yeah, it doesn't excuse me for interrupting, it doesn't override medical judgment. It simply says that you have the right to contraception. You go see your doctor, you use your medical judgment about what is best for patient, what's safe, what's not safe. It doesn't get into those weeds at all. It simply says that women have the right to access contraception and that doctors have the right to prescribe it. It does not get into which one to use or make anybody use anything. I think you're overreading what is in this bill. It is a simple bill, simply putting into law what is legal right now.
Hearing in the committee where you and I could have had these discussions and worked this out. What a shame that we would approach things this way. No wonder Congress has an overall approval level somewhat lower than meth labs. We should be better about this. But anyway, Mr. Chairman, I won't take up any more time. Again, I apologize for being late. I blame American Airlines, and I'll yield back.
I'm not sure. Well, I guess I'd say I'm glad American Airlines got you here, but I'm not so sure about that. So, no, gentleman yields. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Dr. Burgess, we're glad you're here. Wish you would have been here earlier, but you got to say your piece. The chair would now recognize Mr. Desaunier if he has any questions or comments. And if he doesn't, the chair will recognize Ms. Ross for her questions and comments.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry that I didn't get to hear some of the other questions and comments, so I apologize if I'm redundant. But it's actually hard for me to believe that we're even here today to discuss a new threat to a basic right that most of us grew up taking for granted, the right to access to contraception. The vast majority of Americans agree that everyone should be able to make their own decisions about their health and their families, including when and if to have children. The Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs versus Jackson's Women's Health Organization has already emboldened many states to enact and enforce draconian restrictions on reproductive health care. But Justice Thomas's concurring opinion opens the door even further to more restrictions and even greater government interference in personal and family decisions. While I firmly believe that the Constitution provides a right to privacy through the Due Process Clause that protects access to both abortion and contraception, the activist majority of the Supreme Court has necessitated congressional action to codify these rights. Without a federal law protecting the right to access to basic reproductive health care, I fear for the millions of women and men across this country who now find their personal and family decisions overtaken by judicial overreach. We must ensure that federal protections for abortion and contraception are enacted to prevent a vocal minority and a lopsided court from stripping people of their basic rights. In particular, when it comes to contraception, something that more than 90% of people in America both believe in and rely on. And I said this in the Judiciary Committee. I served in the state legislature where we worked in a bipartisan way to protect the right to contraception, to teach people about contraception. And as an advocate for women's rights, I worked with a Republican doctor to make North Carolina one of the first states to have insurance cover contraception even before the Affordable Care Act. The fact that we have to be here today working on this issue in light of Justice Thomas's opinion is more than disappointing. It's hurtful to families. It's hurtful to family planning. It's hurtful to health care. And I want to commend Dr. Schreier for her leadership in this area, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I think, is Mr. Goose? Okay, you have anything? Okay. Everybody ask questions? No more questions? Done. Thank you. You're free to go. Thank you very much, both of you, for being here. Okay, this closes the hearing on H.R. 8373. I'd now like to welcome our witnesses to provide testimony on H.R. 8404, the Respect for Marriage Act. Representative Cicilline and I think Representative Roy. Well, why don't we begin, Mr. Cicilline, with you, and by the time you're done, hopefully Representative Roy will be here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm here to testify in strong support of the Respect for Marriage Act. I was proud to join Chairman Nadler and others in introducing this important measure and urge the committee to report it quickly to the House so we can pass it immediately. To begin, the bill corrects Congress's grievous mistake from a generation ago by repealing the so-called Defense of Marriage Act, or DOMA, a statute that enshrined discrimination against married same-sex couples into federal law. While subsequent decisions by the Supreme Court in United States v. Windsor and Obergefell v. Hodges effectively nullified DOMA, it remains officially on the books, lying in wait should the Supreme Court ever reverse course. We must get rid of it. Second, the Respect for Marriage Act clarifies the definition of marriage in federal law to ensure that for federal law purposes, valid same-sex marriages have equal status to any other valid marriages. And finally, the bill provides additional protection for marriage equality by prohibiting any person acting under color of state law from failing to give full legal effect to valid out-of-state marriages because of the sex, race, ethnicity, or national origin of either or both of the married individuals. Importantly, the bill gives the Attorney General the authority to enforce these protections and allows the harmed couple to bring a civil case against any official who violates these rights. Millions of LGBTQ+ people have married and formed families since Obergefell was decided in 2015. An estimated 2 million children are being raised by LGBTQ+ families, and kids do best when their families have the critical legal protections to care for one another. Passing the Respect for Marriage Act will guarantee these families the legal certainty they deserve. All married people, both those with kids and those without, who are building their lives together, must know that the government will respect and recognize their marriages. The American people agree that the right to same-sex marriage is settled law. According to a June 2020 Gallup poll, a record 71% of Americans support marriage equality, with majority supporting it across the political spectrum, across faiths, and in every region of the country. According to data compiled by the Public Religion Research Institute, 62% of Republicans, 77% of urban and suburban residents, and 70% of rural residents support marriage equality, as do the majorities of most religious groups. Although fundamental rights should never be based on public opinion alone, this data shows that the American people believe marriage equality is good, settled law. The Respect for Marriage Act will ensure that remains the case. The Respect for Marriage Act will protect the settled expectations of millions of Americans who have ordered their lives around the constitutional guarantee of marriage equality. To be clear, marriage equality already is the law of the land. In Obergefell and Loving versus Virginia, the key Supreme Court precedents recognizing constitutional rights to same-sex marriage and interracial marriage, respectively, are still in effect. People are worried, however, about the future, following the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, which overturned the constitutional right to abortion, and Justice Thomas's alarming and extremist concurrence. Although Justice Alito's majority opinion expressly stated that the ruling did not impact any rights other than abortion, one of the main lessons from the Dobbs decision is that we cannot afford to be complacent about the security of our fundamental rights. We must act now to further protect marriage equality. At a hearing before the Judiciary Committee last Thursday, we heard from constitutional law scholars about how the logic of Dobbs, recognizing unenumerated rights only if they are, quote, rooted in the nation's history and tradition and implicit in the concept of ordered liberty as determined by the court's current conservative majority, could be used to challenge other rights, including marriage equality. In addition, Justice Thomas in his Dobbs concurrence expressly called on the court to reconsider all of its substantive due process cases, specifically naming Obergefell as a decision that the court should overturn. Even if you trust Justice Alito's assurance in Dobbs, it is well within our power to ensure long-term stability and certainty for families. Marriage has long been a basic liberty for people, and it's rooted in the principles of equal protection. Marriage equality thankfully remains constitutionally protected, and the Respect for Marriage Act simply offers an additional measure of protection for and enforcement of the Constitution's guarantee of equality for all Americans before the law. It will help ensure that there is a federal protection for marriage equality no matter what happens in the future. I urge the committee to support this important bill and urge its immediate passage, and happy to answer any questions of the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roy.
I thank the chairman. My Democratic colleagues want Americans to believe that the Supreme Court at any moment is poised to overturn the opinions in Obergefell and Loving. I cannot help but be thankful that we don't have to have a ethics inquiry because of all of the space that Justice Thomas is taking up in the heads of my Democratic colleagues. He's living rent-free and not paying for that rent, but he's certainly living in the heads of my Democratic colleagues nevertheless. He wrote a concurrence. Justice Thomas wrote a concurrence. And in that concurrence, Justice Thomas wrote, after overruling these demonstrably erroneous decisions, the question would remain whether other constitutional provisions guarantee the myriad rights that our substantive due process cases have generated. For example, we could consider whether any of the rights announced in this court's substantive due process cases are privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States protected by the 14th Amendment. In other words, he simply questioned the how. He simply questioned the how. And he did so in a concurrence. But at the same time, in the majority opinion, there are numerous specific mentions by the majority suggesting that the majority had no interest in touching those cases. In Dobbs, the court stated that Obergefell and other substantive due process precedents are, quote, inapposite to the asserted right to an abortion. And the Dobbs opinion, quote, does not undermine them in any way, unquote. Just in any case, anyone is not clear on the meaning of, quote, does not undermine them in any way. The court later reiterated that Dobbs' decision should not be, quote, misunderstood or mischaracterized to cast doubt on precedents that do not consider abortion. The court condemned the alarmist idea that Dobbs would lead to the overturning of the other cases as, quote, perhaps designed to stoke unfounded fear that our decision will imperil those other rights. And it is that unfounded fear that brings us here today. There is no threat. My colleagues are here for political messaging. We're here because it is July of an election year, and we're going to be adjourning in 2 weeks, and then inflation is at a high of the last 40 years, that inflation is at 9%, that our borders are wide open, and our Texans and the people across this country are exposed to wide open borders. You know, the median age of an American is about 38 years old, and that means that more than half the country wasn't even alive the last time that inflation was at the levels we currently see. And we're here because my Democratic colleagues have no answers to that, and so they want to strike fear in the American people. Unfounded fear, I would add, and I would note that my colleague from Rhode Island referenced the so-called Defense of Marriage Act. Well, that so-called Defense of Marriage Act was voted for by none other than President Joe Biden, Senator Patrick Leahy, Senator Patty Murray, Senator Dick Durbin, Senator Bob Menendez, Senator Chuck Schumer, Representative Steny Hoyer voted for the Defense of Marriage Act. Representative Ben Cardin, Representative Jim Clyburn, Representative Elijah Cummings, Representative Rosa DeLauro, Lloyd Doggett, my colleague from Texas, a host of others. I think we know why we're here. I think we recognize that we're here for political purposes. And I would note in closing, Mr. Chairman, that the rhetoric of codifying Obergefell or codifying Loving is not even true. The legislation put forward would do no such thing. The legislation put forward would force states to recognize
marriages across state boundaries, which might be a laudable policy goal that we could debate. And I must side note, just thank my colleagues for recognizing the importance of the democratic process, that we're here as the people's representatives having a debate about policy rather than looking to the Supreme Court to make policy. Suddenly now that the court doesn't issue an opinion that my colleagues favor, but that it is noteworthy that the legislation put forward would not codify Obergefell and would not codify Loving in the clearly unlikely or unforeseeable case that the court were to take up a case and strike either of those down in the clear clamor for such a thing across the states, I say, obviously, with some degree of sarcasm. And I yield back.
Thank you very much, both of you, for your testimony. I don't have any other questions, except the fact that I would say that, to Mr. Roy, that I think that there are many people in this country, myself included, who are really quite concerned where the Supreme Court may go next. I think a lot of people, I think, were kind of lulled into some sort of comfort that they wouldn't go after Roe versus Wade, based on the fact that when these justices went for their confirmation hearings, would repeatedly kind of reassure everybody that it's all settled law, that they have no intention of trying to overturn it. And yet, clearly, I guess the best thing you could say was that they were intentionally misleading people. I think they perjured themselves, quite frankly, because I think they lied. But that's me. But then all of a sudden, they basically took a right away from people in this country, and we're seeing, what that has meant. A 10-year-old girl who was raped had to go to another state with her family to be able to not be forced to carry that pregnancy to full term. At an earlier panel, I talked about what's in the New York Times today, the miscarriages, an article entitled "When Miscarriages Collide with Abortion Law, Some Women Are Left Bleeding and in Pain by Wary Hospitals." So, I mean, we are just beginning to see the cruelty of what the Supreme Court did, by the way, against the overwhelming majority opinion in this country. And so when Clarence Thomas, who unfortunately sits on the Supreme Court, issues a concurring opinion like that, yeah, people take that as a signal for there to be more cases brought to the Supreme Court on this subject. And so, yeah, I think that was what brings us here today. You can say that that's politics. I can say that we're trying to protect people in this country and protect their rights. But in any event, that's why I'm here today. Mr. Cole?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Roy, did this legislation go through any committee?
Thank the ranking member for the question. No, and in fact, I was coming to D.C. today and had other meetings lined up and other activities that I had to engage in as a member of Congress, and was on the phone in my car coming into town trying to figure out what we're even talking about. I just read the bill, literally just read the bill in the hallway coming in here, and we're talking about marriage.
When you actually found out you were going to make an appearance.
Yeah, in the last, I don't know, an hour and a half ago or something in that zip code, and got the bill, read the bill, and we're talking about the institution of marriage. It's been around for millennia, and we're talking about constitutional law, which requires diving in and, like refreshing the memory. Not all of us, I wish Jamie were here, not all of us are teaching classes every day. Yeah, that's right. Well, hey, Jamie. Not all of us are teaching classes every day, so you got to go dust the cobwebs off about Loving and Obergefell and Roe and the various cases. We just got the bill dropped on us. I don't know, why aren't we going through the Judiciary Committee? Why aren't we having a debate? Why aren't we having a hearing?
Mr. Sisling, when did you hear about the bill?
Members of the committee, I think, first were alerted about this bill. We worked on it before we left for this past weekend, so late last week. But to be clear, we just had a hearing in the Judiciary Committee where we discussed the implication of Dobbs. We discussed the importance of drafting legislation that would codify substantive due process rights that were threatened.
Did you discuss this bill?
Well, we discussed the importance of moving forward on.
So there was a copy of this bill that every member.
No, there wasn't a copy. But look, this is not any news. the notion that the Judiciary Committee is,
All due respect, this is the Rules Committee. This is not the Judiciary Committee. We are not set up to deal with this. We haven't had hearings on it. We haven't had any discussion on it. But we're going to have to make a decision on it. And it's not going to be a considered decision. It's not going to have been through some legislative process. You know, it's going to be jammed through. It's been written probably in the Speaker's office, I would suspect. You know, I know that's unheard of around here, that something like that could happen. But I think in this case, it probably did. And, you know, this, as Mr. Roy said, this is like the institution of marriage is a big deal. It deserves some consideration, some process. People could very well agree on this bill, quite frankly. But some discussion where people that had questions could pose them would really be in order. And why we're doing this in this kind of haste is just, it's malpractice legislatively. We could do something that none of us intend to do, with all due respect, even the proponents of the legislation, because it hasn't been tested, it hasn't been vetted, it hasn't gone through. And again, none of us on our side of, well, I don't sit on the Judiciary Committee. Actually, we do have some people that know what they're doing up here, I guess. But they'll, and I'm sure they'll ask much better questions than me. But I just, for the record, going to lay down, I think this process stinks. I think it's awful. I think it's terrible legislation. I think it creates division. I think this is nothing but a political stunt and a messaging bill. And, you know, it's an embarrassment to the institution that we're legislating this way. And this is the second piece of legislation today that we've had like this. It hasn't gone through a single committee of jurisdiction, not had a single question on it. We got this bill an hour before this meeting. An hour. Come on. I mean, give me a break. No legislation should be treated that way. So, yeah, I don't have a lot of questions because I don't think this bill ought to be here in the first place. I think it ought to be in the Judiciary Committee where I would listen to what my colleagues that deal with these subjects had to say, and I suspect they could probably find common bipartisan ground on this had it come up that way. But it hasn't come up that way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Promoter.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And based on last week and this week, I'll bet you we've had more hearings on the Dobbs decision than judiciary's even thought about having, because we've had this issue in front of us now 4 times, or something similar on the right to privacy. The freedom to be able to do travel in this country, freedom to have privacy in this country, freedom to make your own decisions in this country. I mean, that is so basic. I don't understand what needs to be studied or thought about that we can't do it here in the Rules Committee. So as much as I like my friend Mr. Cole, I disagree with him 100%. So, a couple things. And clearly, Mr. Roy, you know, you practice law. I have a lot of choice terms I'd like to use for the particular Supreme Court that wrote that decision, but probably not a good idea. And my mom would say, if you don't have something nice to say about somebody, don't say anything, so I'm not going to say anything. But what I am going to say is, for whatever reason, you brought up, you know, the prices of things unrelated to this particular bill, and I'm just curious if you know what the price of copper was February of this year compared to today.
I have no idea what the price of copper is today.
The price of lumber.
I mean, a pretty good idea. I do a lot of shopping for lumber, but lumber has ebbed and flowed, but it's still expensive. I mean, all the goods and services are expensive.
It's half the price today
off of a massive high.
February.
Off of a massive high.
As is copper.
And when I go buy copper to wire my house, which I did, it's expensive and a lot more expensive than when I wired my house just a few years ago. Massively expensive.
Just you and I can argue about it. It's
right.
50% today as what it was in February. Same thing,
off of
lumber
a massive
and
high.
copper. No, not off a massive high.
Have you bought chicken? Have you bought any of the food at the grocery stores that people have to live on?
I'm asking the questions.
Right, but my parents just built a house.
This is my time.
Okay, but you
What
just-
about, you're from Texas?
Yeah.
You have any idea how much the price of oil, West Texas Intermediate has dropped in the last 3 weeks?
I mean.
My
yeah,
question
when-
is
yeah.
easy to answer, yes or no.
Right.
Do you know what it has dropped in the last 3 weeks?
Yeah, so you're saying that the fact that it goes down off of a massive high after massive policy, supply restrictions that
Mr.
is
Roy,
driving up
can
the
you-
price of energy?
Can you answer any question, yes or no?
I am answering the question on behalf of the
didn't answer
American
it yes
people
or
that I
no.
represent. Yeah, I mean, yeah, people are.
It has dropped, has it
$4 a
not?
gallon gasoline, yay!
Yeah, it's down,
That's awesome.
okay, it's down
Sell
40
that home.
cents. My question was, is it down?
$4?
The answer is yes.
Pat yourself on the back
Okay,
for $4.
what about the barrels? You know it's down 40 bucks a barrel?
$4 gasoline is what you're excited about?
Did you know that it's down by 40 bucks a barrel? I'm just.
So? What does that mean for the consumer?
Do you know it's down? If you don't, just say I don't.
I know what the price of oil is, but so what? If it doesn't help a consumer, so what?
Why don't you keep going?
Right.
Go
Well,
for it.
why don't we, let's keep going. Let's open up oil and gas exploration in America.
Yeah, so we
So we
have
can have-
opened up. We already had this in prior panels.
Do you know how investments
We have
work?
double the production today that we did 15 years ago.
But do you know how investments work to go build a refinery? Do you know how investments work to go build the necessary tools to go explore and get oil? Or how about a nuclear facility, which we haven't
It's
built?
good to have you up here. You always get me going. and
Good.
I appreciate that.
Good.
Okay? I think that what is being requested in this bill is urgent. I think that the Supreme Court did a complete about-face on so many prior decisions that the fact that Mr. Cicilline, that Dr. Schreier, that others have brought bills to this committee on a basic principle of privacy and freedom that all of us understand, doesn't need some expert opinion. We can act on this now because it is an urgent matter. It places families in jeopardy, the prior bill places doctors and women in jeopardy. So I'm going to not debate with you anymore about finances. I support the bill and I yield back.
Okay, Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I filled my pickup up last night, and it cost $75.
Yeah.
Now, it might have cost $85 2 weeks ago, so maybe I was smart to delay and run it nearly to empty. But it's still a hell of a lot more than it was when gas was $2.70 a gallon.
Nobody was working.
Look, the reason gas has come down, the reason oil has come down is because capital markets see the looming recession and they're worried. And I think they should be worried because there is a looming recession. Let me just, look, I can't say it any better than Ranking Member Cole did. I think I said it after the previous discussion. There is no reason to be doing this type of work in the Rules Committee. Again, I stress, we're the apex predators of legislation. The Judiciary Committee, the Energy and Commerce Committee is where the nuts and bolts of this sort of stuff is supposed to happen. And Mr. Roy, you're telling us that you really didn't have the opportunity to chew through this on the Judiciary Committee, you all who are the experts on the law and the writing of the law and the enforcement of the law?
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, there was no markup on this legislation. This legislation was presented to me literally today, the text of it today, as I was coming into DC to do other things, and then to come here before the Rules Committee to try to make the case that this is not the way to do business, that the process is terrible. Obviously, substantively, I've got significant concerns, and I think it raises lots of questions. Raises lots of questions about the role and power of the federal government, what they should do, what they shouldn't do. When you're making a claim that you're saying that you're codifying something, when in fact it's not. And again, first blush, I'm looking at it, it's not really codifying Obergefell or Loving. We ought to have a robust debate about that in the committee. We ought to have a robust debate about the role of Congress in light of what the court does or might do. It's fine. I mean, that's what we do as the people's representatives, but we're not doing that.
Well, I thank you for being here. I thank you for coming on such short notice, and I really regret the fact that we're having to hear the bill under these circumstances. Energy and Commerce Committee is going to be marking up a big privacy bill later this week, and that's the way to do things. To go through the legislative hearings, to go through the subcommittee, full committee markup. That's where we do our best work. It's a shame we're not allowed to do that in this instance. I yield back.
Mr. Raskin.
Oh, Jamie's on TV.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is a bill about freedom and equal rights. I have to depart from my colleagues across the aisle who say that it's just a messaging bill or it's fear-mongering or whatever. In the wake of the Dobbs opinion, I think this is something that's absolutely necessary for us to do. So what's the logic of the opinion? And I would love to have a colloquy with my friend, Mr. Roy, about it if he wants to. But what's the logic of the opinion? Well, here's the way I understand it. The Supreme Court says not that it's going to ban abortion or not that it's going to legalize abortion, but it's going to leave it up to the states. The people who want to ban abortion are in Congress and are in the state legislatures. The people who are passing the laws which say no exceptions even for rape or incest. So a 10-year-old girl who's impregnated by a rapist has to carry the pregnancy to term and have the rapist child. But that's not in the Supreme Court decision. The Supreme Court just says that the Constitution is silent about abortion. And because the word abortion is not mentioned in the text of the Constitution, it's not covered by the constitutional right to privacy, which vaguely remains standing in a somewhat shaky, hobbled way. But you know what else isn't in the Constitution? The word contraception is not in the Constitution. The word marriage is not in the Constitution. And so those who've been arguing against allowing gay people to get married have been making that point for a long time, that there's nothing in the Constitution, in the text of it, which gives gay people the right to be married, just like there are those who want to ban IUDs and other forms of contraception who are saying now, echoing the Supreme Court, the word contraception doesn't appear in the Constitution. So is it really fear-mongering for us to say that with millions of children of gay couples in the country and people who want to be able to rely on the marriage sacrament and want to be able to rely on their legal documents, that we're going to protect the right to marry and we are not going to allow that to be taken away? Well, if everybody agrees that gay people have a right to be married, what's the problem with just solidifying that right in federal law? You know, I would remind my friend, Mr. Roy, and those across the aisle, Roe versus Wade was written by a Republican nominee to the Supreme Court, Harry Blackmun, who was nominated by Richard Nixon. In fact, 5 Republican justices in the majority in Roe versus Wade were nominated by Republicans. Chief Justice Warren Burger voted for Roe versus Wade. Justice Powell voted for Roe versus Wade. They were both Nixon appointees. Brennan and Stewart were Eisenhower appointees. There were only 2 Democratic nominees who voted with it. And even after that, Republican nominees to the court, like Justice Souter, a Bush nominee, or Stevens, who was Ford's nominee, they all agreed with it, that the constitutional right to privacy was sufficiently comprehensive to apply to a woman's right to make a decision about abortion. So it's not always been a partisan thing. I don't think that they should view it in partisan terms, that we want to defend the freedom of Americans to get married. What is so radical about that? Mr. Cicilline, the point was made that some of our Democratic colleagues had voted for the Defense of Marriage Act. I think Senator Schumer's name was invoked, maybe Bill Clinton's name was invoked. I happen to believe that the transformation of public opinion and political opinion about the right of everybody to get married is one of the great breakthroughs and great victories of freedom and equality in our country. Should we oppose this bill because they say that it's somehow inconsistent because Democrats once voted for the Defense of Marriage Act?
Thank you for the question. You know, both Democrats and Republicans have made statements about marriage equality, and the Democrats that Mr. Roy mentioned all, I think, would be fair to describe them as having evolved, and I think are now great champions for marriage equality. As a member of the LGBTQ community, we are grateful for their support in our fight for full equality. We wish more of our Republican friends would join us in this fight. But I welcome people who think more about these issues and understand the impact on families and understand that members of the LGBTQ community are entitled to the full protection of the law and access to marriage like every other American. And, I think you look at the evolution of all of those Democrats who not only have recognized that DOMA was wrong, but have become great champions for equality for the LGBTQ plus community. I wish I could say the same of more of my Republican friends.
Well, and of course, that's the history of civil rights in America. There were Democrats and Republicans who opposed voting rights for African Americans, civil rights for African Americans, and later they come to say, well, of course, it's obvious, everybody accepts it. And that is just the nature of the human mind and neuroplasticity. It generally takes people a while to accommodate the idea of other people's equality and other people's equal freedom. Mr. Roy did make one point that I thought was good that I'd like you to respond to, Mr. Cicilline. He said that this legislation in reversing DOMA will not actually codify the right of gay people to get married. It will just require states honor marriages from other states. Is that right? And does this not go far enough in order to guarantee that gay people can get married all over the country?
Well, I think, as you know, Professor Raskin, a marriage is a institution of the state, so the federal government's role, and although Mr. Roy said it would be a laudable goal to require states to recognize marriage of other states, it's not a laudable goal. It's the current law of this country that if you are married in one state, it must be recognized by another state. And so it will codify the right of individuals to get married and then require other states to recognize a lawful marriage that may have been performed in another state. And that's the current law. It will codify that. And while, the suggestion has been made that, the process here stinks, I would say, you know what else stinks? That millions of LGBTQ Americans are worried about the sanctity of their marriage and about the sanctity of their family. And when you talk about these inflationary concerns, those same concerns are concerns to LGBTQ people. We shouldn't layer on top of that anxiety about whether or not their marriage is going to remain legally recognized. And so, although Mr. Roy said he's not worried about marriage equality, I think he said there's no threat. That's easy for a heterosexual white man to say. I can tell you lots of people in the LGBTQ community feel very much under threat, and it's not sort of made up in their heads. You look at the decision. Justice Thomas says that he says we should reconsider all of this court's substantive due process precedents. These are precedents which, as you say, Professor Raskin, identify freedoms that the American people have, and he specifically cites Obergefell. And then he quotes himself in a bunch of cases with phrases like, after overruling these demonstrably erroneous decisions, or we have a duty to correct the error. So there's lots of good reason for members of the LGBTQ community and people who care about our community to be anxious about whether or not we will continue to have marriage equality in this country. And if Mr. Roy really is worried just about the process, I want to say to the chairman of the committee, thank you for taking this up with the urgency of the other matters relating to substantive due process. We don't have time to waste. This is an activist court, an anti-freedom court that is trying to strip away what are well-established freedoms of the American people: contraceptive, abortion care, marriage equality, and I applaud this committee for moving quickly. These aren't new issues. Versions of this bill have been introduced for many Congresses. For any member of Congress to suggest this is the first time they're really struggling with the idea of marriage equality is silly. This has been debated and thought about for a very long time. This very bill is introduced multiple times. Please don't use process to avoid addressing the serious threat to LGBTQ families that the Dobbs decision presents, and I urge you again to move quickly and pass this bill. And thank you, Mr. Raskin, for yielding to me.
Are you yielding back?
I'll just.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to close with one thought, Mr. Chairman, which is that the rights of the LGBTQ community are under attack all over the world. Vladimir Putin, of course, has been trampling the rights of gay people. Orban in Hungary, Pakistan, Egypt, Afghanistan, Qatar, and so on. And I suppose I would be a little more reassured by people who are saying, well, don't worry about what the Supreme Court might do if they started by saying they supported Obergefell, and if they started by saying they support the decisions protecting a woman's right to contraception, because politically, what I hear is they say all of that should go down. That was judicial activism. That was overreach. And then we say, okay, let's legislate to codify it. They say, oh, you're being hysterical. You're going too far. I think this Supreme Court has shown us exactly how careful we need to be. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Mr. Roy, there was a lot that was discussed in that last back and forth. Do you have anything that you'd like to add?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important, I mean, to Jamie's point, I mean, and his gracious, I'll put it, observation of saying that I made a good point, which was to raise the question about what this bill does or doesn't do when we use language like codification of Obergefell or Loving. And so that would be something that you would normally flush out in a Judiciary Committee hearing and or markup, right? Which I think would be a valuable thing to do on something so monumental and something so important as this issue, broadly speaking. But I would also just note with respect to the point that the gentleman from Rhode Island raised about Justice Thomas's quote, which we've all heard, and I quoted a lower passage in that same quote earlier in which he is laying out, he disagrees with the how. Right? He lays out his concerns under substantive due process. Now, we can have a debate about that, and Jamie and I can have some fun at his law class and kind of have a debate about, and raise that. Fine. But he's laying out the how and that he has a concern with that. And then he articulates, that he's saying, look, we might reach a similar conclusion on the rights in question. He's arguing that that should be done under privileges and immunities or some other path. You can disagree with him on that. But just, I don't want us to put words in his mouth about what the conclusion would be on the rights as opposed to the how. And then the critically important part is what the majority opinion wrote. And they wrote a whole lot, and I'm not going to go through all of it, but like, for example, one part in the slip opinion 32. What sharply distinguishes the abortion right from the rights recognized in the cases on which Roe and Casey relies, something that both decisions acknowledged, abortion destroys what those decisions call potential life, and what the law at issue in this case regards as the life of an unborn human being. See Roe, and there's quotes, I'll skip to the next part. None of the other decisions cited by Roe and Casey involve the critical moral questions posed by abortion. They are therefore inapposite. They do not support the right to obtain an abortion, and by the same token, our conclusion that the Constitution does not confer such a right does not undermine them in any way. I could go through 4 or 5 other large paragraphs and passages and sections, concluding in one by Justice Kavanaugh, where he says, first is the question of how this decision will affect other precedents involving issues such as contraception and marriage, in particular decisions in Griswold, Eisenstadt, Loving, and Obergefell. I emphasize what the court today states, overruling Roe does not mean the overruling of those precedents and does not threaten or cast doubt on those precedents. Now, again, we can have a debate about all of that. I think that the majority opinion, probably went out of its way to outline those. I think the first draft had certain quotes, and then when the concurring opinion was drafted, there were additional quotes, I think. I've not been able to go compare side by side the leaked draft and so forth, which is why that's such a dangerous and slippery slope. But anyway, I thought that's important to be in the record, and critically important as to why we should have a hearing, why we should have a markup. And we should go through this. We should have a debate on such an important issue, and frankly decide where Congress is on some of these things. And they're complicated, and there's a lot of law behind that and a lot of policy choices behind that, and we should have a robust debate about these things.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. I appreciate it. With that, I yield back.
Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you. Mr. Cicilline, you mentioned that last week there was a judiciary hearing on the impact of the Dobbs decision on, among other things, same-sex marriage. Is that right? And
Yes.
if I recall correctly, it was a fairly robust and long-winded hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And we looked at, possible legislative solutions to the impact of the Dobbs decision on gay marriage, among other substantive due process rights.
That's correct.
I find it cold comfort to suggest that, it's only the Justice Thomas concurrence that says he wants to overrule Obergefell, because, of course, the author of that decision, Justice Alito, the Dobbs decision, joined with Justice Thomas just 2 years ago to say that Obergefell was wrongly decided, was abhorrent, was a problem that the court must fix. So I don't think there's any real question about where Justice Alito wants to go, even if he's willing to do a little tap dance in the Dobbs decision. Were there other lessons that you think we could bring from the hearing last week?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. You know, the scholars that we heard from made it very clear that that assertion by Justice Thomas, or that Mr. Roy just read, that, oh, none of this applies to other stuff, was completely unsupported in the law. In fact, there's no legal basis to say the substantive due process that they found no longer existed for a woman's right to abortion care could be distinguished from a whole set of other privacy interests, whether it's contraceptive or marriage or other intimate personal decisions of individuals. So the notion that, you know, to make the Dobbs decision apparently more palatable to people, they would give this false assurance that, oh, don't worry, none of that applies here. There's no discernible legal basis for making that distinction. And there's a lot of reason that legal scholars think they have set the roadmap for stripping away many freedoms that the American people currently enjoy. We don't have to wonder. They gave us some breadcrumbs. The concurring opinion of Justice Thomas lays it out. They're coming for contraception, they're coming for marriage, they're coming from many other substantive due process sort of privacy protection. So the notion that we should, you know, take them at their word and don't worry about it, if that's really true, then everyone should vote for this bill. If you think this is settled law and you think the Supreme Court's not going to reverse it, then vote for it. There's no harm in that. It will just secure for millions of Americans the assurance that their marriage will be legal and recognized, and they'll have equality, and they can worry about the other things in their family's life and not have to worry about their marriage. I dare say that if Mr. Roy's marriage were threatened to be declared illegal, he would be worried about it. It would weigh on him. Well, it weighs on the minds of millions of Americans who wonder, is the court going to take away this basic freedom? This bill will fix that.
Well, it also seems a rather strange time to be saying, oh, well, the court said it in an opinion, so they're not going to say something else later, when we've just seen them overturn 50 years of settled law. Thank you. I yield back.
Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have to comment. You know, the witnesses from the last bill should feel lucky because they had 3 days to look at that bill. This one was an hour. You know, we got it, an hour before committee started. So I just have to take the time to say, this is a trend, this is political theater, this is how the majority wants to run this place. No transparency, no committee hearings, and I hear over and over how important this is, how important this issue is on all of these, and then they should go through committee. If it's important, you should take the time to have people hear about it, listen to the testimony, listen about the bill, not just have hearings about general issues, but really hear about the bill. Have the opportunity to look at the bill, understand it, and it is not the way we should be creating laws. We should be running Congress. We should not be doing this. We should have the kinds of hearings, the kinds of process that is laid out and that the American people expect. And it's embarrassing for Congress to do this. And I just want to give Mr. Roy the opportunity to respond to anything that he may be heard or wants to add.
Well, I appreciate that, and obviously we want to move forward. I won't belabor it too much, but I think the gentlelady is correct. I've made my point on that known. You know, I would note with respect to Roe, for example, there were legal challenges on that, I mean, probably annually from 1973 to this year. Can't remember exactly how many made it to the court and, you know, where, but there were a lot of challenges, right, over the years. I'm unaware of one that's gotten any legs in terms of the challenge with respect to Obergefell over the last, what has it been, 7 years since Obergefell? I can't remember I think 2015. You know, Jamie's not here for me to run the years by him, but I think that says something about kind of where things are. But I also think, you know, it's important, like the decisions here that we're talking about, you know, these are tough decisions, and we have strong opinions about these. I get that. You know, when in the hearing that we talked about, the gentleman from Rhode Island, you know, we had a witness who was actually overlapped with me at the University of Virginia, and she's now a professor. And I was asking her the question of who decides, right? Who decides when life begins, and who decides when life is worthy of protection, and how we protect it. That's a really complicated question. I mean, it's a really complicated question. And for 50 years, we acquiesced to say the court decided and then kind of created a range. And we had Roe, and then we had Casey, and then now here we are. I think that this is indicative of some of the problem when courts come in and say, okay, here it is. You got 9 folks, and sometimes you like who those 9 are and what the decisions are making, and sometimes you don't. And they ebb and flow, obviously with presidencies, and that changes over time. My point of bringing that up is just, these are incredibly complex decisions. And we distill them down to something, and I do it too, because we're politicians, so we have to distill them down to simple sound bites and go sell them. But this is a really complicated question. When does life begin and when do you protect it? I know we're not even talking about that in this legislation because we're advancing to other issues in the, dare I say, penumbras of the core question that we're talking about here. But I think that's an important part of this. And I would note that I didn't get a really good answer, right, from the witnesses on that question. Why? Because it's hard, right? It's a difficult question. So you say, somebody say, well, the mom should decide that question. It's like, well, I mean, okay, but if the mom decides that question after what we would call the birth date at 3 months, or if the mom decides that question a week before the birth date, and we're going to go down that road and debate all the policy on that. We would normally do that in judiciary. But I think that's a really important part of this entire conversation.
Thank you very much. And, you know, I do want to add, you know, we talked a little bit about prices earlier. And I think if we were really, really wanting to address what is weighing heavy on Americans' minds is $8.35 box of Lucky Charms. I bought that. That's what's weighing on families' minds, is because that's serious things that they are buying off the grocery stores and that making it more and more difficult for them to feed their family every day. That's the kinds of things that we should be dealing with and we should be trying to address here. So thank you very much, and I yield back.
Mr. Morelli.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Given how remarkable the chairman of this committee and the ranking member are, if we were the only committee functioning in Congress and every bill came to us, I'd be okay with that. I think we do a pretty good job, but not. Well, the ratios are kind of good.
If the gentleman would yield, if I were on rules, I would think the same thing. But.
I'm sure. Look, I appreciate this. You know, the bill is not lengthy. I read through it when it was printed. I think we all, as Mr. Cicilline has indicated, have had long opinions about the subject. I know that I voted for marriage equality in New York when I was a member of the New York State Assembly back in 2007, 2009, and then we finally enacted it in 2011. You know, given what we believe, at least on our side, about this issue, this seems to me entirely appropriate. You know, we've talked a lot about the opinion in Dobbs and Justice Thomas's concurring opinion on this subject, and I agree with you, Mr. Cicilline, that millions of Americans have every right to be more than troubled about this and wondering what this means for their relationships, their families. This isn't just a theoretical exercise. I mean, this is really goes to the heart of what those relationships and those families are all about. And frankly, even the notion that, and I'd say this, that, you know, given what Justice Thomas wrote, all the assurances notwithstanding, I mean, as I've said a number of times and others have said, you know, Justice Kavanaugh said that in his in the proceedings related to his confirmation, said that it was settled law on Roe, and he clearly didn't believe that when it came time to cast his vote. So I'm not sure we could take anyone's assurances at this point. But honestly, on some level, that doesn't even matter. What does matter is Article 1 of the Constitution gives us the responsibility. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and a House of Representatives. So this is a legislative matter, irrespective of what the Supreme Court may take up. We're going to put in law what we believe to be the case around states' rights to make this decision and the ability of individuals to travel to those states where it is legal, come to New York, and those marriages which are performed in New York and where people get married, those will be respected. That's simple. It's a 4-page bill. I mean, even a non-lawyer like me can get through it and kind of understand. It's in plain English. You could read it, you understand what we're, and this has a debate. As I said, in New York alone, 2007 was the first time I had the opportunity to vote on this. So this is well established, and people have every right to look to the Congress to make sure that their families are continue to be recognized by the United States. And so I'm not only for the rule, I'm for the bill, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. DeSaulnier. Ms. Ross.
Thank you very much, and I always like following my friend Mr. Morelli because he boils it down to what's going on. This is not a complicated bill. We're repealing a law that Congress no longer thinks is appropriate, and that, by the way, still is unconstitutional. So when I was a state legislator, we repealed unconstitutional laws all the time. So the Defense of Marriage Act passed. The Supreme Court found that it was unconstitutional. Congress can repeal any law that it wants to repeal. Right now, we're repealing an unconstitutional law. Kind of our job to admit that the law that was passed was found to be unconstitutional. Our job to recognize where this country is on marriage equality right now. Simple, simple. And the rest of this bill just makes it clear that we have the right to travel and that full faith and credit covers these marriages. Simple. I mean, state legislators do this all the time. This is not, maybe we're making it more complicated. But what we are doing is we're sticking up for our people. We're sticking up for marriage. We're protecting marriages that already exist. We're recognizing that people have the right to live their lives with people they love, and we're rejecting hate. Simple, simple. So I support the rule, I support the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neguse. I think everybody's asked a question. Let me just say, in conclusion, I want to thank you both for coming. And I just want to just say one thing. I think we all agree that inflation is a big deal. We're all worried about gas prices. We all hear directly from our constituents. We're worried about the war in Ukraine. We're worried about a lot of things. But to somehow use those issues as a way to kind of diminish the importance of two of the matters that we talked about here today, I think is wrong. I mean, we are seeing on the previous bill the impact of the Supreme Court decision that is cruel. It is absolutely cruel. Read today's New York Times. How the unintended consequences, I don't even know if they're intended or unintended, but the consequences of that decision, the impact it's having on other surgical procedures that women are trying to deal with. And as Mr. Cicilline pointed out, you know, for gay couples in this country, I mean, the possibility that their marriage might be threatened or dissolved, you know, or made irrelevant by a Supreme Court, you know, is hard to even believe that it would happen in this country. And so, yeah, I mean, that's what we have to walk and chew gum at the same time. We have to deal with these economic issues, but let's not diminish the anxiety of people in this country right now, gay couples who are married, you know, who read Clarence Thomas's concurring opinion, also saw how he and Justice Alito voted on the Obergefell case originally. I mean, this is a serious matter and ought to be taken seriously. So I hope that that rather than just deflecting and saying, "Hey, look over here, let's not talk about this," we understand that for a lot of people in this country, a lot of our constituents, all of our constituents, these are important matters. So thank you very much. No other questions. You're free to go. Are there any of the members who wish to testify on H.R. 8404? Seeing none, that closes the hearing on H.R. 8404. I now want to welcome our next panel to testify on amendments. Dr. Burgess, Representative Westerman, Representative Valadeo, Representative Duncan, and Representative Rose. And yeah. And we'll begin with Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have several amendments that I wanted to discuss. The first and most extensive is an amendment that would prohibit funds. Oh, let's see. To limit funding for the federal vaccine mandate. So there is a multiple of amendments, amendment number 3, number 2, number 1, number 3 in Division E, number 3 in Division F to H.R. 8294. So these amendments limit funding to implement or enforce President Biden's September 21 executive orders requiring a vaccine mandate for federal employees and federal contractors. I understand as a medical professional that vaccination is a reasonable medical decision, but it's up to individuals to decide. And the decision to get vaccinated should be made by patients in consultation with their physician, not by the President of the United States. Vaccine mandates by the federal government erode public trust, thereby undermining the stated goal of vaccinating more Americans. We're emerging from the worst stages of the pandemic, and more Americans are traveling and engaging in commerce. But as happened to me today, flight delays and cancellations, shortages of workers, shortages of pilots, shortages of air traffic controllers, and the continued supply chain disruptions. Even though the current federal vaccine mandate is enjoined by court order, the Biden administration is still fighting for its implementation. So we simply cannot impose these mandates on the American public while we're fighting to recover from the pandemic. For these reasons, I ask that these amendments be made in order. Amendment number 31 to H.R. 8294. This amendment prohibits funds made available in the bill from allowing the Environmental Protection Agency to utilize Title 42 Special Pay Authority. The Title 42 hiring authority gives the Department of Health and Human Services the ability to incentivize and expedite the recruitment of scientists and other experts working on cutting-edge public health. But since 2006, this pay authority has been exploited by the EPA without any authorization from Congress. A 2012 report from the Government Accountability Office highlighted the issues and the corruption of Health and Human Services' use of Title 42. A 2015 report by the Environmental Protection Agency's Office of Inspector General discovered that the EPA did not demonstrate a need to use this authority, nor did it provide a convincing justification for its continued use. This is just further proof of the EPA's use of Title 42 special hiring and that authority must come to an end. As a practical matter, you have beginning chemists at the EPA being paid more than the highest GS scale. And again, Congress has the ability to end that, and we should. The Wahlberg Amendment to H.R. 8294, Division A, in the TETHA division, this amendment prohibits the use of funds by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration for activities intended to encourage states to adopt legislation, regulations, policies, and directives or guidance to profile motorcycle riders. Mr. Wahlberg and I are co-chairs of the Congressional Motorcycle Caucus. And look, motorcycle profiling is the illegal use of the fact that a person rides a motorcycle or wears motorcycle-related apparel as a factor in deciding to stop and question or take enforcement action without a legal basis. Complaints surrounding motorcycle profiling have been cited in all 50 states. I encourage this amendment to be made in order and allow the House to vote their will on this amendment against profiling. There are additional amendments that Myra Flores has submitted, and I think the committee should think seriously about what she's asking. This is an individual who won a special election 2 or 3 weeks ago and was not here for the appropriations process and has identified some significant needs in her district. In fact, honestly, there are needs that actually should have been addressed during when the previous representative was representing that area, but they were not. They've languished for years, and I think she is well-intentioned with bringing these forward, and the Rules Committee should consider making them order and allowing the House to vote their will. And I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, is recognized to present his amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Perlmutter, and to the Ranking Member Cole and the committee. It's a little hot. I appreciate you holding this hearing. When Americans think of our treasures, the treasures of our country, they think of the dramatic majesty of the Grand Canyon. The Grand Canyon, which has a lot of maintenance backlog and needs some things as basic as water transmission piping improved. They think of the mighty and ancient sequoias, the sequoias which are on fire right now, which we've lost 20% of them in the last 2 years, and the redwoods, those magnificent trees in California. And they think of the awe-inspiring vistas of Yellowstone National Park, a park that was just hit very hard by a flood that needs a lot of maintenance. But few, if any, think of the Presidio Park in San Francisco. Even fewer probably realize that tucked away on page 754 of this bill is a provision that would give the Presidio Trust a $90 million blank check. For those who do not know, the Presidio is a luxury golf course and resort destination in the heart of San Francisco, less than 5 miles from the San Francisco Financial District. The park boasts many high-end hotels, and for the low price of $13 million, you too can be a homeowner near the Presidio. Congress originally created the Presidio in 1996 and specified that the Presidio Trust be self-sufficient and not rely on taxpayer funding by the year 2012. If the trust failed to achieve this self-sufficiency, the Presidio Trust Act states that, quote, all property under the administrative jurisdiction of the trust be disposed of, and any real property so transferred shall be deleted from the boundary of the Golden Gate National Recreation Area. Even though they have received numerous handouts from the taxpayers since the Presidio Trust website still loudly and falsely boast that, quote, unlike other national parks, the Presidio does not receive a direct annual appropriation. Yes, you heard that right. While we're sitting here in D.C. debating whether to give this organization $90 million, they're falsely claiming on their government website that they receive no taxpayer funding. I would have to ask about the $70 million that they've received over the past 3 years. I don't know what they would classify that. You may be asking yourself at this point, how on earth did this provision even make it into the bill? Well, the kicker is that Presidio Park is entirely located within Speaker Nancy Pelosi's district. Speaker Pelosi has been trying to divert funding to the Presidio so they can turn their 30-acre Fort Scott site into a, quote, place for change, according to the trust CEO. The trust envisioned renovating these buildings so that people who are working in the environmental or social justice areas would have a place to do great work in this magnificent setting. The original plan, laid out by the Presidio Trust in 2018, was to find a wealthy philanthropist to come in and fund this multi-million-dollar project. It is clear that that never materialized, and yet the trust, with the help of Speaker Pelosi, has found a new philanthropist to fund this liberal place for change, and that is the American taxpayer. Last year, committee Democrats tried to give the Presidio Trust $200 million through their failed partisan reconciliation legislation. Their commitment was so strong that every committee Democrat voted against amendments that would have diverted these funds to far more worthy causes, such as increasing wildland firefighter pay, improving recreation opportunities for veterans, even funding the 9/11 Memorial and Museum on the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. Democrats also rejected amendments that would prohibit the Presidio from using these funds on lawn maintenance for the luxury golf course and maintenance on luxury homes and apartments. This is not about historic restoration. This is an earmark to build a luxurious liberal headquarters for far-left activists. Last time I checked, San Francisco was not lacking similar misguided venues. This is especially egregious when our nation's parks are still struggling to clear their deferred maintenance backlogs, despite the historic investments in the Great American Outdoors Act. This funding, which runs out in fiscal year 2025, has failed to make a meaningful dent in the agency's backlog. In fact, the National Park Service recently announced their backlog has climbed to $21.8 billion, a nearly $10 billion increase since the Great American Outdoors Act was passed, and the agency last reported their backlog numbers. In the words of the famous infomercial salesman everywhere, but wait, there's more. The Biden administration's proposed project list for fiscal year 2023 deferred maintenance included over $165 million for 2 more projects located exclusively in Speaker Pelosi's district. Put together, if this bill goes through, that will be over $250 million of taxpayer money going towards Speaker Pelosi's district this year for what at best could be considered 3 B-side park units. In the chairman's home state, this money would clear out roughly half of the entire state's deferred maintenance backlog. Ranking Member Cole, I'm sure you'll find it interesting to know that this money would resolve Oklahoma's maintenance backlog 11 times over. In my home state of Arkansas, we could completely wipe out the deferred maintenance backlog and have a cool $172 million left over. I strongly urge the committee to put this money to better use and make my amendment in order so that we can appropriate money where it should go, so that we can be good stewards of taxpayer resources, not benefactors for San Francisco's wealthiest elite. With that, I thank the committee for having me, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Valadeo, is recognized to present his amendment.
Thank you for allowing me to speak on my amendments. As a result of California's ongoing severe drought, inadequate storage of water from wet years, and burdensome overregulation, people in my district are running out of water for daily use. Farmers in the valley have been forced to fallow their fields and dry out valuable orchards. Hundreds of thousands of acres of produce will be unable to be planted again this year, yielding roughly 1/4 of the nation's food. This is a concern for all Americans. My first amendment, Amendment 27, Division C, would address water storage capacity issues. We desperately need to increase this capacity and work to repair and restore our existing storage infrastructure. My amendment would extend the storage provision of the WIN Act, which was signed into law by President Obama, through the end of 2023. The extension would allow an increase in water storage projects that could benefit the users of the Central Valley Project that ag producers and local communities in my district rely on. It is imperative we prepare for wet years so we are not in this bad off of a situation in the next drought. The fertile lands of farmlands of the valley depend on water contracted through the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project and delivered largely by the way of canals. After years of drought and inadequate water storage, farmers have had to turn to pumping groundwater to protect their crops, and towns have been forced to do the same to meet their needs. As a result, these communities have experienced land subsidence at the expense of critical water infrastructure. In the past decade and a half, land in my district has sunk 11.5 feet, contributing to significant damage to the Friant Kern Canal, Delta Mendota Canal, and the California Aqueduct. My amendment would create a program to assist in funding the repairs to damaged canal infrastructure. Unless these canals are completely restored, the issue of subsidence and resulting unnecessary water loss will continue and conditions will worsen. For these reasons, I ask my colleagues to support Amendment 27 of Division C. The WIN Act directed federal agencies to develop a new operations plan for the Central Valley Project and State Water Project. The resulting biological opinions were developed based on the best available science, provide flexibility and guidance to make the most efficient use of California's water. Unfortunately, implementation of this science was immediately obstructed by partisan motives. Before President Trump even signed the memorandum, the state of California threatened suit against the conclusion of the 4 years of studies. These biological opinions were independently peer-reviewed and informed by the most accurate and best available science. The corresponding operations plans employs this science and data to ensure greater water reliability and availability for communities and farms across California, while continuing to protect at-risk species. Codifying these biological opinions puts an end to the senseless litigation and will provide farmers with the certainty they need to continue feeding the world and ensure families in California have access to clean and reliable water. This amendment would establish that it is the sense of Congress that the 2019 biological opinions will dictate the operations of the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project. We need to stop playing politics with a resource that the Central Valley is so reliant on. The lack of reliable, clean water in my district is an issue of national security. How are our farmers supposed to grow the food we all eat if we prevent them from being able to produce their crops and support their livestock? Since the reinitiation of consultation on the biological opinions does not appear warranted, this amendment would withhold funds from the Act for the purpose of reinitiation of consultation on the long-term operation of the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project. We deserve to know why this process is even happening. I urge my colleagues to support Amendment A of Division C. My third amendment is one of transparency. Too often, administrations take actions without providing proper briefings to Congress. I say that believing this is a fundamental right of the Appropriations Committee to receive this information regardless of the party in power. Despite sending multiple letters, along with many of my colleagues, over the past year and a half, the Department of the Interior has not given a good faith effort in answering our questions in detail. This report language directs the Bureau of Reclamation to provide the committee with a justification on the decision to reinitiate consultation of the operations plan, to be presented to the committee in the form of a written report explaining in detail why the biological opinions warranted a reinitiation of consultation. I believe that explaining their reasoning behind this decision is truly the least the Reclamation could do as my constituents continue to unfairly and necessarily suffer. I ask my colleagues to support this effort to increase transparency and accountability in supporting Amendment 29 in Division C. Thank you again for the opportunity to highlight this important issue of my amendments, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Valadeo. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan, to present his amendment or amendments.
Member number 40. Thank you, Chairman Paul Murder, and the Ranking Member Cole for recognizing me to speak in support of Energy and Commerce Republican leader Kathy McMorris Rogers' amendment to Division C of H.R. 8294. I'm a co-sponsor of this amendment, along with many of my colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee. Now, Chairman McGovern said just minutes ago that everyone was concerned about gas prices, and we are. I think both Democrats and Republicans across the country did not really appreciate seeing Strategic Petroleum Reserve oil sold to China. This amendment is very simple. It prohibits the Department of Energy from sending America's emergency oil reserves to China. These are Strategic Petroleum Reserve resources owned by the taxpayer, and they're there for certain circumstances and events. Because of President Biden's hostility to oil and gas, our domestic production and refining capacity has declined by more than 1 million barrels per day since President Biden took office. Energy prices have surged past historic records. People have been forced to pay more than $6 a gallon in many regions of the country. Now President Biden's looking for cover. He's looking to distract American voters from the painful realities of his anti-fossil fuel agenda by releasing an unprecedented 260 million barrels of oil from our SPR. Releasing oil from the SPR is not really doing anything to lower gas prices. It's a temporary blip. It is not the solution to the energy crisis Americans are facing today, and that Chairman McGovern mentioned earlier. The oil is being released, more than 1 million barrels per day. It really has nowhere to go. Our refineries are full, our pipelines are full. As a result, America's emergency reserves are being sent to China, which is using it to build up its own strategic reserves. An adversarial country. At the rate that President Biden's depleting our emergency reserves, we may not have anything left to respond to a true emergency. Hurricane season's here. Like if a hurricane strikes the Gulf of Mexico or a major pipeline goes down, how are we going to respond to that if we deplete these reserves? The irony is that when prices plummeted at the onset of COVID, President Trump's DOE wanted to buy oil and fill more of the SPR. Democrats, the same Democrats who are now tapping the SPR until there's nothing left, opposed filling it up. They claimed it was a sellout to big oil. It's pretty simple economics, though. You buy low and sell high. President Trump wanted to buy low-priced oil so the American taxpayer could have value in that resource. Now selling off our strategic stockpile will not lower gas prices, and it was used by our foreign adversaries like China to enhance their security at our expense. It threatens our national security. The solution to high gas prices is to reverse the anti-fossil fuel policies President Biden's imposed on the first day in office. We need to approve the Keystone Pipeline, Keystone XL Pipeline, it's a difference. Restart lease sales for oil and gas production on federal lands, roll back regulations that slow infrastructure permitting and discourage investments in fossil fuels. You know, one sidebar, an irony, is that by eliminating lease sales and leases, you're actually lowering the available resources that go into the Land and Water Conservation Fund that help us set aside property, green spaces across this country. Now they have less money because of the royalties have diminished. That was just a sidebar. We need to return to the energy dominance we had under the prior administration, bottom line. We need to increase production of oil and gas and increase refining capacity in America. President Biden wouldn't need to go to Saudi Arabia and beg MBS like he did last Friday to produce more if he unleashed the production here in the United States. And we've done it before. We were a net exporter of energy, net exporter of oil and gas, net exporter. We used what we produced, and then we had excess, so we exported it. If he can travel to meet with the Saudis, he can certainly travel down to Port Fourchon or down to Houston, to Midland, Texas, and meet with U.S. oil and gas executives and say, hey, what can we do here in America to increase production? What do we need to do here in America to refill the SPR and not take oil out of it? What do we need to do here in America? Because fossil fuels are fossil fuels. You either beg the Saudis to increase oil or you beg American producers to increase oil. It's the same thing. It's oil, it's fossil fuels. It's kind of hypocritical. He can commit the oil and gas producers here in America to new leases, faster permits. He can end the regulatory war on pipelines and the supply of capital. Bottom line is we need to stop draining the strategic petroleum reserve oil and hand our energy security over to China. So this amendment's simple. It would allow disallow any sales to China. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak on this amendment. I urge you to make it in order so it gets the opportunity for debate on the House floor. We can further this conversation. And with that, thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, is recognized to present her amendment or amendments.
Chairman, thank you so very much. To the ranking member, thank you again for the opportunity and to recognize that amendments that members may offer really reflect some of the concerns that face cities, states, villages across the nation. So I'd like to take amendment, at first I'd like to ask for the acceptance of all of my amendments into the opportunity for debate and passage on the floor. I want to take amendment, and I will selectively take amendments, amendment number 38 and 127 together, which deal with the issue of HUD's Office of Inspector General. It is an increase and decrease with the intent to support the OIG's oversight over the Texas General Land Office to track the accounting of emergency supplemental disaster appropriations for Hurricane Harvey mitigation and recovery that Congress approved for the 2017 disaster. 127 then asks that agreements that have been already made with local communities be upheld, just simply be upheld. And this is what happens with state and then local jurisdictions, and I would surmise counties, cities, and villages. In the appropriations that you were so generous, the state was to provide the Harris County area $4 billion, $2 billion for Harris County and $2 billion for the city of Houston. I literally lived in the streets, if you will, during Hurricane Harvey, visiting communities that were wiped out. They were wiped out. Similar to my friends dealing with the Western fires, that's why I have a proclivity to helping all of our colleagues in the plains with tornadoes, the Western fires. I think that's the duty of the United States Congress. Unfortunately, monies that were to come to, say, Harris County, out of the $2 billion, they got $800,000, and the city of Houston at some point got zero. All in the pretext of disagreement. And all I want to simply say that when it comes to state and small jurisdictions, when I say smaller jurisdictions, let's make sure that agreements are kept. Let's make sure that the OIG then has the opportunity to determine why are these funds being held up, no matter what city or small jurisdiction it may be. So I ask my colleagues to support amendment number 38 and amendment number 127. I also ask for them to support, for you to support amendment number 41, that again impacts historically disadvantaged communities and areas impacted by persistent poverty, to ensure that when major highway construction, and the president has now put in place what we call an equity thermometer to see whether or not when major federal funding goes, are you wiping out neighborhoods without their input? This amendment speaks directly to that. My amendment number 44 speaks to another plague on our communities. We know that the Federal Railroad Administration Safety and Operations is very important to monitoring railroads. Houston is, its motto is a railroad city. Well, the railroads are everywhere, and there is a constant disruption of life, and ambulances, school buses, and so we simply ask that as the federal funds are utilized, that we need to provide a dedicated funding to address community engagement on safety issues related to railroad crossings in urban areas, and ask my colleagues to support the inclusion of that amendment. Under the agriculture, amendment number 27, under the National Institute of Food and Agriculture, NIFA, by making, again, an increase to deal with the historically black colleges as relates to agricultural research, with the huge amount of increased starvation among populations outside the United States, even though we too face that. It is very important to have historically black colleges do some of the normal work that they've done. Their agriculture, their A&T colleges, agricultural-based colleges, to increase the opportunity for their research as land-grant colleges. Further ask support of amendment number 28, which deals with human trafficking, and to reinforce the importance of providing for human trafficking victims with programs such as SNAP. The effect of this amendment will be to make clear that nothing in this bill restricts the authority of the Secretary of Agriculture or any federal agency head from providing assistance that benefits to victims of trafficking under current law in the Victims of Trafficking and Violence Protection Act of 2000. Why is this important? In particular, this amendment is necessary to make clear that providing information to victims of human trafficking about their eligibility, who may not be status, to receive SNAP benefits does not constitute SNAP recruitment activities or advertising of the SNAP program prohibited by the bill and by Section 4018 of the Agriculture Act of 2014. And this runs afoul of trying to help human trafficking victims here in the United States on our soil if they may be unstatus, and that does not preclude them, or they may be status, does not preclude you from giving information to human trafficking victims. Amendment number 56 deals with the issue of preservation, restoration, and ensuring that the artifacts in the historically black colleges and minority-serving institutions who were founded in the 1800s, that their particular artifacts are protected, and it would provide us with the assurance that those historically buildings, structures, and other assets are protected. Finally, my amendment number 57 is to ensure that cancer clusters that, again, plague communities around the nation, that we have the opportunity to highlight the existence and as well to collaborate with local governments and state governments to address the question that comes from toxic sites, air quality and otherwise, but to be able to ensure the better health of communities. Most of them would be impoverished communities, no matter what racial background they may have. So I ask my colleagues to support these amendments. Thank you for your courtesy of listening and as well to the time to present my amendments. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. This panel is finished. Does anyone on the committee have questions for this panel? Mr. Reschenthaler, you're recognized for your questions.
Mr. Perlmutter, I'm sorry, I'll yield to Dr. Burgess. I didn't realize you had questions.
Okay, I'll go with Dr. Burgess first.
Thank you. And all of these are wonderful amendments, and the Rules Committee should make them all in order and let the membership vote on the floor. Mr. Duncan, in particular, your observations on the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. We're in hurricane season. We got the teeth of the hurricane season ahead of us in a month or two, and to have depleted down to 50% our Strategic Petroleum Reserve. We all remember what it was like after Katrina and Rita and some of the other big name storms to have to deal with that with zero balance in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. It's unconscionable that we would even be in that position. So I really thank you for bringing the amendment to the Rules Committee, and it's just critical that the committee make that in order and let the membership vote their will on the floor. And I'll yield back.
Mr. Burgess yields back. Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Duncan, just on your amendment, what makes it so important to have your amendment is also the fact that China is, at the same time, they're taking, well, I don't blame them for taking it, but as Biden offers them our reserves, China's then turning around and buying discounted petroleum from Russia, which makes it double an insult, I think. But so thank you for bringing forward the amendment. Mr. Westerman, just to summarize the Presidio Park issue, basically you're just saying that Presidio Park is in a rich, affluent area that can take care of itself, and there's much more deserving projects with our actual national parks. Is that the crux of the argument?
Oh, exactly, and the rich irony here that Presidio wants to build a center for environmental and social justice in a place where you can't even see environmental and social injustice. You know, if the federal government wants to spend money for environmental justice and social justice, come to Arkansas. Let me take you to the beautiful Buffalo National River where the toilets don't function correctly. That's where we could spend money. Go to some of the tribal lands in Mr. Cole's district. There are many places. Look at Yellowstone with the flood. Look at the fire in Yosemite. There's places that I think the general public would much more prioritize spending of money for public lands than inside a luxury park inside San Francisco. So, as I said, there's lots of states' backlogs that could be totally wiped out if we just spent the money that has been directed or is going to be directed into Speaker Pelosi's district. And I think at the least, Congress should vote on this. Just, put it on the floor. If it's that important, then let us have a vote on it. Let the speaker come down and defend why she needs $90 million for Presidio Park in her district. It would be interesting to see how that vote happened, but I'm guessing that as much as you all might try to get it make the amendment in order, that for some reason it might not be in order.
Thanks, Mr. Westerman. I appreciate it. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you all for your testimony, and you are excused. I'd like to now call up Mr. Rose, Ms. Miller-Meeks, and Mr. Grothman as our next panel, and without objection, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record statements from Representative Davis of Illinois, Representative Lofgren of California, Representative Panetta of California, Representative Johnson of Georgia, and Representative Cohen of Tennessee.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr.
Just
Cole.
quickly, if I may follow suit. Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to submit for the record a statement by Representative Davidson in support of his amendment number 17 submitted to Division F of H.R. 8294.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Rose, Ms. Miller Meeks, and Mr. Grothman, good to see you all. Mr. Rose, you're recognized to present your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Perlmutter, and thanks to Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole, members of the Rules Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'd like to begin by urging support for my amendment, amendment number 18 of Division D, to prohibit the Securities and Exchange Commission from implementing provisions of its proposed rule entitled the Enhancement and Standardization of Climate-Related Disclosures for Investors that would require the disclosure of Scope 3 emissions. As you may know, Scope 3 emissions include emissions from both upstream and downstream activities in an organization's supply chain. Public companies have no ownership and little to no control over their Scope 3 emissions, and methods for estimating Scope 3 emissions are still being developed. From a cost-benefit perspective, it does not make any sense to require the disclosure of Scope 3 emissions. This proposal, if finalized, will drive capital away from smaller suppliers that may not have the resources to measure their greenhouse gas emissions and will negatively impact private companies that were never intended by Congress to be the subject of SEC oversight. Moreover, following the Supreme Court's decision in West Virginia versus Environmental Protection Agency, it is unlikely that a court would find that the Congress granted the Commission the authority to adopt a rule in this space. Here, the court found in West Virginia v. EPA, the court found that if an agency wishes to impact a sweeping overhaul of the nation's economic activity, it must do so with clear congressional authorization. The SEC claims rulemaking authority for this proposal under the 33 and 34 Acts, but nothing in these statutes gives them the authority to regulate climate change, let alone Scope 3 emissions. The SEC does not have either the expertise or the statutory authority to conduct climate policy. Chair Gensler points to the significant investor demand for requiring this type of information, but the proposal itself only mentions retail investors once. The investor demand instead is coming from large asset managers and climate activists. As a result of this rule, if finalized, small businesses, as a precondition to doing business with large public companies, will be forced to collect and submit climate-related information to those publicly traded companies. This proposal would be a significant overreach, and it is not the SEC's role to micromanage businesses. The SEC, in the proposing release, suggests that companies should use more carbon-efficient businesses. The SEC, quoting from the release, it says, "A registrant could seek to reduce the potential impacts on its business of its upstream emissions by choosing to purchase from more greenhouse gas emission-efficient suppliers or by working with existing suppliers to reduce emissions. The SEC has no business picking winners and losers, and Congress has an obligation to step in and prevent the overt politicization that this proposal represents. I urge the committee to make my amendment in order, and I yield back. Thank you, Mr. President.
Gentleman from Tennessee yields back. The gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, is recognized to present her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Perlmutter. Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole, for allowing me to testify before you today. I come here in strong support of my amendment, Amendment 38, to the Energy and Water Division of H.R. 8294. My amendment would prohibit any appropriations from being used to sell petroleum products from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to the People's Republic of China. At a time when the American public is suffering from rampant inflation and people are feeling the pain every time they go to the pump, we shouldn't be selling oil to China. In fact, in my district, there are companies who are having to give checks weekly to their employees to enable them to come to work as they travel long distances to work. The SPR was intended for true oil supply interruptions, such as we heard earlier with hurricanes, but it's being used by this administration to distract from their anti-American energy policies. We are in a pivotal place when it comes to American energy security and our nation's security. The country's emergency energy reserves are down to historically low amounts following the Biden administration's release of over 250 million barrels of oil in the last 8 months. As our reserve levels decline, China continues to increase their reserves at our expense. Selling oil to our adversaries is not a solution for the American people. We can no longer allow this administration to cover up the enactment of bad energy policy at the expense of the American people while they suffer every day under record-high gas prices. That is why I'm proud to have offered this amendment banning the sale of petroleum reserves to China. I urge all of you to support this common-sense amendment, Amendment 38. Thank you very much for your time.
Yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, is recognized to present his amendment or amendments.
No, it's on. Great, 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 great.
We can hear you.
I'm sure the masochists who volunteered to be on the Rules Committee would like me to go through all of my amendments and keep you here till 9 tonight. But I just cannot conceive of that, so I'm going to try to whip through them as quickly as possible. I think there's certain themes in all of these packages, and these amendments kind of go after these themes. We'd appreciate a chance to vote on some of them. The first one, with regard to Division A, prohibits funding the Department of Transportation's Equity Action Plan. I think this idea of labeling people by their background is a little bit offensive. I think some people who push this want to tear America apart by setting up every hiring decision or grant decision as pitting people against one another by their ethnic background. By pitting one another against each other by their ethnic background. I think that's offensive on its face. I also think, assuming we want to put the thumb on the scale of somebody, these programs are almost exclusively pure racist in their nature. You know, we don't say you were born in a poor town or, you know, you had childhood cancer or something. I mean, we solely try to favor people or disfavor people based upon their ethnic background. I think that's offensive. So I'd like that Transportation's Equity Action Plan removed. The next thing I'd like to talk about, again in Division A, is increasing and decreasing funding of Section 8 housing by $1 million to do a study on the marriage penalties associated with these housing projects. I think we are all aware that the decrease in number of children who got raised in two-parent families coincided with the massive increase in welfare sort of programs. And I think we are going to continue to have that happen. I think it would be good to have a study so as we throw more and more money into these programs that are based on percent of poverty, we go in with eyes open, the idea that we are putting more and more children in a position that they will not be raised by two-parent homes, and we should be aware of that. The third one on here, Amendment number 72, reduces funding for the Community Development Block Grant. Again, this is the type of program that goes to one place rather than another place. And I'm just going to say in general, we're broke here. I mean, we talked about the spiraling cost of gas. That's because inflation caused by indiscriminate spending. All the way across the board, every committee in this building should be looking to spend less. I think we didn't spend too much on the military last week, but right across the board, now is not the time to increase spending on anything. Next thing I'd like to point out is the SNAP program. I have concerns with all these programs because they discourage marriage, like I said, and they discourage work. I'm trying to think of a way in which these programs people would want to be on these programs a little bit less, in ways in which we could save money. I would like to see a study done showing what people are using the SNAP for. We're familiar with the WIC program, which I think is a far superior program, in which people only get a limited number of foods. I would like to see what we're spending the SNAP on. I know it will require standing up to groups like Pepsi-Cola and that sort of thing, and a lot of people around here won't want to do that. But I'd like to know at least where the products are, which products are being purchased, and I'd also like to know which stores they're being purchased in. Come back on the next amendment, 63, same sort of thing that I asked for on low-income housing. I'd like to see what the SNAP program adds as far as marriage penalties are concerned, what type of inducements to make sure that both mother and father are not at home with the child. We'll keep whipping through here. Again, Department of Energy, same sort of thing, prohibits funds from going to Department of Energy's Office of Economic Impact and Diversity. Again, a agency or a program, I think, designed to divide Americans. The people who get employed in these programs in order to justify their jobs have to way overestimate the amount of racism in our society. I'd like to see that being pulled. On Division D, we have 3 programs where we'd like to increase funding for the Office of National Drug Control Policy's High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Area Program. We could take some money out of the Electric Vehicle Fund. The number of deaths caused by drugs in this country, we're now at 110,000 a year. I always refer to the Vietnam War. Twice as many people dying of illegal drug use in this country as died in 12 years in Vietnam. I would like to put another $100 million in there, and I think that there are other couples, but I'll leave it at that. I have co-sponsored some amendments, including Congressman Burgess's. I'd like to see if you guys would allow at least one vote on the vaccine mandates. It seems for America to be a free people to require people in given positions around here to have to take a vaccine that's experimental and over time finding people who are harmed by it. I think we ought to have at least one vote in Congress on that. But thank you very much, and hopefully you got out of here without keeping you too long.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you for flipping through all of those amendments that you have listed there. We appreciate that. Are there any questions for this panel?
I'm just glad that Mr. Groffman didn't say that he wants to do away with aircraft carriers this time. So
I wouldn't give him a chance.
My staff, these are kind of long bills.
The gentleman has yielded back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is not asking a question, so we will keep moving forward. Are there any other questions for this panel?
I just want to thank our witnesses. I want to thank the witnesses for hanging in with us. And these are all important amendments, and the Rules Committee should consider making them all in order so that we can vote the will of the people on the floor.
Dr. Burgess yields back. I want to thank the panel for your testimony today, and you are all excused to, we have one vote today, I guess, on the floor. So thank you all for your testimony. Are there any other members who wish to testify on H.R. 8294? Seeing none, this closes the hearing on H.R. 8294. So, without objection, the committee will stand in recess subject to the call of the chair. We hope to be able to come back after the one vote on the floor after 6:30. We will send a notice to confirm and are aiming to reconvene around 7:15. Will we give everybody 15 minutes notice? Yes. We will give everybody 15 minutes notice by email. Or if we happen to see you on the floor, we'll tell you. With that, we'll stand in recess.
set, go. Okay, Rules Committee will come to order. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion from the distinguished gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee grant H.R. 8294, the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development, Agriculture, Rural Development, Energy and Water Development, Financial Services, and General Government, Interior, Environment, Military Construction, and Veteran Affairs Appropriation Act 2023, a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their designees. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-55 shall be considered as adopted and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended for failure to comply with Clause 2 or Clause 5A of Rule 21. The rule makes in order only those further amendments printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report not considered as part of the amendments on block described in Section 3, and pro forma amendments described in Section 4. Each amendment printed in the report not considered as part of amendments on block may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before action thereon, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule provides that the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee may offer amendments on block consisting of amendments printed in Part A of the report not earlier disposed of. Amendments on block shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 30 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against the amendments printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report or amendments on block described in Section 3 of the resolution. The rule provides that the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their designees may offer up to 5 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. The rule provides that at the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The question of such further amendments adoption shall be put to the House on gross and without division of the question. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule provides that during consideration of H.R. 8294, the chair may entertain a motion that the committee rise only if offered by the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or her designee. The chair may not entertain a motion to strike out the enacting words of the bill. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 8373, the Right to Contraception Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides for 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their designees. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the amendment printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 8404, the Respect for Marriage Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their designees. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the bill shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule provides that at any time through the legislative day of Thursday, July 21st, 2022, the Speaker may entertain motions offered by the Majority Leader or a designee that the House suspend the rules with respect to multiple measures that were the object of motions to suspend the rules on July 18, 2022, on which the yeas and nays were ordered and further proceedings postponed. The chair shall put the question on any such motion without debate or intervening motion, and the ordering of the yeas and nays on postponed motions to suspend the rules with respect to such measures is vacated. The rules provide that House Resolution 1230 is hereby adopted. Finally, the rule provides that Clause 7 of Rule 13 shall not apply to any resolution introduced prior to the date of adoption of this resolution. I yield back.
You heard the motion of the gentlewoman. Any discussion or any amendment? Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee add language to the rule that would eliminate the ability to vote remotely by proxy. Mr. Chairman, I want to begin by thanking you quite sincerely. After 790 days of lockdown, the House of Representatives, we're finally doing what's the rest of America's been doing before this. That is getting the House to operate more in line with how it's operated traditionally. Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, the House continues down a road that it has historically rejected. Continuing proxy voting and further expanding it to the committee of the whole is the wrong direction to go. We should be repealing proxy voting, not expanding it. Proxy voting was banned in 1995 in all committee proceedings, a provision that still exists in the rules today and was banned for good reason. It undermined the nature of the committee in-person deliberation and collaboration. Sadly, what we have seen on the House floor during the last 2 years is continued abuse of this procedure by members of both parties, and it's done a great deal of damage to the institution. So I urge the adoption of my motion and yield back.
I thank the gentleman for his amendment. I thought you would be pleased that we expanded it to the delegates, because when the minority leader, when the minority leader came before the Rules Committee, he made it a point to criticize us for not including the delegates in proxy voting. But in any event, I hear the gentleman's amendment. Any further discussion? If not, the vote is on the Cole amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? No. And pay you the chair, the noes have it.
On that, I would ask for a recorded
Recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter. No. Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin. Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Raskin.
No. No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier. No. Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross.
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse. No. Mr. Goose, no. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler. Aye. Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach. Aye. Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I have an amendment. I move that the committee postpone consideration of H.R. 8404 until Thursday, July 21st at 1 p.m. Mr. Chairman, at the beginning of Congress, you stated, quote, "This rules package creates a more transparent process for ideas to be considered. It makes permanent the requirement that all bills that come before the Rules Committee get a hearing at the markup first." Unfortunately, despite the best of intentions, this promise has failed to materialize in every instance. In fact, over the past year and a half, this requirement's been suspended, waived 16 times. Rather than a permanent requirement, it seems to be regular order, just an aspirational talking point. So, text of H.R. 8404 was provided to us at noon, 1 hour before the hearing began. Mr. Chairman, at the beginning of the Congress, you also stated, quote, "This body, each of us must do our part. No matter what side of the aisle you're on or who you vote for, we must hold ourselves to the highest standards of leadership. People can and should question our positions on the issues, but they should never act in a way that invites anyone to question our motives." I'm offering this to give the majority an opportunity to actually live up to their commitment, and hopefully that will be made in order. Yield back.
I appreciate the gentleman's amendment, and I think he's made clear that I'm not perfect. But I think he also made clear that we've kept our word most of the time. And so I'm going to respectfully request a no vote on this. Vote is on the Cole amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No.
No.
The noes have it.
On that request, recorded
Recorded
vote.
vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin. Mr. Raskin.
It's frozen, yeah.
Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross. Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler. Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments.
One more. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment I move that the committee make an order amendment number 59 to Division E of H.R. 8294, offered by Mr. Gooden of Texas. This amendment strikes the section prohibiting funds to conduct offshore oil and gas activities approved after 2016. Restriction applies to the enabling steps prior to the leasing or the consideration of the areas for leasing as part of the leasing program, including the issuance of permits for geological and geophysical exploration. Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned, this legislation is a missed opportunity to capitalize on energy independence. This is an important amendment. However, can help us accomplish those goals. Gas prices continue to remain unsustainably high, and hardworking Americans are paying the cost every day. It's unfortunate the Democratic majority continues to aid the Biden administration in their crusade against the oil industry, but we can still remedy the situation. Rather than continuing to import oil from adversarial nations, with the legislative willpower, we can again provide and fulfill new domestic offshore leases and once again gain energy independence. Ultimately, the debate as to whether or not new offshore oil and gas activities should be permitted once again should occur on the House floor. That I urge the adoption of the amendment.
You heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? If not, the vote is on the Cole amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
And that we request a recorded vote.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier? No. Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross? No. Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler? Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
And before I yield to Dr. Burgess for his amendment, I do want to state for the record, I think that some of the restrictions that have been lifted, I wish were lifted earlier. And for a lot of different reasons, we've had these conversations. It's been more difficult to lift them than I think any of us thought. But I do want to say that I do appreciate the gentleman and others bringing them up regularly. I think we want to get this place back to as normal as possible. And so I think this is a good step, and hopefully it results in more collegiality and, on the House floor. So I appreciate it. Gentlemen. Yeah.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for your efforts in getting us to this point. And again, we do wish we'd gotten there sooner, but we got here. And that's in no small part due to your efforts. We appreciate it very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for working with us.
I appreciate it. Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I offer my amendments, I just want to say the 3 amendments that I had discussed that Myra Flores had brought to the Rules Committee, a new member from a part of the state that has had some difficulty in getting recognition on transportation infrastructure elements. And I see 4 amendments made in order for Mrs. Escobar, similarly in South Texas, and just the unfairness therein. Ms. Flores, unfortunately, is elected in a special election. She wasn't here during the time of the appropriations process, so she couldn't make those cases. And again, while I'm not offering her amendments, I do have to offer the observation that perhaps as a body we need to figure out some way so that representatives who come to us in special elections are allowed some consideration when we get to the appropriations process, because clearly we found a way to make it in order for other members. Mr. Westerman brought his amendment, which was to remove the Presidio funding, which I thought was a good idea. A good use of that funding perhaps would have been to recognize those projects that Myra Flores had brought to the attention of the Rules Committee. And I think when we get a new member, we ought to be encouraging them to participate in the process. And unfortunately, Ms. Flores was not elected in time to participate in the actual appropriations process until the omnibus bills or minibus bills get brought to the Rules Committee, which is unfortunate. I do have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make in order my amendments to Division A, number 3 to Division A, number 2 to Division B, number 1 to Division C, number 1 to Division D, number 3 to Division E, and number 3 to Division F of H.R. 8294 that were offered by myself. These amendments limit funding made available in each division from being used to enforce a federal COVID vaccination mandate. These amendments do not have a point of order, and they express the concern that many members have about federal vaccine mandates. In fact, each of these amendments has at least 36 co-sponsors. They are currently, the mandates are currently enjoined by court order, but President Biden continues to fight for their implementation. We cannot oppose federal vaccine mandates on the American public while we are fighting to recover from this pandemic. I urge adoption of the motion, and I'll yield back.
Well, let me just say in response to the gentleman's amendment, I would simply say that the Constitution gives the President, as the head of the federal workforce, the same authority as the CEO of a private corporation to require that employees be vaccinated. And we can't manage a changing public health crisis, annual appropriations bills. And there's a restriction such as one of your amendments would prohibit federal agencies to effectively respond to protect federal employees and their families. And I think it's reckless to preemptively prevent measures that would reduce infections, hospitalization, and death. Dire predictions about staff attrition did not materialize, in fact. Vaccinated workers are more likely to be available for work because they're less likely to be sick. And the United States, I should remind everybody, has passed 1 million deaths. 1 million deaths due to COVID-19. And I think vaccines are our most effective tool to prevent the spread of this virus. So I would urge a no vote on this amendment. The vote is on the Burgess.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may, the vaccines may be an effective tool to prevent, but mandates are preventing the vaccine from being widely adopted by the American people. I wish you could see the disconnect between mandating a vaccine and allowing people to get access to information and making their own decisions. That's what would have enhanced vaccination rates in this country, and we missed the boat on that. Now yield back.
All right, the vote is on the Burgess amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Being the chair, the noes have it. Recorded vote is requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross?
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler? Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have amendment to the rule. I move the committee make and order amendment number 30 to Division E of H.R. 8294, which is offered by Mr. Newhouse of Washington. This amendment, which I'm a proud co-sponsor of, limits funds under Division E from developing, proposing, finalizing, implementing, enforcing, or administering new regulations defining the term waters of the United States until the Supreme Court issues a decision in Sackett v. EPA. This pending case is expected to be considered in 2023. It could have impacts on the regulatory framework for WOTUS, meaning the EPA would need to rework certain provisions based on the outcome of the case. So for this reason, it makes sense to pause new rulemaking until the Supreme Court can decide on the pending case. Certainly, if you agree with the EPA's continued rulemaking, this amendment should be afforded the opportunity for debate on the floor. I'd also note that this is a bipartisan movement, and with that, I urge adoption. I yield back.
Heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? If not, the vote is on the Reschenthaler amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No.
No.
I just said it half-heartedly because you drink polar.
Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate this. I had a smidgen of hope you were going to call that for the yeas, but.
You want a roll call?
Yes, please.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres? No. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter? Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross?
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler. Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
And let me just say, I neglected to call the vote as a no when the voice vote was called. Anyway, clerk will call the roll, the recorded vote.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Members didn't make it, right? It failed. Yeah, it's been passed, okay. All right. Any further amendments?
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Fishbach.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order amendment number 72 to Division E of H.R. 8294, offered by Ms. Hinson of Iowa. This amendment prohibits the use of funds to propose new rules that are estimated to compromise the nation's baseload energy supplies generated from fossil fuel plants, given the potential threat to power outages due to a strained energy grid. Mr. Chair, this is an important amendment to prevent potential power outages across America as we continue to put immense strain on our nation's energy grid. It's unfortunate that the Democratic majority's disdain for fossil fuel energy is so prevalent. It comes at the cost of energy security for hardworking Americans. There are deep concerns as energy demand reaches its peak in the summer. By limiting energy production from such power plants, dangerous consequences can follow as Americans depend on reliable access to affordable energy. Once again, if you disagree with this amendment, it should be afforded the opportunity for debate on the House floor. I urge the adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
You heard the gentlelady's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Fishbach amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres. No. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter.
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon. No. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli.
No.
Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
No.
Mr. Saulnier, no. Ms. Ross.
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler. Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach.
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments? Is there any other amendment or discussion? Hearing none, the question is now on the motion offered by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania. All those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. And the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. And the gentleman has asked for recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres. Aye. Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Perlmutter.
Aye.
Mr. Perlmutter, aye. Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin, aye. Ms. Scanlon. Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Morelli. Aye. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
Aye.
Mr. DeSaulnier, aye. Ms. Ross.
Aye.
Ms. Ross, aye. Mr. Neguse. Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Mr. Cole. No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Rushenthaler. Mr. Rushenthaler, no. Mrs. Fishbach.
No.
Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk report the total.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
Motion is agreed to, and Ms. Scanlon will handle it for the Democrats. And so I think this will be on the floor tomorrow at 10 a.m. So thank you, everybody, and the Rules Committee is adjourned. Okay.